Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 544th Council, which is including the annual plan hearings. Once again, we acknowledge that we're in a worldwide pandemic with COVID-19, and so we're online. So the usual protocols around online will apply. And I'd like to invite Councillor Claire Mackay to open with a karakia. Thank you, Claire.
Kia ora, Chair. Whakatakata hau ki te uru, whakatakata hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā tara tara ki tai. Ihi ake ana, te atakura, hei tiu, hei hoka, hei ho hu, ti hei maori ora.
Maori ora.
Thank you, Claire. Now, we're running these as formal meetings. There's no apologies. There's no conflicts of interest that anybody's told me. So just to begin then, I would like to welcome each submitter as we go along in this session. So our first submitter is Justin Tipa from Aukaha, and with Justin there's Kate Timms Dean. Welcome to you both, and you have around 10 minutes. And it's up to you, but what we'd suggest is that you just talk for a shorter time and then we can ask you any questions. So take it at we've all read your submission. So thank you very much for giving up the time to come and talk to us this morning. We're really thrilled to have you here. So over to you, if you'd like to start now. Thanks.
Tēnā koutou i ngā kai kaunihira, tēnā uki koe te kai whakahaere, kia koe hoki Councillor Mackay nau te karakia I tēnei ata, tēnā rā koutou. Kia ora, tēnā koutou. It's my privilege to be submitting to you all this morning on behalf of Te Runanga o Waihaho and Te Runanga o Moiraki. I present to you this morning as a descendant of both of those marae, as a descendant of Waitaha Kātima Moi Kaitahu, as a descendant of Rākai Hautu who ignited the fires of occupation upon this land. Tēnā rā koutou. Te Runanga o Moiraki and Te Runanga o Waihaho respectively see our opportunities to achieve their aspirations through a dedicated partnership relationship with Environment Canterbury as partners under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We have a strong desire to action our roles as kaitiaki, as an expression of mana and rakatirataka within our takiwā. A partnership agreement will provide a platform to deepen our relationship with Environment Canterbury as treaty partners. A relationship agreement will also provide sufficient resourcing to Karunaka and Aukaha as our regional environmental entity to support effective engagement with ECAN resource management processes and decision making. An existing partnership agreement with ORC, Otago Regional Council, is providing the basis for significant Runaka engagement in council work streams within Otago. Partnership funding supports operational expenses, relationship and reporting activities and staffing costs associated with these work streams. And now this model has successfully supported development of the Otago Regional Policy Statement back in 21, with sections co-developed with Runaka through Ōpāwaho. This model is now being employed in the development of the Otago Land and Water Regional Plan. Te Runanga o Moiraki and Te Runanga o Waihaho urge Environment Canterbury to adopt a similar approach in order to effectively meet their responsibilities to Te Runanga o Moiraki and Waihaho respectively under the Resource Management and Local Government Act. Koe rā noi ho taku kauhau I tēnei wā, ka wātea te papa ki ngā pātai. Any questions?
Oh, thank you, Justin. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Lan Fan.
Yeah, kia ora, korua, Justin and Kate. Thanks for that submission. And my question is around, you've clearly already got this model with ORC and probably have a good idea of what the costs and that kind of thing are. Would you see this partnership with Environment Canterbury be sort of like, is this sort of starting the conversation where we'd work through together what those sort of more detailed costs and how it would actually all work go? Or do you have like a more like, we sort of want the ORC model, but translated here, and so you already have an idea of costs. Could you expand a little bit more about how that might work, or how you'd like to see it work at least?
Look, I think initially it's the platform and working that out. But look, Kate, do you have any detail around costs that you'd like to share?
Kia ora. Kia ora, Justin. Kia ora koutou katoa. So I'm Kate. I work at Aukaha in the Manataiao and the environmental team. So we have a number of partnership agreements with different councils, but we talked about the ORC one because, it's another regional council. Basically, we just go into a negotiation process with them, and that's usually done through Aukaha. We'll just figure out what's going to work, what the work stream is, what the demands are, and also what our resourcing is. So it's very much just having a conversation and negotiating how that will work together, rather than having a package that we're looking for in particular. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Right, kia ora.
All right, that sounds good. As chair, I'm interested to know, was setting up the partnership with the regional council in this particular planning entity phase of the process around fresh water, did you find that was any different to the work that you've been doing previously with the council, and how was it different, if it was, in the co-design respect, I mean?
I think this is probably another one for me. Yeah, I've only been at Aukaha for about 14 months, so just and the partnership agreement has been in place for a while longer than that. So I can tell you my understanding based on what other people have told me. So yes, it has changed the way we work with ORC quite considerably. Previously, we were a stakeholder and we represented. Well, not Aukaha, but the Rūnaka were stakeholders, treated as stakeholders, and Aukaha would represent them as stakeholders. So, and under the partnership agreement, we have a variety of different mechanisms to grow that relationship, and that includes governance level, mana-to-mana kind of relationship, I suppose, like you do through your paiheringa model. And then there's a exec-to-exec level where Aukaha executive meets with the council executive, and then there's also the operational level where operational staff work together. So it's kind of moving that partnership right through the organisation and just bringing a really strong working relationship, and it's been very positive. I would really invite, if you would like to talk to ORC, they do know we're having these conversations, and yeah, we can definitely put you onto people who would be able to give you a bit of an idea of how it looks from their side as well.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Pauling has a question.
Ai, kia ora kōrua, tēnā kōrua mō kōrua kōrero, kia mate tēnei ata. Hey, thanks for that, and good. Thanks for drawing our attention to the work that Aukaha and Te Rūnanga o Moeraki and Te Rūnanga o Waiho do with ORC. I mean, I think you'll be aware that we, like you just mentioned, Te Paiheringa and the work we do around Tuia, and that obviously we want the Rūnanga to be involved in the work we do, especially around the new planning work we're doing. I'm assuming that you know about Te Kore Koreka and the work we're trying to get underway there, and I'm wondering if you have joined that party in terms of working alongside the other entities, because obviously we do fund the regional entities. I just don't know our arrangement with Aukaha, so that's just something that'd be great to figure out. So is there a current arrangement, or is that something we need to work on?
No, there isn't a current arrangement. We have, I suppose we have a kind of arrangement around consents where we have a ability to charge for the work we do around consents, but there's nothing at the policy level at all at the moment. So it's all just done as we can do it as it comes in. There's no. So with ORC, we do have dedicated FTEs to ORC work streams. So that means that that's their first port of call is the ORC Mihi, and then once, if they've got free time to do other things. So this is part of the difficulty for us is we're quite, heavily resourced for Otago Mihi, but not so well resourced for Canterbury Mihi.
Cool. Hey, look, it sounds like we just need to have some conversations, I think, with our staff and get in touch with you, Kate. So yeah, and Justin, so kia ora. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to submit.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for.
Jenny, can I just?
Oh, yes, Yayan has his hand up. Sorry,
Yeah.
Yayan. Off you go.
And you're not off the hook yet, brother. Just in a sense of probably for Kate as well, just on that you said you have FTEs for ORC and then not much time for Canterbury Mihi. How much Mihi is in the Canterbury area?
So mostly we're working on the consents that come through the resource consents process. There has been some contact through Tuia to engage on the integrated planning program. And I suppose that's, looking at that program of work from my end, we just don't have the resourcing at this point. And I suppose, I don't want to speak out of turn, but there's a lot of other issues in Canterbury, or a lot of wider issues that aren't going to affect Moeraki and Waiho, I suppose, is one way of putting it. So it's quite a lot of work, and some of it's not going to be targeted to the needs of the rūnaka that we represent. So I suppose that's the reason to kind of push for this conversation to happen, so we can figure out how we're going to manage that and ensure that Moeraki and Waiho actually are able to action their Rakatia taka as treaty partners. So that's, yeah. Kia ora.
Yes, and that was, thank you. That was raised in that earlier conversation we had with you, and Justin, you were at that around the working with the integrated planning. So we're looking forward to that. So we had the expectation around resourcing. So we're looking forward to the negotiations, and we'll certainly take on what was said in that earlier meeting and what you said today around, it's unrealistic if we don't have proper resourcing. So thank you very much for coming today and raising that. It's really, really good of you, and takes a lot of time and a lot of work. So thanks very much, and bye, and we'll get on with the next person. Thank you very much.
Also,
bye.
thank you.
Mihi nui.
Have we got, Christina, have we got the next person ready?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
So Pest Crowley, are you online?
Yes, hello.
Oh, hi, Pest. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Great. Welcome to our meeting. And we've got about 10 minutes for each person today. No doubt you might have heard the previous one. But after 9 minutes, we'd ring a bell. But we're just thinking you might like to speak for a bit less than 9 minutes, and then we can ask you some questions. So thank you for giving up your time today and coming here. And we've all read your documents. So just say what you feel like saying. Off you go. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and kia ora koutou. So as you said, my name is Pierce, and I'm speaking on behalf of the University of Canterbury Students Association. So our submission, as you would have seen, was solely based on, in terms of the proposals on the bus fares, and we strongly support option one, which is the targeted free fares proposal. So this proposal was the generally preferred option of the students of the University of Canterbury, but also was endorsed by the University of Canterbury itself. So as I said, it was strongly backed by students. You would have seen 87% of students were in favour of the free fares model when we asked them in our 2021 transport survey. And an even greater number, that was just under 95%, stated that they would consider mode shift strongly if buses were free in Canterbury. So it's our view that the only real way to get students onto buses and to encourage a real modal shift onto public transport is to implement a free fare system. So we view this as having benefits in terms of affordability and also for the environment. So as you probably know, students and most other groups covered by this reform are a lot more likely to have a limited income. So in the case of students, they might be on low living costs or the student's allowance, and this will rarely exceed $240 a week. This often leaves students with quite a paltry amount left for costs at the end of the week, after their rent, after their food, and after just general services. And this really has just been increasing throughout the previous few years. The budgets are getting more and more stressed every year, and transport is quite a significant cost to that. But currently the cost of shifting to buses is perceived by many students as being too much. And it's not just the financial cost here, it is truly the cost of changing habits and changing lifestyles. So it's sort of that cost where, you know, the cost of public transport may be slightly less than cars, but there's the whole shift, the lifestyle shift. So removing this cost entirely removes that barrier, and it'll get more students onto public transport. And it's the only option that we're confident will actually encourage that change. And so, you know, students are the University of Canterbury is quite a car-heavy campus, and currently cars and private vehicle make up the largest share of our emissions profile in the Canterbury Greater Christchurch region. So we believe that reducing these emissions is key to achieving local and environmental goals. And again, this is something that was noted by ECAN in your the consultation document. It was noted that free fares would result in a 1,360 tonne reduction in carbon emissions, which is vastly more significant than the other options that were proposed. However, we believe that it's also the only realistic option, again, for the reason that free fares, in our view, is the only option that will incentivize actual modal shift. So there is the other options, and there's the proposals there, but we're not convinced that that will actually, whether it be a discount or another option, will meaningfully increase the number of bus users. And we heard this time and time again in our consultation with students that people want a bus. They really want to for various reasons, whether it be affordability and in particular the environment, but that cost benefit currently remains in favour of cars. So yeah, free fares will tip that balance in favour of public transport. There's environmental effects, of course, too. So the one we noted in our submission was congestion. So that's both a sort of spatial environment and the natural environment too, in terms of air quality. So less cars on the road, it is safer for our communities. It's safer for, you know, everyone who's a pedestrian, cyclist, and also safer for other drivers as well. You know, around the university, we see it every day. We see kids at Kirkwood Intermediate, you know, Riccarton High School, etc., crossing Riccarton Road, Curlet's Road. These are heavily congested roads, quite dangerous. And it's, you know, they're always, every hour of the day, in particular around school hours, you know, just clogged with cars. It's a really dangerous environment for these people. One, you know, people might say, oh, this could be down to the roadworks, it's down to X and Y, but this was an issue that was there before the roadworks, and it will be there after. And it's ultimately an issue where the more cars that are on the road, the more congestion there will be. So we need to shift away from private vehicle, and in our view, and the best way of doing that is to get people onto buses. And as stated multiple times before, it truly is, in terms of free fare, it's the best way to get that done. But there's the equity aspect to it too, which is not really covered by the current funding scheme or the options 2 and 3 of the draft annual plan, which there's a risk if we implement those plans or stick with the current scheme, it continues to exclude those who are more vulnerable from transport. So in our survey, we asked what people's current perspective on transport was and their current situation. And we heard from students with mobility issues or with chronic health conditions, and they often found it hard to enjoy their lives due to the prohibitively high cost of transport. So they had to miss out on social occasions, maybe some academic things, but also have had to miss out on work opportunities due to the cost of transport. And, you know, this is quite a serious thing. It has flow-on effects in their lives, but it also has flow-on effects in the community at large. So yeah, it's just a case where free fares will help connect the community in ways that haven't been done before. It's quite an exciting opportunity, but it'll have so many flow-on benefits for those who maybe are more vulnerable, but also the community at large. So yeah, that's quite a quick summary of just our key points. We're heartened that this is the current preferred option of the Environment Canterbury, and we acknowledge that this is an extremely bold stance, but we appreciate it. We truly believe that this is the only option that will materially impact our emissions profile, and it's also the only option that will reliably get students onto public transport. We have the opportunity in Canterbury to be sort of the leaders in a new way of public transport provision in New Zealand. We can set an example for other councils, as well as showing government that this is a scheme that will work, and then use our successes to lobby the government for increased public transport funding in the future. So yeah, so just on behalf of us, I'd like to thank you all for your consideration of our written submission and of our statement today. There is so much more I'd like to say, but you know, it's only 5 to 10 minutes and I'd love time for questions. So yeah, we're just hopeful that later in the year we can work together in a partnership alongside the University of Canterbury to implement this new system in 2023. So yeah, that's me. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have our first question from Councillor Ian McKenzie. Over to you, Ian.
Thanks, Piers, for your clear and concise opinion. I noticed that some of our other submitters are suggesting that by targeting the under 25 students for a free fare, we're actually targeting the wrong demographic for taking cars off the road. And that in fact, we should be targeting more the mid-income, midlife people as opposed to younger people who might use more active modes of transport to go around as a way of saving greenhouse gases and taking cars off the road. I was just wondering whether you could comment on that.
Well, I don't disagree in terms of I think it'd be great if it was a universal system and it targeted everyone. But I would also say that students, they are heavy car users. Really, every student I know has a car once. In particular in Canterbury, it's quite a decentralized area. You know, once you're out of the halls, you'll need a car to get around. Often you'll need part-time work. So really most students drive. I know I drove and continue to drive at the moment. I do take the bus sometimes, but yeah, it really is a case where most students are quite heavy car users. I wouldn't disagree that probably middle income users use cars more, but you know, maybe in the future that could be something the system could be expanded to include if it was a success. But yeah, that's really the only comment I'd have on that.
Right, thank you. Councillor Lan Fan.
Kia ora, thanks for your submission, Piers. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit further on, because we sort of, although we have these options of that we went out to consultation with, say, the $2 flat fare and the free fares, it's really sort of council's prerogative where we land. So I was wondering if you could comment a bit more about if it was super low cost, say like $1 per trip versus the free fares. Is it like, is your feeling that the free aspect is really what sort of mentally might shift those students, or do you think a lower cost option could have a place?
Like, I'm sure a lower cost option would be valued, but I really believe from the discussions we had that it's sort of, the issue is getting students onto buses. It's actually getting them to shift. And I think the free is the attraction. It'll get people on and it'll encourage them to shift their mindset around busing. I think even if there's a cost, even if the cost is quite insignificant, I think many people will still stay away. There's a perception that busing, you know, is difficult. It's hard. When it's not, it really isn't. It's quite an enjoyable experience most of the time, but you know, that perception's there. So I think that it needs to be incentivized to actually get that modal shift. And I think making it free is a worthy investment. It's targeted and it's a trial. So, you know, if it doesn't work, it's something that at the end of the trial we can say we tried it, you know, maybe with earnest determination. But I'm confident it would work. I think it would increase bus usage for sure. But yeah, I just don't think that a cost would actually, I'm sure you'd see an increase, but I don't think it would be an increase on any par with making the fares free.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pauling has a question.
Kia ora, PSA. Thanks so much for all the work you've done on getting the student voice to the table, so thank you. My question's around, in your discussions with the university and even amongst your student executive, have you had any thoughts about initiatives that the university and the Student Association could do around, you know, transport for students and staff to university? I mean, yes, it's our responsibility to run public transport, no qualms about that. But I know a lot of employers are looking at how to work with their staff to get them from their homes to their workplace. So I'm just wondering if that sort of came up, because it's sort of a unique situation you have with such a big group of people going to one place regularly every day. So just thinking, was there any discussions with the university, or is that something that could be discussed internally? Because I know other universities around the world do provide transport for staff and students.
In terms of provision of transport, I couldn't comment on the university position. We've talked to the university about promoting bus use, but in terms of our student executive, we've had discussions around potentially instituting maybe systems of carpooling among students. You know, we do have cases now where you might have 5 students in a flat and all of them will drive to university at different times of the day. You know, that's something we could work on, but it's an issue. You know, we don't want to come across like we're talking down to students either, like saying, oh, you should all be sharing cars, etc. But we know it's an issue, and we know that just buses are one piece of the puzzle, kind of, and public transport is. And you know, we also I want to encourage greater usage. If you live in the area, maybe you could walk or you could bike, particularly carpooling, though that's something we've had a discussion around. And actually Lincoln University has just implemented sort of an Uber-like car share app, which it's only just been implemented, so I don't know how that's gone, but it's a really exciting prospect and something we're looking into now, sort of in formative stages, but that's really the extent of our discussions thus far.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. There's one quick question from Councillor Southworth.
Thank you, Kia ora, Pierce, and thanks for your really detailed presentation. That was useful. What I'm interested in, when I was at uni, I was at halls, and then we moved out into accommodation rentals quite close by. So the community university I was at was all pretty local. We could walk and cycle. Is that similar to how University of Canterbury students are distributed, or is it more widely across the city? Like, have you got a sense of that? Have you looked at that?
It would mostly be anecdotal, but my perspective would be that there is a significant amount of students based in the Riccarton Island area. So there's a lot there, but there's also, I think, a lot of students spread across the city, and it's often a case of just as you grow out of halls and as you move into accommodation, you know, depending on your living situations, you might be living with a big group, so you can afford sort of higher rents and closer to the university, or you might have to shift to other places which have maybe more affordable rent. So I know myself, like I'm living in Addington, and I can look at the student exec, which is probably the group that I have the most intimate knowledge of. And I know that you have people who live in New Brighton, you have some who live out in Rolleston. So it's a spread, but a lot of students do live in the area. But I think there's also something that I didn't mention, but it would be good in terms of free fares, is it will get people more connected to the city, because often people, you hear, again, this is more anecdotal, but you hear from students that they want to go into the city, but they think, oh, you know, parking is going to cost so much, I'm going to have to find a park, etc. But so free buses would remove that again. But yeah, I would say a significant amount do live in the Riccarton area, but it doesn't mean that they wouldn't use a bus, and they also still all have cars. So it's an interesting situation for sure.
All right, well, that brings us to an end, Pierce, of your session with us today. So thank you for giving your time to come in. We really appreciate it. It's a great submission, well researched. So thanks to you and everybody else who contributed.
Okay,
looking forward to seeing you again one day. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Do we have Gareth Wilson online? Are you there, Gareth?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Hello. How are you?
Very well.
You've come into one of our rooms, I see. Maybe we could get the camera moved up a bit closer, but anyway, we'll see how we go. So we have 10 minutes for each person, but if you'd like to speak for about 5, or it's up to you, but then we can ask some questions. So thanks for your written submission. We've all read that, so we'll start now. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, it wouldn't surprise our members that the students want free transport, because if you ask students, offered them anything free, they'd take it. But realistically, the people you're trying to attract are the people over 25 years old. These are the people who are using cars now, and you're wanting to attract them to use buses. Now, it's not going to work if you're just attracting or trying to attract the people who already use buses when they want to use them. I know a fair bit about what goes on at university, and students are attracted to their cars. And we don't think that this is going to make any difference at all long term by having free transport for people under 25. And that's why all the members in our association that voted on this matter voted for option 2, the $2 flat fare, for the reasons that we gave. But the fare is only one part of the issue with buses in Christchurch City. Our members think there are serious issues regarding the management of buses. Now, part of this is outside your scope. The fact that the administration of buses is divided between ECAN and the Christchurch City Council. It seems ludicrous that it is ECAN that decides the bus routes, whereas the City Council decides where the bus stops are. That it's ECAN that awards contracts to bus providers, bus service providers, but it's the City Council that will decide whether they put a bus shelter up. And then if there's a bus shelter and a bus finder, it's ECAN that sort out the question of the bus finder. So there's this division between ECAN and the City Council that leads to inefficiencies. And that's what our members want to see, one territorial authority determining the bus service within Christchurch City. And then there's another matter on the amount of money that has been spent in rebranding. You know, our members they just cannot understand why so much money has been spent on the painting of buses and other matters like that when there was no need to do anything like that. I'm old enough to know that the Christchurch bus service back in the 1960s was the best in New Zealand, without question. When the red buses were red buses and they went to the square in Christchurch, that's enlivened the square, it enlivened the city, and they were well used. Yes, there were people riding bicycles to work, but still there were a lot more people as a proportion of the population using the bus service than there are now. And we believe that ECAN should be focused on getting more of the people over 25 who to get them away from the car and to work. And it doesn't need to be a flash bus. You know, that people are not going on the bus as if they're going on a tour of, you know, Northern Europe or Central Europe for 25 days. And we've repeatedly made submissions in favour of smaller buses. I don't know how many of the councillors that live in Christchurch have stood on the footpath and looked at buses going past, whether they look between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning or between 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock. I was on a bus last night at 7:30. There are basically nobody in these buses. Okay, and the fares are half price now. Over these times, in the school holidays, university holidays, there's just very few people in the bus. So you've got these huge buses chewing up the roads, chewing up fuel, and why isn't ECAN going for smaller buses? And there's another question related to this. Why is the bus depot across the road from ECAN incapable of taking small buses inside the depot? Why do the small buses that do operate have to operate from outside the depot? There's so many things that don't make sense, that aren't economically efficient. Now, I just say, councillors, I certainly have made 3 or 4 submissions over the last few years, including at the time when Mr. Cagle was a commissioner, and his solution was to put up prices. We said, you put up prices, all you're doing is adding to inflation. It's not going to work. We make submissions and we're very politely received and we're thanked, but there's no following feedback. Nobody comes back to us and says, oh, we've made this decision, thank you for your feedback, but we're going with what we prefer. And it's not working, councillors. If it was working, the buses would have more people in them. So that's the point we're trying to make.
Well, thank you, Gareth. Is there any councillors wishing to ask questions? Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you for your presentation. I just, I was interested in that you said that the students are attracted to their cars, but that they won't then be attracted to, so I'm a bit confused. You said that students are attracted to their cars, but also that the under 25s aren't the target demographic who are using cars. So that just felt like a bit of a conflict of information there. Which one, what, could you just clarify which specifically is what you see?
What I say is that ECAN are trying to attract more bus users. So you need to target the group who aren't using buses at all. And those are the people that are using, I'm talking within Christchurch City, are using buses to go to work largely go to work. And of course, sometimes use their private transport in the weekends. But it's you're wanting people to catch buses basically to go to work. Yes, to go to recreation, but that's not going to be the numbers that you need to make more people go in the buses and make them economical. Because at the moment, councils, you'd have to admit it, they're not economical. And you just can't have things going for free. The ratepayers, you're asking an extremely high rate of increase, you know, and wages are not increasing at the same rate that ECAN and City Council are increasing. It's unsustainable.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. There's another question from Tumutaia Yang Cranwell.
Kia ora, Garth. Tēnā koe. Thank you for your excellent presentation today. Just in regards, I heard you say about one territorial authority or looking after transport. As you know, there's Selwyn and Waimakariri involved this as well with the buses going to Rangiora and Rolleston. Were you talking about more of a transport agency, so an independent transport agency? Was that what you were talking about, or were you talking about something else?
No, we're talking about the situation in Christchurch City, where the Christchurch City Council have input and make decisions regarding the bus stops, the location of bus stops, and the provision of bus shelters. But it's ECAN that decide on the contracts, and they decide on the bus routes, and they're involved with the bus finders. And it would be much more efficient if there was one authority dealing with it. And certainly from our members' perspective, it would be preferable if ECAN dealt with all the matters related to the provision of bus services within Christchurch City.
Kia ora, Garth. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Garth, for taking your time and coming in. And rest assured that we will be taking into consideration what you've said in our debates around the outcomes of the transport issues. So thank you very much. And it's really valuable having our residents' associations there, keeping an eye on what's going on. So thank you for conveying all that today. We really appreciate it. So thanks. We'll move on to the next person now. So welcome to John Gould. Are you there, John?
Kia ora koutou. Yes,
hello.
I am.
How are
Hello.
you? I see that
I'm fine, thanks.
You are doing an individual submission followed by one from the Sustainability Action Group from Lincoln. So you've got 10 minutes for each. So if you'd like to do your personal one now, and then if you just talk for less than 10 minutes, then we can have some questions and a bit of a conversation with you, but it's over to you. And we've read your submissions. So just welcome to start now, John.
Thank you very much. If I could organise my submission in this way, can I say, first of all, on this particular line, because the personal submission and the SAGE submission have come from two different places. So
Yeah.
I'm just a bit worried that we may lose contact if I try and switch to the other link. And if I can make, first of all, some introductory comments which relate both to my own submission and to the SAGE submission, then I will give my personal key points. If it's then possible, I have submitted a very small, less than 2-minute YouTube video, which is a little ad break about making bus travel cool, which seems to be one of the questions of the day and relates to the last submission. Then I'll go in to give the formal SAGE key points, and hopefully there'll be some time for questions and answers at the end. And I'm happy to take, some to SAGE, and if you have any personal ones, although the two submissions are very similar.
That sounds very good, John. I'll just ask staff, Christina, have we got that ability to show that video? We've got that set up, have we?
If Mr. Gould could share his screen and do that, because we don't have the video, that we weren't aware of this presentation. So, John, do you feel comfortable?
I can't do that at the moment at the same time as doing the submission. I don't have that level of skill.
Can you send us the details and
I did submit that with my submission. I did send in the file, so it should be there.
Take a look while you're.
If you can find it and set it up either between the two submissions or at the end, it would be appreciated. If not, so be it.
I'll take a look while you're speaking.
Yeah. All right, I see that a link to it on page 30 of what I'm looking at. So that'd be great if Christina has a look at it, and we'll see how we go. So you just let us know when you get to where you want us to play it, and we'll see how we go. So
thanks
now.
Very much.
Yeah.
So by way of introductory comments, I would just like to say that since the start of the Industrial Revolution, humanity, using our current growth model based on a linear economy of take, make, and throw away, has destabilized the climate system, raising carbon dioxide concentrations to levels not seen for 3 million years, and instigated a mass extinction of species not experienced since the demise of the dinosaurs. Papatuanuku, Mother Nature, which literally recycles everything and has sustained life on Earth for 4 billion years, offers us the only model for a sustainable future based on an entirely circular, steady-state economy. Funding public education campaigns to promote lifestyle choices which enhance our environment and society and turn citizens from being part of the problem to being part of the solution would be a useful starting point for us. While subsidised bus fares, flood-resilient structures, and funding actions to respond to climate change will help, the key challenge is to start changing the general mindset that continued growth, consumption, and lifestyles centered around motor cars, whether petrol or electric, are still acceptable given the future we are facing. So that's just by way of introduction to set the scene and remind us why we're trying to address climate action and why we're offering reduced bus fares and so forth. Now, in terms of my personal submission, I have a key point relating to bus fares and a key point relating to climate action. In terms of bus fares, I feel that the best solution would be a combination of both option 1 and option 2. Of course, the students are very keen to support free bus fares for everybody under 25, and that's great for low-income households, people with community cards, and others who qualify. But what about everybody else? And what happens for older students, or what happens when you turn 25? Then you go back to paying the same high fares. So if we could combine the $2 flat fare with no zones and the free fares for students, the under 25s and others, in my view, that would definitely be the preferable option. At the moment, and this comment's already been raised by another submitter, we see empty buses, which are the worst emitters of all on our roads, far worse than one person per car. And that's is a completely unsustainable situation that we have to address. In relation to climate action, my own view is that the focus needs to be on public education, focusing on the current climate and ecological emergency we're facing. And also, it's not simply enough to reduce emissions. We have to start removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. And in my view, the best way that ECAN could support this is by supporting native bush and wetland restoration projects. I saw an excellent video that you produced the other day about the Ōpāwaho project, wetland restoration project, which was most impressive. And that's exactly the sort of thing that we need to see a lot more of. We've got great models like Hinawai out on the Banks Peninsula, and we just need to be supporting, funding those, and including those in the public education so people are aware of what's needed. If that little cool bus ad video is available now,
Yes.
perhaps it could be played, and then I'll go into the formal submission from Sage.
That's great. We have got it ready. So, Christina, over to you. Where's the sound? We got some sound.
Can you hear it?
No, we can't hear it.
Hold on. One moment.
But other people hear it, or was it just me with no sound? Nobody could hear it.
Look good though.
Yeah, it did.
I'll put the link in the chat. Is Vicky?
It's not in English.
Ah.
No, it's in German. That's okay. You don't need to understand the German to
Okay,
understand.
so I'll just continue playing it.
Yeah.
Can somebody admit, and then we might be able to see video, please?
Oh.
Can't you see it?
Claire, just push the cross in the corner of that little box and it'll go away for you.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Did you get the sound in the end?
No, but the
No.
sound looked good.
Well, it's even better with the sound, even in German. I think you get the idea. You know, we just have to change this whole perception about, you know, buses, and in many countries people love riding the buses, and in New Zealand we need a big cultural shift. But anyway, I bet
we need some behavioural change ads. So you just told us that at the right time. So good work.
Great. So I'll just move on to the formal Sage submission now, which I will read, and then hopefully there'll be a bit of time for questions at the end. So The Sustainability Action Group for the Environment, SAGE, consists of a group of Lincoln University staff and students who are focused on encouraging greater sustainability on campus. We acknowledge the urgent need to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and other environmental pressures by the rapid implementation of a multi-pronged approach. And SAGE thanks ECAM for the opportunity to comment on the annual plan, and specifically we're going to address the proposed changes to the bus fare structure and funding for action in response to climate change. So in relation to changing the bus fare structure, SAGE has been strongly encouraging its staff and students at Lincoln University to adopt sustainable transport options. And we have even been funding or subsidizing bus fares for students with Metro cards by giving out $20 Metro top-up vouchers to over 200 students. So that's been a timely, because it's come just at the time when the fares are now halved until the end of June, and then the subsidies come in after July. So hopefully we can keep encouraging our students to shift to using public transport, although we're also encouraging active transport, electric bikes, carpooling, and other ways to reduce transport-related emissions. The problem we face at Lincoln is that we have 1,300 car parking places for a campus population of just over 3,000, and 85% of staff and students do drive on their own. And after the coal boiler, transport is the second highest source of greenhouse gas emissions. Currently, a few students and staff use buses from Christchurch and Rolleston, but the current metro zones make the fares very expensive. We pay a two-zone fare when travelling from Christchurch, or even just from Prebleton, 8 kilometres up the road. So that means that even with a Metro card, currently we're paying $7.70 return, or $38.50 per week to use the number 80 bus. So while the ECAM option 1, targeted free fares for under 25 students, etc., would be great for our students, and we would welcome it, it would not reduce the current high fares for staff over 24 at the university and the several other research institutes out at Lincoln. Ideally, SAGE would prefer to see a combination of option 1 and option 2, i.e. the flat fare across all 3 zones and free fares for students and children. That would greatly incentivize the use of buses for us. I also understand that the Metro bus network generates most of its income from travel in Zone 1 anyway, so there seems little economic point in keeping the zone system, which only disincentivizes regular bus use by those taking longer journeys and producing greater emissions. Currently, near empty buses are the worst greenhouse gas emitters, worse than cars. Clearly, a major cultural shift regarding the use of public and active transport is urgently needed in the Christchurch-Canterbury area. This requires a major campaign promoting sustainable transport options, and just reducing the fares alone will not bring about the radical and rapid change required. Multimodal transport options should be promoted. Such a campaign would therefore be a strong candidate for future funding actions in the response to climate change, which I'll talk about now. So on future funding for action in response to climate change, SAGE believes that given the urgency of the climate and ecological emergency we are facing, a major cultural shift regarding the use of public and active transport is urgently needed. This requires a major campaign promoting sustainable transport options, and just reducing fares alone will not be enough. When I talk about multimodal transport, I'm talking about putting your bike on the bus, or walking and taking the bus, or driving and taking the bus, you know, mixing and matching. Crucially, it's not enough to simply reduce emissions, but we need to start actively removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. The funding of major native bush and wetland restoration projects should thus be strongly promoted, as these provide the best return on investment and tackle both climate change through carbon sequestration and enhancing biodiversity. ECAN might also wish to engage with Christchurch City Council to discourage large-scale housing developments resulting in urban sprawl, houses which only the affluent can afford, and locking owners into long-term commutes for the life of these houses. Several large developments around Christchurch are resulting in the removal of thousands of trees, leading to the loss of multiple ecosystem services that they provide. Finally, SAGE would like to take this opportunity to thank ECAN and a number of councillors for providing these options for starting to address some of the key challenges that the climate and ecological crisis we are facing is presenting us with. So that's the end of the formal presentation. If there's any time for questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Yes, thank you very much, John. That was really informative. So thank you for taking the trouble. We've just got time for a couple of quick questions. So Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Thanks, John, for your presentation. Very clear views expressed. In terms of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change strategies, your submission, the SAGE submission, seems to put the emphasis on changing the transport sector rather than necessarily moving the people to their destination, so they live closer to their working and studying destination. So I guess my question is, and I'm a graduate of Lincoln, but from a very long time ago, the expansion of the Lincoln Village and accommodation around the university and the town itself, is that enough now to accommodate students and the people who live out there? Do they need to live in Christchurch, and therefore do we need to try to think about how society can move to combat greenhouse gases? Can we move the population that live in that work around Lincoln up to Lincoln to live? Yes.
Well, my submission was focused particularly on the bus fare structure, which is why I didn't touch on other issues. But clearly, a lot more student accommodation, so students don't need to travel, would be welcome in terms of reducing emissions. SAGE would also, or many members of SAGE would also like to see us charging for parking at Lincoln. It's the only university at the moment in the country that offers free parking, and has actually been actively promoting that. So, I mean, the solutions to these things are there. You know, there are multiple solutions. There's not one single answer. But because today's, the plan includes this major restructuring of bus fares, my focus has been on that. But SAGE is looking at across the board, at everything from tree planting and encourage restoration of native bush and so forth to active transport and subsidised transport. And we're trying to promote carpooling a lot as well.
Is there a danger that if we subsidise bus transport from Christchurch out to Lincoln, that in fact we'll discourage a change in accommodation provision rather than encourage it?
I think that's a separate issue. I don't think one precludes the other.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, John. Very good presentation. I just wanted to pick up on the comments in your and the other submission about discouraging large-scale housing developments. I just wondered, are you aware of the work that the Greater Christchurch Partnership, that's Christchurch City, ECAN, CEL and Waimakariri, are working on in terms of sustainability and urban growth development within Greater Christchurch? Are you aware of the work that they're doing?
I'm not particularly aware of that, and I'd be interested to learn more about it.
Yeah, I think it might be helpful for your group, especially if we can perhaps forward some information to you. We're currently, we have engaged with the community on Greater Christchurch 2050, and we're also in the process of looking at spatial planning for Greater Christchurch, and that work will be a big body of work in terms of sustainability, urban growth, and where we do and how we get around our cities later on in the year. So I think it'd be worthwhile if you can perhaps, if we can give you some information so you can keep an eye on that.
I would welcome that. I will just explain where that comment came from. I've been commuting out to Lincoln on my e-bike for about the last 5 years, and I've noticed about 10 large housing developments with the movement of huge quantities of soil and enormous emissions associated with that, and locking people into a commuter lifestyle, probably car-based, for a very long time. So that was where that concern was partly coming from.
Great,
Right.
thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, John. And we will see that we can get the Greater Christchurch Partnership information sent to you and link you into what they're doing, because I think that would be a really good networking to achieve. So thanks for suggesting that, Grant. So thanks for coming in.
Yep.
We appreciate your time and all the work that you've done. Thanks very much.
Would much appreciate it. Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Okay, bye for now. Thank you.
Cheerio. Bye.
Bye. Have we got Shona Powell here? Are you here, Shona?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Sorry.
You want to
Sorry. Yes. Trying.
Okay, there might be a problem with it.
Right, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. That's fine. Now we have 10 minutes for your submission, and you can take it that we've read your submission, a very good submission too. And then if you want to go for less than 10 minutes, we can ask you some questions. So thanks for giving up your time to come and talk to us, Shona, and all your work with the community board. Over to you.
Thanks. And definitely thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I do have the privilege of chairing the Woodend-Sefton Community Board, which represents and advocates for communities like Woodend Beach, Pegasus, Waikoku Beach and Sefton in North Canterbury. As you're all probably aware, this is a fast-growing area with many new subdivisions and new communities. So this is the third year in a row that I've spoken to you at hearings about proposed rate increases, particularly with a focus on the large increases in passenger transport rates for Waimakariri. To say that I feel like it's Groundhog Day would actually be an understatement. I look back over my notes for the previous 2 hearings. So last year in the long-term plan, I spoke about the targeted urban public transport rate and the rate revenue sought from Waimakariri residents in comparison to that from Selwyn. And I said, where is the equity and fairness? We asked you work with your partners to review the targeted passenger transport rates across Greater Christchurch. Nothing has changed, I see. So because this year the targeted public transport rate revenue sought from Waimakariri is 3.1 million, while the rate revenue sought from Selwyn residents is 2.75 million. Again, last year in the LTP, I said, you cannot just look at the rate increase you have proposed in isolation. You must also consider affordability and be cognizant of all the other costs that are increasing for households versus income levels. This is even more relevant this year with the cost of living increases. In the annual plan for the 2021 year, I said that to say that we were stunned at the proposed increase in rates for our area would be an understatement. Blindsided may be a better description. And also said, we are unsure, as I'm sure you are, what effect the economic impact and also perhaps the changes in how people work will have on patronage and costs going forward. We would like to see ECAN hit the pause button and then do a reset. So perhaps you can see why I feel like it is Groundhog Day, because all of those comments are very relevant today as well. So whilst the aspirations of ECAN's plan are admirable, I mean, I think we all want to see in terms of passenger transport, higher patronage, which hopefully then in turn would cut emissions. But, you know, we do have to have some balance between the outcomes, affordability, actions, and timeliness. Put simply, the ratepayers cannot afford the rate increase needed by ECAN to meet their proposed plans. Many are struggling just to afford the essentials, let alone afford anything extra, like a trip to the doctor, which is also essential. Any increase in rates also filters through to rent increases. The timing is just not right to increase costs to this extent. Focusing on public transport, looking at the options, the board does not support option 1. As the saying goes, nothing is free, someone is paying for it. It also doesn't provide Waimakariri residents with any major benefit and could actually make our trips longer, as when you get to Christchurch, the number could increase as people eligible for a free fare use the bus to travel only a couple of stops instead of using active transport options like walk. So option 2 would be more advantageous to Waimakariri, as it would be attractive to commuters and provide benefit to all demographics, giving everybody that discount. But the cost to ratepayers is just too high for the services that we receive in Waimakariri. We did come up with some suggestions. The government have got the half-price subsidy in place until the 30th of June. So an indicator of the benefits that could be obtained from a fair subsidy is actually in play now. So perhaps you could advocate to the government for a continuation of that, even as a trial for another period, and use that going forward. So the ECAN says in their annual plan that they will implement the My Way service in Timaru. With that trial completed, it would be timely to look at another area that could benefit from this type of public transport. And Waimakariri is an ideal place for this. People often have lengthy walks to get to a bus stop, and 2 of the 3 regular bus routes have services only hourly out of peak hours. So there needs to be improvements to the public transport service available in Waimakariri so that it meets the needs of the users, which will then encourage patronage to help cut emissions. Apart from the commuter service, it takes over 70 minutes to get to the bus exchange from Rangiora at any time during the day, or the speedier trip from Pegasus at just under 70 minutes. I think it's evident that the current service is not a viable alternative to a car fee. We could do better, and we should do better, but price is only one part of the equation. So the board also asked that ECAN do sit down with the councils and examine the apportionment of the public transport costs across the 3 councils. As the figures contained in the Waimakariri District Council submission, we seem to be carrying a large proportion for the public transport services that are in place. We would also really endorse the council, so the district submission. The district council is one of your partners, and partners work together to find solutions. So we would really encourage that. That's probably all I really want to say on that, other than we would like to say thank you to ECAN for the flood protection work that has been and is being carried out in Waikuku Beach. The collaborative work with the district council and also with residents is greatly appreciated. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Shona. We've got a question from Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Thanks, Chair Jenny. Thank you, Shona, for your excellent submission. I note in your submission you make the point, a very valid point, that a lot of people who are paying public transport rates actually don't commute into Christchurch from your Waimakariri district, and so it seems like an unfair impost. You've made it very clear in your submission that you think the rate rise is too large, but you also hint that if the service was better and more targeted for for transport around the Waimakariri.
I think we've lost the sound from you, Ian. I think you've frozen.
Am I still there? Sorry.
Yeah, but we lost half of the scene.
Okay, look, if
yeah.
So assuming you heard what I said, would the residents of the Waimak district afford the cost if we were providing a better service, I guess, for commuting around the between towns within the Waimakariri district rather than commuting into Christchurch?
I think both actually. Yep. I think both actually. There is still a place for commuting into church during the day as well as at commuting, peak hours, because people do have to go in for things. But also, yes, moving around the Waimakariri at the moment is quite difficult. I can say that I have been trying to get the 95 bus, which goes from Pegasus Woodend into the city and return, to actually make a very slight deviation into Ravenswood, into the commercial area, because at the moment residents of Pegasus have no safe way of getting to Ravenswood, where their local supermarket is and where their only ATM machine is, except by private vehicle. That's not what we want. We've got State Highway 1 right in the middle. And to date, I haven't had any luck. So the responsiveness of trying to get changes is very difficult.
All right.
Thanks, Shona.
Thank you, Shona. Oh, we've got a question from Grant Edge, Councillor Grant Edge.
Thanks, Shona. Just a question really about sort of linking it through to what you're just saying now in terms of inter-town transport and this idea of the MyWay system. My understanding is the MyWay system in Timaru is still a trial, and the trial's been extended. But it seems that one of the issues is this inter-township travel pattern. Is your board actively seeking cooperation from the District Council in terms of community buses and those sorts of things? One thing. And the other thing is, do you think it would be a good idea to explore the options available and the costs associated with some smaller inter-town services?
We're not exploring with the District Council the idea of community buses at this point in time, simply because we cannot afford to pay twice for it at the moment. So it would really be a case of working with Environment Canterbury going forward, and the District Council on that together. We do have one bus that goes Pegasus Woodend to Rangiora, but it only runs every hour. So if you miss it, it's another hour. And it's also a long walk for people to actually get to the bus. So to be honest, for many, it is not a viable alternative, because by the time you've walked to the bus, you have to leave in enough time to actually make sure you catch the bus so you don't miss this hourly bus. Then it's to get over there, and then the same in reverse. So anybody that has got a car says, I'm taking the car.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you very much, Sonia, for taking the time to come in. Yes, we will be taking on board and looking at the suggestions that you have made in our deliberations. So thank you very much for taking the time to do that. We really appreciate that. We'll be moving on. Yes, thank you very much. We'll be moving on to the next person, who is David Miller now. Welcome, David. Are you here?
I am, yes. I hope you can see me.
No, we can't. I don't think I can see you at the moment. Oh, here we go. Here we are. Oh, I saw you a minute ago. Well, welcome, David. Thanks for giving up your time to come in today. You have 10 minutes. but most people are opting to speak for a little less than that. Then we can ask you some questions. So
Yes.
you can take it that we've all read your submissions. So over to you. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Chair Healey, and kia ora. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. I'm David Miller. I chair the project management group for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, of which ECAN is a core member. And Pest-Free Banks Peninsula is a core element of Environment Canterbury's vision for the elimination of animal pests from the Canterbury region. I'd like to start by saying how we applaud ECAN's commitment to financial support for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. It's been a game changer for us, and your early support has helped us leverage funding from additional sources. The project benefits immensely from ECAN's active participation of staff and councillors at all levels of implementation. A shout out to ECAN staff, Sean Burkett and Michaela Watts, who are on the project management group, but thank you to all of you for your continued and impressive support. I'm pleased to report the following today. We've seen very effective operations towards the elimination of feral goats from the peninsula. We aim to be free of feral goats within 3 years. We've had successful operations at Little Akaloa, Kinloch, Paraki, and Orton Bradley. We've seen intensification of predator control by Pest-Free Banks Peninsula supported community groups in the Te Kākahu Kahukura project area. Over 1,200 households are actively participating in the Predator-Free Port Hills program. We've had operational planning and implementation and really good community engagement for our world-leading elimination programs in Kaitoriti and on the extended wild side. I'll speak a bit more about that in a sec. We've employed 12 staff since we saw you last, many of whom are locally based on the peninsula. And because innovation is a key ingredient to our success, we're working closely with researchers and innovators from the Cacophony Project, Zero Invasive Predators, Lincoln University, and the University of Canterbury. A little bit about our activities this year on the extended wild side. Since the 1st of January, we've engaged with 16 landowners regarding permission to undertake activities for the possum projects there, covering around about 5,000 hectares initially. We've provided 113 traps to landowners for the control of mustelids and feral cats. We've cut 3 kilometres of new tracks through really nasty gorse. We've started to redesign the current stoat control trap lines. We've helped landowners impacted by the severe weather event of the 15th of December last year, and I'll mention that towards the end. And we've reviewed and reported on camera monitoring data. At Kaitoriti and Taumutu, we've obtained permissions from Taumutu and Ngaitahu for work in their areas. We've installed 200 traps within a 100-metre grid network at the Taumutu end of Kaitoriti. We've installed and serviced infrared cameras with a 150-metre grid along that end of the spit. We've got university students from Lincoln researching how to increase capture rates and to investigate camera footage to predict population decline of the targeted species. Landowners have been notified and given permission for us to undertake 10 night feral cat leg hold trapping events along the Te Waihora boundary fence this month here in April. This effort involves about 25 kilometres of leg hold trap lines being used to target feral cats in conjunction with the Department of Conservation efforts on the foreshore. It should result in a significant reduction in feral cats this winter. And over the last 3 months, just some figures, We've eliminated 32 hedgehogs, 27 feral cats, 18 possums, and lots of mice, stoats, rats, and ferrets from Kaiteriti. I wanted to talk about the post-flood response because that was a very significant event on the extended wild side. And after the flood, we stopped all other work prior to Christmas to assist landowners who'd been devastated by that event. This work continued into February with the assistance of key partners and landowners. We ask a lot of our landowners out there, and the least we could do was to help them in their time of need. Nearly 50 labour days were spent helping with the initial clear-ups. We also lost 4 cameras and up to 50 predator traps. I just want to say landowners have expressed huge appreciation to ECAN for your recent allocations of funding to ensure continued protection of biodiversity in that area of the peninsula. It really helps and is hugely appreciated. Now, this project is a long-term aspirational and ambitious landscape-scale community-led program covering the years up to 2050. We respectfully encourage ECAN to be thinking forward to how they can maintain and hopefully grow their commitment over this 28-year time frame. Again, planting the seed for discussions down the line. And as a community-led landscape scale program, we think we're learning a great deal that could benefit and be relevant to other parts of the region. So I would like to finish by saying we would welcome the opportunity to give councillors a fuller overview of the program, what we've been doing, and the lessons we've been learning so far at a council workshop or similar. Thank you, Chair Huey. I'm open for questions if there's time.
Well, thank you, David. There's probably not time for a question because we are running a little bit behind, but there's somebody with the hand up. But anyway, I think they've gone now, I said that. But look, it's fabulous to hear all these details. Oh, it's Lan. We'll let her comment in a minute. It's fabulous to hear all these details. And I just written down, linking up with other predator groups, because that's been coming up constantly in my meetings with people. And you're getting experience that we need to make sure the other groups in the other areas can link into. And secondly, it's just great to hear all these figures. So, Councillor Lan, would you like to make a comment?
Kia ora, Jenny. Oh, and thank you for your submission, David, and that snapshot just about the excellent work that's going on. I just wanted, I guess, a quick thing of clarification. When you're flagging to us that encouragement about thinking about the long term, are you specifically talking about, for example, maybe at our next annual plan or long-term plan, we could be canvassing the community about when and how we may increase the rate, or how they're feeling about the progress that's been made under that rate? Is that the kind of thing you're looking for with that, growing that commitment?
Yes, I haven't got a date in mind, Lan, but I'm thinking that for the current funding goes until, I think, the end of 2024. That's not too far away in long-term planning terms. So we do have to start having the conversation, I think, about how we can move forward and in what ways with what we've done so far. The problem is we're setting expectations pretty high with this project. Those expectations could be very, very quickly undermined if funding were to stop, and then there would be a reinvasion undermining all of the hard work that's been going on up to this point. So it's it's something that we have to be very mindful of as we go forward. Thanks for asking the question.
Thanks.
Yes, thanks very much, and we'll be following up with. Thanks for all that great work and coming in today, David. We appreciate it.
Many thanks, Jenny. All the best.
Bye now.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Now we've got Shona Powell back again. Are you back? Are you still here, Shona?
Yes, I am.
This time you'll be talking from the Waimakariri Access Group. Over to you.
Thanks for that. Yes, I am here for the Waimakariri Access Group. If you're not sure about us, we are a group of pretty passionate individuals and representatives from groups. We promote access to public spaces, places, information and facilities in the Waimakariri district, and looking for a barrier-free environment for all people in the district. So we work collaboratively with the district council, and we do quite a lot of problem solving, I would have to say. We were interested in the ECAN public transport thing, but we also looked at the affordability, and we don't believe it is the right time for such a large increase given the high increases in basic living expenses. The increase in urban passenger transport rates for Waimakariri ratepayers is quite incredible. So if option 1 was chosen, in the last 6 years, the urban passenger transport rate would have increased by 247%, with yet another increase in the following year, as the trial is only for 5 months of this coming year. It's not affordable, nor is it sustainable. The government has provided the 3-month period of half-price fares, so use that as a trial and evaluate the outcome of that before going further. And should the government be funding fare initiatives for increasing the use of public transport? So looking at public transport, option 1 allows for fare-free travel for some groups of individuals, including total mobility card holders. You would think that the Access group would be applauding this, but not the right criteria. Given that to get a total mobility card, someone has to have a long-term impairment that prevents them from undertaking on public transport in a safe and dignified manner. This might be because they can't get to the bus stop easily, or they struggle to get on or off the bus or ride securely. Personally, I suppose that part of my concern is that if the modelling has factored patronage in based on this, then what does that mean about the other assumptions that have been made as part of the modelling? Perhaps it should be raising questions about the assumptions and the patronage forecasts. So the group could see limited increase in bus users and little decrease in emissions for Waimakariri with option 1. Option 2 would be a benefit to far more people by providing that discounted travel for all. It should appeal to commuters, which would have a positive impact on bus usage, traffic congestion and cut emissions. However, to what extent might be better determined by the 3-month government subsidy of the half-price fares underway at the moment. So with public transport in Waimakariri, the group certainly does feel that it is lacking in a number of areas for residents, and particularly for the disabled. For the people that we advocate for, there are few usable transport options, and hence they rely heavily on private transport, private driving services, and taxis where and when they are available. Because remembering, this is not Christchurch. There aren't that many taxis out this way. So, they do rely heavily on private transport and private driving services. Total mobility card holders certainly do appreciate the subsidised door-to-door transport services with approved transport operators like the taxi companies and private driving services, because they aren't able to use that public transport easily. So price is only one factor when it comes to people using public transport. In Waimakariri, accessing and using public transport is difficult for a number of reasons, which we outlined in our written submission. And that includes a long distance, can be a long distance to urban bus stops. People can have to walk up to 1.5 kilometres to get to a bus stop. For some, whether it be because of a disability, age or illness, this is just an insurmountable barrier. Current routes only serve a very small geographic part of the district. So there's no public transport for the rural areas and settlements of Cust, Oxford, Ōpāwaho, Mandeville, Tuahiwi, Sefton, the Pines Beach, Woodend Beach, and only a limited peak hour service for Waikoku and Waikoku Beach. Yet they still pay for public transport, albeit at the much lower rural rate. So current routes also miss out large parts of the urban areas of Rangiora, Kaiapoi, Pegasus and Woodend. So commuting into Christchurch is often the main use rather than getting around within or between the towns. The time frame between the buses on the 95 and the 97 routes, they're only hourly during off-peak hours and very inconvenient. So weather, I mean, if you have to walk a long distance to the bus stop and then perhaps have a lengthy wait for the next bus, weather can be a major deterrent. And this could be because of the cold, the heat, it's too slippery with frost, it's raining, or the wind. So we also would like to look at the My Way bus service for trial for Waimakariri. And in the annual plan, in the ECAN annual plan, it was said that ECAN will implement the My Way by Metro Public Transport Service in Timaru, which has been available as a pilot and trial service in 2020 and 2021. This will also influence future public transport model enhancements for other urban centres, both in Canterbury and wider New Zealand. So with that implementation, you know, we would like to see the next phase of and putting forward Waimakariri as a possibility. So looking at the people that we represent with impairments and disabilities, the group would like to see some fare-free travel, or at the very least, large counts for them. These people face many barriers that hinder participation in everyday life, and this could make a real difference for them. But public transport services need to be convenient, user-friendly, and run frequently if people are going to use them on a regular basis. Price is only one factor, and you know, there are many other factors at play, particularly for those that are disabled and with impairments, as I've outlined. So that's all I've got to say. I would like to say thank you for allowing us to present our submission, and if I have time, I'll take some questions.
Well, thank you very much, Shona, once again for relaying that valuable information to us. We've got time for one or two or three people are wanting to ask questions, so I'll ask Councillor Phil Clearwater.
Oh, thanks for your submission, Shona. Just like to go back to your earlier submission too, and just wondered, in fact, about the understanding of the frequency of the services. For example, and like especially because you made the comment that the only improved service in your area had been the commuter express service, and just wondered, in fact, if you're aware that the frequency of the number one bus going, as you know, going to Belfast and Rangiora has certainly been increased. I'm just wondering if perhaps some discussion with our transport staff might assist your board and your the group you're speaking for.
Yeah, you've also got to remember that I represent the Woodend-Sefton Community Board in my last submission, and that is, you know, primarily what we were talking about is that we are paying the same urban rate as the Rangiora and Kaiapoi, and getting you know, a service that really has had no improvements apart from that adding that commuter service, which we still have to commute if we want to use it. We still have to drive to get to it to use it.
Thank you.
All right, well, look, we might have to stop the questions there, Vicky. We really need to keep going. We've got a long way behind now, so sorry about that, Shona. And I think that
I would like to say that, sorry, I would like to say that Councillor Clearwater's question was actually about my previous submission. This is a standalone submission from the Waimakariri Access Group.
Yes, yes, we understand that.
So it feels a bit unfair that councillors can't ask any questions about it.
Well, we might arrange to come and speak with you, I think. Well, Vicky, what have you got to say? Have you got a quick question?
Well, I think so, and it was, yeah, and it was about the disability. I wondered, is there another system? Obviously, the total mobility is sort of like a classification scheme or something, you know, it's like a, do you qualify? Is there another scheme that reviews somebody's ability to or, you know, has a degree of disability but not the total mobility, which does seem like they're essentially excluded from the whole criteria is you can't actually physically use the bus, therefore you get the card. So is there another mechanism that is in common usage that might be more useful?
Not that we're aware of, because disability goes across a number of agencies and everything like that. It would be a case of actually sitting down with some of the agencies and actually trying to come up whether it could possibly be a letter from a GP, you know, something. Just something that would have to be looked at. But yes. Yeah.
So if
there would
we
need
were
to be some other criteria.
Sorry, so if it were a case of collaboratively working to understand some mechanism, that would be perhaps a way forward there. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Grant, do you want to ask a question? Please be conscious that we are running over time heavily here.
Not a question, Chair, but I think your suggestion that perhaps we try to get staff to do a bit of a briefing to the community group and to the access group, because there just seems to be some misunderstanding about service delivery and the costs associated with that. So I think that would be quite useful, and perhaps we can organise that at a later date.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That's the end of your
submission. Thank you, Healey.
Bye. Now we have got Jenny Healey here from the Cash Bay Residents Association. Are you there, Jenny?
Yes.
Hi. I thought I saw you before. So, well, welcome. You've got 10 minutes. You can speak for all that time, but if you were watching that, I'd suggest you only speak for about 5, and then we've got some time for some questions. So over to you, and thank you very much. And you can take it that we've all read your document. So over to you. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much for letting me talk. I'm the chairperson of the Cass Bay Residents Association, as well as the Cass Bay Reserves Management Committee, and I'm also a member of the Whakaora Community Advisory Group. And just on that last thing, I'd like to thank ECAN for their support with the Whakaora Healthy Harbour project. They have supplied us with 5,500 natives over the last couple of years, which locals have planted on our Steadfast Reserve, and they'll help to reduce the sedimentation in Lyttelton Harbour and bring back the biodiversity, native birds and other species, which I feel is like a core part of what ECAN wants to do, especially in relationship to climate change. Just going on from that, obviously using the buses is a really important way for us to reduce carbon emissions. But at the moment, people in the bays, Rapaki, Cass Bay and Corsair Bay, do not have a bus service that is particularly usable. We pay rates for a bus service, and yet we only have one that, well, we have 3 buses first thing in the morning, very early, 3 buses between 4:30 and 6. Those buses between 4:30 and 6 go back to town, not in service, so nobody can use them going back in. Okay, they seem to be classified as service buses, which gives extra capacity as far as Lyttelton. But really, the local residents, they've got nothing in the middle of the day. So this particularly impacts the elderly who they don't want to go into town with the last bus leaving about 7:30 and have to wait until 4:30 to come back. Also, obviously, at those times they can't use their Gold cards, and especially with the rising cost of fuel, that's going to quite impact the amount of money they have to spend on petrol. At the moment, what these people are doing is if they drive to the number 3 bus and get that to the hospital or whatever. But by the time anybody in the bays are in their car having to drive to Lyttelton, they just keep going, just like has been mentioned by Shona and other people. We've got no weekend bus, and so that impacts on our young people a lot of our young people, their families have to buy them cars, and they start to learn to drive as soon as they can. I know my children did, because otherwise parents are just a constant bus service or ferrying service. And again, here we are using fuel to get in and out of town. Visitors coming to our bays, which they do a lot in the summer, and at the weekend, there's no bus. Congestion on the roads out to Cass Bay and Raupaki in the summer is just terrible. It can take 3/4 of an hour to get from Littleton to Cass Bay because there's so much traffic on the road. No parking anywhere in those bays. If we had a suitable bus service, particularly at the weekends, then a lot of those people could come out by bus, and it would save a lot of problems. And our local kids, particularly in the summer, they'd be able to get into town and join their friends and do things without being sort of isolated in the bays. We would, a bus service, an extra 2 buses during the day extended from Littleton, say at 10 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, would give this whole group a usable bus service. And then maybe they could come back on the 4:30. In terms of the buses in the morning, our students who go to Kashmir High, which we are zoned for, they have to leave at 7 o'clock in the morning in order to get to school in time. Kids in Governor's Bay who have a bus supplied by the ministry, they leave at 8:10. So that means our kids in the morning, they've got more than an hour longer in the morning. They've got another extra hour in the afternoon to get back. I often see our kids walking the 4 kilometres from Littleton to Cass Bay after school if they can't get a suitable time bus. They're having to change buses 2 or 3 times to get to school in the morning unless their parents take them. So although, as I said, the bus that goes through from Governor's Bay is a ministry bus, we would very much appreciate your support in asking the Ministry of Education to extend the primary school bus, which currently runs from Littleton to Raupaki in the morning and back again. We request your support in asking them to run that bus earlier to pick up the high school kids, to bring them back, to feed into the ECAN buses from the port, which would at least mean they didn't have to leave quite so early in the morning and again in the afternoon. If it came through about 7:30 or 7:45, that would be much better for our students. It's bound to have an educational impact on these students that their day is 2 hours longer than people who live in Governor's Bay or any other area. And also it just has that environmental impact of all those extra cars. We've got 35 kids who live in our area going to Governor's Bay, not to Governor's Bay, sorry, to Kashmir High School. And that's going to continue or increase over the next few years because there's a great deal more building going on in our area. I know that you're going to look at this situation at the beginning of 2023, and we do appreciate your support on this. If you could help us out in the interim for the rest of this year, that would be much appreciated. Just some of the things that have come up about the changing of the bus service from the number 28 bus service. There's talk about that frequency being increased from 1/4 of an hour to 10 minutes. Again, that doesn't help the people in the 3 bays because those buses don't come anywhere near us. If we could just have, well, even if those services weren't increased, but some of them, 2 of them during the day, were actually sent further out to our area, that would be usable.
Well, thank
and
you
we
very
would
much.
very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Vicky. I hear there is one question now, so we've just got time for one. Councillor Phil Clearwater.
Well, thank you very much for your submission, Jenny, and also I'm impressed with your perseverance. But look, just to let you know too, that at our last council meeting, just before our recess, our council made a decision to include at an appropriate time in the transport work plan, just where the transport bays transport system could be improved. So there has been a request for that, and just alongside that too, and we'll certainly make a note of the point you made about the primary school bus and just where that might fit. So and how that could be extended. Actually, since you last talked to us, another reason had said, look, that primary school bus actually returns from its run quite empty and goes past the bays. So I'm really glad you have reminded us of that again too. So thank you, Jenny.
Yes, thank you for taking time to come in, Jenny. And I'm afraid the 10 minutes is up. So thank you very much. All right then, bye. Bye. Have we got Sarah Dunckley there? Are you there, Sarah?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome. So I guess you've been sitting in there for a while and you've heard that you've got 10 minutes. You can speak for less and then we'll have some time for questions. But we can't let it run over too much because we're already running well over time. So off you go. And you can take it. We've all read your submission. So over to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for reading my submission and for letting me have a say here. I really appreciate it. I'm actually going to talk about more than just what I put in the submission because I have some further information. And this is like my last chance, obviously, to talk about it. So previously I wrote about the people in Diamond Harbour and the ferry. But I want to build on that because my partner's also disabled, and so I want to discuss that in addition because I've asked his permission. Like previously, I just wanted to leave him out of it, but I think it's important to discuss disabled people as well. We really appreciate that there's going to be a new wharf at Diamond Harbour. It's going to make it so much better for him to get on the ferry because at the moment we don't use the ferry very often because he requires assistance from all the other passengers or the ferry operators to help him to the ferry. So it'll be awesome when it's as easy to get on as the Littleton end, which is wonderful. But the thing that I want to discuss, and I've kind of gone through with option one. I think I'll discuss all the options. So option one, free buses for all those groups, including total mobility card holders, and that's really good. But the people that actually live in Diamond Harbour who are in the same groups are not going to get anything out of it. I feel that they should get something. Even if it's way too expensive to give them free travel, then maybe there should be some step to help them because they are the people that are disadvantaged, the same as the people in town who are going to get the free buses, if you know what I mean. Or not so much disadvantaged, but like the people that, well, obviously are need the assistance. And also the cost of living is expensive in rural areas because it's quite difficult to get into town for us. Like at the moment, I've got 2 young kids who are under 5, so they're free. But once they get to 5, it's going to be really expensive. And so families, it's expensive to live in the rural areas. I also want to discuss and to do with mobility card. In Auckland, total mobility card holders get child fares on all services, and I actually think that's really good because disabled people are disadvantaged in many ways, and it really assists them. So if I feel that if one of the options isn't going to help, well, I think as a bare minimum that the disabled people should get child fares, and possibly better than that. My feeling about option one is that I actually feel that people with disabilities should get free ferry fares, and the other groups that are disadvantaged, or not disadvantaged, but that are in the option one on the buses, should at least, it is a bare minimum, get half price, just because they're the ones that will benefit from it, rather than just leaving them out completely. And I would obviously prefer it to be free, but that might be too difficult. Now, with option two, where there's a 2-year trial of the reduced fares, I feel like my feeling on that is that the people with disabilities should be included in the children and tertiary student group, simply because they are also of need. The other thing I haven't mentioned about living in Diamond Harbour is that there are subsidised taxis and things, but that's going to cost too much, like living in Diamond Harbour for people with disabilities. So my partner just drives everywhere. Luckily he can drive. He's a paraplegic, but he's able to drive. But that's not very good for the environment. So if we could encourage him to get the ferry, that would be really good. And also families with children. The other thing, in option three, so there's the child fare for tertiary students, and for the same reason I feel like the people with total mobility cards should get the child fares as well. So that's basically the same argument that I used before. And I feel that even if the trial doesn't go ahead, and you just stick with the status quo, I feel like the total mobility card holders should have child fares on all services, just like they do in Auckland. I feel like people with disabilities deserve it. Like as well as having a disabled partner, I volunteered a lot for Sailability in Wellington, and the people with disabilities often have a limited income, and I just feel like it would benefit for them. The other thing that I don't know if you've looked at is that it may not be relevant, but I'll just mention it anyway, is that Auckland Transport offers free child fares on weekends on all its buses, trains and ferries, except for two of their services. And I'm wondering if that could be a way to encourage people to use buses more in the weekends when they're not very full anyway, because you probably get full-paying adults with the free children, but that's just an option. The main things that I wanted to say was that I feel like Diamond Harbour people have been left out of option one, and I feel that people with disabilities have been left out of all three options. So that's where I wanted to go. So I would really appreciate any questions if you have any.
Yes, well, we've got about a minute for one question, and we've got Councillor Lam Farm. So over to you, Lam.
Kia ora, Sarah. Thanks for that submission. I just had a quick question. And this might just be me not following. Why are Diamond Harbour people left out? Because once you get the ferry, do you mean for people who only use the ferry? Because once you get the ferry, then the same bus fares apply.
No, well, as it stands, you pay for the ferry and you get a free transfer onto the buses. So we're not going to. We have to, in order to be able to benefit from the buses, get to the buses. So we have to pay like the full fare, which I think is about $4.50 on the MetroCard, but I don't know exactly. But we're going to continue to have to pay that, even though people like me fall in the category that if we lived in town, we would get the free buses. Yeah.
I see what you mean. Thank you. No, that's helpful.
Okay, no problem.
All right, well, thank you very much. And look, there's some real valuable information in what you took your time to come and tell us this morning, Sarah. So we really appreciate that. And thank you for reminding us about the child fare free trips on the weekend buses in Auckland. So that's a good suggestion that we might be able to consider. And we will consider everything you said in our deliberations. So we really appreciate your time, and it's great to hear from you. So
thank you very much.
All right, then, bye for now.
Goodbye.
Bye. And now we're up to me and Dan Gordon. Are you still there, Dan? I really apologise that we've got so far behind, but I'm sure you appreciate what happens.
I certainly do.
Yeah, and we've got about 10 minutes for you, and we'd love to have a lot longer, of course. You're at one of our special people and one of our partner councils. So over to you, and then we'll see if we can get some questions. We've read what you submitted. Thanks very much.
Well, firstly, thank you, Chair Jenny and ECAN colleagues. I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm joined by Simon Markham, who's our Manager of Strategic Projects. So thanks, Simon, for being here. I'll start by saying that we have I want to acknowledge that we have an excellent working relationship with Environment Canterbury and with both our councils. We partner really well in a number of forums such as the Greater Christchurch Partnership and the Canterbury Mural Forum. That said, sometimes from time to time we'll have difference of opinion, and in the case I'm putting forward some comments on ECAN's draft annual plan where we just have some points that we differ on in terms of where we would like to see things. So we'll put those to you and leave that to you to make your consideration on that. Can I start by saying on rates, last year at this time when we commented on ECAN's rate rise, which was at 24.5% last year, we noted our concerns around affordability, and we were pleased to see that ECAN had responded to a still comparatively high 12.6%. However, we were subsequently disappointed to find out that the reduction was achieved by cost shifting, and it's really the impacts in the 22-23 year as we see it. And so we're concerned to find that the plan, as it's presently presented, comes in at 24.1%. This concern, I want to say, has been really strongly expressed to me by Waimakariri ratepayers and also our elected members. So that's is how that informs our position. An increase in rates of 34% over the last 2 years in the face of a pandemic impacts and steep rises in the cost of living. We know where that's sitting at the moment. It's not, we believe, acknowledging the realities many households are presently facing. And it does make us as a sector appear a little unresponsive to this, so and the genuine hardship that the rate-paying community are experiencing. So I just want to make those points because they're certainly something that we reflect on carefully as a council here, and we've had to look very carefully at the nice-to-haves that we have in our own budget and pushing those out. Just to recognise the very real challenges that our communities are facing at the moment. And I meet many of them that come in here looking for mural relief and other things. It's a pretty hard time, not only for our community, but also our businesses who've experienced quite substantial downturns, and rates are a part of life that are unavoidable. And so it's an impact. So I just ask you to bear that in mind. The second part of our submission talks about the public transport proposal, and that is, we see it as a significant contributor to the proposed rates increase and the trial that you're proposing in transport fare structures. Regardless of the option, the idea that this would be a trial is considered by our council as somewhat unrealistic, and inevitably pressure will be brought to bear to retain any revised structure that might be put in place. Our submission details the emission reduction benefits, regardless of option, are available on the available evidence. It seems very small and expensive, at most equivalent to 0.14% of Christchurch City land transport emissions at a cost of around 10.4 million. The proposed increase in uniform targeted passenger transport urban rates per property over 6 years in Waimakariri is 247%, including 26% in 22-23. This level of increase we submit to you is really unsustainable. Our council questions whether using the rating system in this way is an appropriate means of undertaking what amounts to effectively income redistribution for social and environmental outcomes. We think that these changes are being promoted without reference to ECAN's statement of community outcomes, nor a benefit analysis in relation to your revenue and financing policy. And outside of the framework for the joint working under the Greater Christchurch Partnership and the regional land transport planning process, there appears to be no analysis of all the potential options of achieving emissions reduction. Our council considers there's much more likely to be cost-effective investments possible in mode shift and travel demand management. But this analysis, as we could see it, is not before the community. So there's not really the ability to have the say without that sort of information. We don't dispute that there are many in the community doing it tough and that fair concessions would be of assistance. But the government has responded to this with benefit and minimum wage changes, as well as the fare reductions in budget 22 yet to come, and there may well be information there. Look, and I know some of the reasons that are being put forward is because it's the barrier to passenger transport. Can I humbly submit that, having sat through some of the workshops on this, the barrier to public transport is not cost, but it's service frequency, speed, convenience, and that's backed by international studies. It's also backed by the experiences here in New Zealand. So just humbly suggest that that needs to be carefully considered in the background, because that is quite a substantial increase for us, and actually getting public transport and usage going is something I do absolutely 100% support. I'm a bus user myself and I can use that, but I just think from our perspective, as Shona mentioned earlier, from our community board, it's the service, frequency, speed and convenience that would make the difference from this side. And we would very much welcome a My Way trial if that was available to us, because I understand that works well. I just moved to our next point, which is around flood recovery and protection. Our council would very much like to commend ECAN for your work on the flood response and recovery, and note the need to review how to meet the cost of recovery from regional significant event of May 21 last year. We very much appreciated you, Chair Jenny, and elected members with staff visiting with us to inspect the areas of challenge, which involved exceptional gravel spill from normal river courses and the pragmatic actions that took place. We do have some concerns about what you're proposing and how to look at the funding there and how that's being distributed. We're not sure that through the general rate is necessarily the answer. I know we're running over time, so I'll just speed up here and just say that I really commend to you Basil's report, which I've got a copy of, which I see you're in the forward of Jenny, and we think that you should really press a pause on consideration of this and await where the government's at, because that's where the cost recovery should be coming from as a partnership funding. But we've made those points in our submission. The other is around future funding for action in response to climate change. A future levy to fund action, as we know, is proposed in there, but it's for an unspecified program of adaptation emission reduction initiatives. The cost, timing and impacts, as we see, have been unexplored. We'd like to note that there's been a lot of work between the TAs and territorial councils and the regional council and the Canterbury climate change risks work stream, and there's further work to be done there and explored. It doesn't appear from our reading that that's been harnessed in preparing this proposal. Government later this year is going to be publishing a national emissions reduction and climate change adaptation plan, and we are expecting budget 22 will be confirming significant appropriation in these respects. So we recognise the challenge that climate change presents. However, this very important topic demands a much more rigorous assessment in our view, and level of documentation into a proposal we would have liked to have seen more of, so it can be meaningfully considered. Without that, in its current form, it's difficult for us to indicate our support until we know that there's more definitive uses of this potential fund that's subject to community consultation. We've made some points in our submission around the monitoring of wells, private water quality in private wells, and that was part of the some of the 95 Waimakariri zone implementation program addendum points. And it was recommended that we develop jointly with ECAN a program for testing and reporting of water quality in private water supply wells. So our council has identified at least 180 well tests to get a good picture in the last 3 years. So what we're looking for now is that we can fund and partner together a program to accelerating that work. So the time cost and overhead of administering the program, we're quite happy to be absorbing, but there's a direct cost of $24,000, and we would request that ECAN contribute $12,000 in partnership funding. The last point is around the Ashley Riccarton River margin replanting, and I'd just like to acknowledge the joint working group that's chaired by Councillor Claire Mackay, and I'm really pleased to be on that group. We're just a bit concerned about the slow progress of it and the restoration of the area. As Jenny knows, I'm quite impatient about it because we've got a lot of public feedback about it at the time, and this is where the trees were unfortunately removed. So we really request that ECAN staff and as elected members, we keep a really close eye on this project, as many in our community are keenly watching its progress, and they have an expectation that this very valued special area be appropriately restored and replanted. Look, I've gone very quickly over our points, but I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to share for your consideration our thoughts on the draft annual plan. My speaking notes that I have here, I'll send you a copy of with just a summary of our main points. Thank you.
Look, Dan, that's fantastic, and thanks for going to all that detail, and thanks to Simon and other staff for preparing that. We have, I think that we're quite a long way behind in our timing at the moment. We've got 5 councillors here wanting to, or 4 councillors wanting to ask a question. I'm wondering if we should schedule another consultation with your council around our annual plan. That might be a way to deal with that, because this is a very short period of time, and there's a number of things that you raised there. Anyway, we'll just go.
We would welcome that, and you know, 10 minutes is, and I appreciate the time frame you've got there, but we would welcome that opportunity to have a more in-depth conversation. So let's set that up. Let's do that.
And maybe it's not involving everybody, so that might be quite good. So there are 3 people still wanting to ask a quick question, so I will allow that, but that's going to run us over time a bit more. So we'll start with you, Ian, if you can make it quick.
Yeah, so Dan, thank you for the submission. My question is around the flood recovery funding, and you infer that you think that by funding it regionally, it'll set a precedent, and we should go to the national central government for that funding recovery. I guess, perhaps this could be a topic we could cover when we meet again, if we meet again.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But I guess I'd just be interested in your comments in terms of that around the possible then delay of being able to fund the recovery if we have to then wait on central government. So yeah, that's
well, let's get that hook up, and Dan, if that's right with you, we'll get another.
Yeah, I would. Ian, we welcome that conversation, because look, I think in flood recovery, again, thank you for how you responded and your pragmatism last year. It was awesome and very much appreciated by our community. But the ongoing works, yeah, we have some concerns about that. So let's have that conversation further.
All right, thanks. Phil, have you got something quick?
Yes, look, thank you, Dan. Just a quick question is around, for example, around the My Way project, which you have asked for Waimakariri District Council. Just wondering what proportion of the cost share your council might pay towards that. And that's the main question.
Well, I don't know what the costs are, Phil. So I said we're open to having My Way. It's something we'd like to look at. Let's have that conversation and be open about. I don't know what the trial in Timaru has cost, and I'd like to see those figures. But from our perspective, we'd certainly be open to that conversation. There will be a cost, no doubt, and let's see what it is, and we'll see whether it's something that we feel can be sustained, and there'd be a conversation we'd need to have with our community, because there would be no doubt an additional rating impact. But we're open to the conversation about it.
Yes, and your community board, one of your community boards suggested that this morning. So I think that's a good idea, Phil, if we add that to that next conversation as well.
Thank you.
What we're just saying is just in PT, Phil, it's just being, we have a lot of, there's quite substantial costs in there. So just with the current service, so just to bear that in mind, because that's a direct ratepayer cost. And so it's just something that we're saying, actually the status quo at the moment and how that's funded is actually quite a substantial cost for our people out here now. A lot of people don't see the benefit of it. And that's the balance that we have when it's recovered. And then you look at free fares and that. So the other points we would welcome further conversation on.
Thanks, Dan. And the only other point I would make briefly is that when you come to our table, that I would suspect that your comments around the Greater Christchurch Partnership and that our annual plan should have gone there first may well be a step too far. And I'm not sure whether your intention is that all the Greater Christchurch councils do that, but we can have that conversation at a later date.
That's misinterpreting what I'm saying. What we're saying is that we do partner in the Greater Christchurch Partnership, and we talk about passenger transport matters. That wasn't, the impact of that wasn't widely understood at that table. We're just suggesting perhaps that there's just a check in the process to have that conversation there. So we're all a bit more aligned. It's just making a suggestion there, because ultimately we bear the consequences of that when we are recovering the rating on your behalf. And we don't have a problem in doing that, but there's just, they perhaps weren't as widely understood at that table, and there's perhaps just some checks that we could put in place to make that a smoother exercise going forward. And I'm very open to that conversation, how we might do that.
As long as it's all shared. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks. Councillor Farn, you got something quick?
Yeah, thanks, Dan, for your submission. And I just had a question briefly around your comments on the climate levy. And I think I noted in the submission that you're chairing the mayoral forum thing on climate change, and that's great. Do you think it's a good idea, because our approach is that we're actually talking to the community about developing the levy and getting their ideas as like a first starting point? Do you think that's, a worthy way to go about it, rather than just diving into what the details of a levy could be? That's our approach, and I'm just wondering if maybe that got lost.
I think it was a little lost in the process, because when you go out with a proposal, you're looking for a bit more information. That's the feedback strongly from my council and councillors, that we would have just liked a bit more detail of what was being thought. I don't think there's a problem with talking about a proposal, but you actually want to see a bit more detail before you can say, yes, we support that. And as chair of the climate change, we've got to get real in this space. We all accept that, but actually it would be a much more meaningful conversation if they perhaps developed some thinking around that. And I like the idea that Chair Jenny and I have been talking of, which is to combine some of the mayoral forum work with the work that you're doing at your level, to make sure there's much more elected member alignment. There isn't a home effectively for those who are passionate about climate change, and I'm one of them. I am definitely in that space. And so I like the alignment and conversation that we're having, which may lead to some more meaningful conversation in this regard, some firmer proposals that we can all get behind and support. But I guess putting on the table here, we couldn't give our endorsement to something we don't know the detail of, and particularly in a rating in a climate where you're looking at reasonably steep increases. You've got to have a bit of more meat there, in my view, and our view. So that's what we're saying. Nothing against the discussion, but it probably would have been more meaningful from all of us if there was a bit more detail.
All right. Well, look, Dan, it's lovely to see you as always and to engage with your council. So we'll look forward to having a chat online, and we'll get that set up to further some of this discussion. It's always good to continue talking. So thank you both for coming here today. Thank you too, Simon, and enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Go well, everyone. Take care.
See you. Bye.
Yes, bye-bye.
Bye. Now, just getting back to us, we've got a bit behind there. I would suggest that that's a lot of people to cram in there. And I think you just can't push it too much. Staff have reorganised it a bit. There's a couple of people not coming in the next session. So we'll have a break now.
Thank you for that, and welcome back to everyone for the second session of our draft annual plan hearings today. You will find the agenda and speakers on page 62. Remind our submitters that they have 10 minutes to speak and would hope that they might speak for 5 or so minutes and then take questions. And I also remind councillors that questions are for clarification and that we should not be making statements or arguing with submitters. So apologies for the time delay. We went well over time in the last session. So I invite Leslie G to the figurative table for your presentation. Are you there, Leslie? Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you. I'm sorry about it. For some reason, Safari won't let you use Microsoft Teams. So I was trying to do it, and then when I got it working, I didn't see that Join Now button. So
we're all good now.
Yeah, we're all good. Now, I know it seemed like I was being maybe a bit I'm not anti-public transport. I've had a lot to do, and I use public transport a lot, most because I don't have a car. And even when I did have a car, I used it, especially to go to the university. Just you can't, people try to find a park, and it's, as they used to say, getting a thing for it was like a hunting license. And I agree with things in principle. What I was concerned about, because I know I don't have much time, was that if we reduce the prices of the fares, then because we're using a commercial model and tendering it out to private companies, and they have to at least break even, remain solvent, return a profit, they might slash costs, and the cost could be in maintenance. And I've been on buses where that has happened, and I think that's what happened to Christchurch Bus Company. They had cut their costs right back, and they had some serious problems with maintenance. I know I was on a few of their buses. They had one bus which me and the driver, when we stopped to let me off, they jokingly said we should take it out to Burnham and let the lavs practice firing at it. They've got a 25mm gun on them. And so I was just concerned that if we do, that reduces the income for these companies. And the safety of drivers, the safety of passengers, safety of other road users, and so if the bus, something happens and the brakes fail, bus goes crashing into a building. That's my concern. I'm an ex-infantry soldier and I'm ex-military intelligence. I'm an analyst by training and researcher for training and inclination. And it's not James Bond. Think of more John le Carre or Jack Ryan. And you're sort of like jack of all trades, and you have to look at things and you do planning. Like what you people are doing, we would do planning, working with other elements in the headquarters and transport and various other ones. And I've kept, like on a lot of things that I'm interested in, I've kept an interest in that. And I'm a big fan of public transport, and I'm glad to see that we've finally returned back to a system that was pre-earthquake. I wasn't too happy when we had the commissioners because they cut things right back, but there wasn't anything you could do about it. And at a time when we needed to encourage people to use buses, no, it's good. And it's just that was my concern, my main concern. That was my concern about why I why I put it down like that. So in principle, I'm cool with it. And I go over to the university because I'm finishing off my master's. And it's not on transport, it's on the future of military AI. And so when I look at things, I do the research and, well, literature's meta-research, you might call it, metadata or literature. Look at what's been written by the people who've done the tests and that. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Yeah.
Thank you, Leslie. We have a question from Councillor Farm.
Yeah. Well.
Hi, thanks for your submission, Leslie, and thanks for expressing that concern as well. The levels of service delivery for the buses would not be compromised at all. It would just be about how we fund it and pay those companies. So with that information, you note in your submission that you'd be more likely to be supporting option 2. Would that continue to be the case, or are you thinking if the levels of service...
What was option 2 again, please?
Option 2 was the $2 flat fares, but option 1 was the preferred option where we talk about free fares for a limited number of people. So where do you think your thoughts would lie?
I'm still with the $2. I'm quite happy as a user, to pay. And one of the problems that I was having was that the increase in fares was cutting into my budget. Now, I'm on a supported living budget thing. I'm technically what we used to call invalid. I'm happy with option 2. The free fares for now. Who were the people that were going to be in that free fares one?
It was under 25s, tertiary students, and community service card and total mobility card holders.
Well, if it's those, then fine for the total number. I don't need, see, either option 1 or option 2. It's just I'm quite happy to pay something, and I just want to make sure that the safety of the vehicles for the drivers and the passengers are the road users. That's my big concern. Yeah. Safety is always a big concern. You learn that as a troopie. I get very shirty about people saying guns don't kill people. Firearms are designed to kill. Sorry, that's another one of my big things here.
No, that's helpful. Thank you, Leslie.
Yeah.
Thanks for that clarification.
Any other questions?
I don't see any at this point. Thank you, Leslie, for your contribution and submission today. It is always helpful when people do put thought to things, put them on paper, and then take the time to come in and submit in person. There is online you are today. So thank you for your submission, and we'll give it due thought as we work through our processes. Thanks.
It's all right. I mean, I'm only one of many people. So, and I do try to always give thought to it. And I used to work with Tim Barnett for him, and not as paid, but did a lot of things for him because I enjoyed working with him, and he had a lot of good things. Anyway, I'm going to leave now. You people carry on with your day. I haven't gone over time.
You're good. No, well in time. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Cheers. Right. We now move to our second submitter of the session, the Ilam and Upper Riccarton Residents Association, Jonathan Rediford. And again, if Jonathan is online and ready to go, your total time is 10 minutes. If you could speak to your submission rather than read it, and give us time for some questions within that 10-minute time frame. Jonathan.
Chair, he was supposed to attend here because he needed assistance and he has not arrived, so we can move on to the next person.
Right, so next on my list would be Kerry Fish.
Yes.
Kerry, are you available?
It's Christine Fisher.
Christine Fisher?
Yep. I'm talking about the nitrates, the farmers' fertilisers.
Is that who we're supposed to have, Christina?
The submission that we have is not for that name, but it could be typos.
Could we just check to make sure we know where we are at?
It just looks like a typo, so it's Christine Fish.
Okay.
Good. You heard my preamble, so yes, away you go. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm talking about limiting fertilisers on farms. I live in town in Christchurch, and I see a lot of the dredge going down the Avon River, getting rid of the duckweed in the water. And I sort of just suddenly thought, I wonder where that is coming from, because the duckweed is just naturally growing there, and if it needs to be cut, there must be a reason why it's just suddenly growing a lot faster. And I think that it's the nitrates coming down from the farms, leaching from the soil, and it enters the rivers and the waterways, and it's coming down to the Avon, and it actually increases the amount of growth in the waterweed, and it congests the rivers and blocks the natural flows of the water, and also pollutes the rivers. Every 6 months there is the dredge that comes down the waterway, and it also affects the wildlife there. The wildlife are very put out with this dredge just coming down and taking a lot of their natural food away from them. And when I was down walking a couple of weeks ago, and the dredge was unloading all the waterweed on the riverside, the birds were actually protesting. There was a whole flock of them actually protesting that their food was going. And I think that for winter, the birds need as much food as they can get. And I think that with the farmers putting chemicals on the land, they're actually taking away a lot of the natural organic fertilisers that can be used to enhance the land, because this restores the nature of the land and adds resilience to how we can produce food. The nitrates actually leach into the water that we drink, and it sort of affects us neurologically and physically as well too. I think that often food waste from the city can be used as a natural fertiliser, and doing composting can add natural nutrients to the land to save the chemicals and the nitrates being added to the body, because it does affect a lot of systems in the body itself. And also, if the rivers are healthy, it means that the people are healthy as well too. Also, I think that the livestock need to be reduced in Canterbury as well too, because that causes a lot of nitrates to actually come into the soil, because the cows are actually using passing urine, and there's lots of nitrates there. And I think that Canterbury is not designed environmentally to have as many cows as we do, and it's taking away the ecosystem's natural defences against itself and to protect itself. So I think maybe reducing, also, along with the nitrates that the farmers are allowed to have on the farm, reducing the cows, because that is creating a lot of negative impact on the environment. And yeah, I think that's about me.
Thank you, Christine. Do councillors have any questions for Christine on her conversation and submission? Fun.
Thanks for your submission, Christine.
Thank you.
Yeah, noting all your comments around the water quality in the rivers, I just wondered if you wanted to comment on the bus fares which you mentioned in your written submission. your preferred option 1, and a few comments around that. Did you want to expand any more on that, or should we just take it as read?
Well, I was under the idea of getting smaller buses for routes, maybe not reducing the fare so much, is maybe having smaller buses, because it's more economical probably for the council to have smaller buses on the roads rather than having large buses which bounce around, affecting the roads and are not really full. I think maybe reducing the fares as well too might be a good way to go for people to really enhance, like with their incomes and everything. But maybe smaller buses might be an option as well too, because what's the point in having big buses that aren't full, congesting the city and the roadsides, the roadways, I should say.
Right, okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Christine. I see no further questions. So thank you again for the time and effort you've put into your submission and taking the opportunity to speak to us today. And we will give due thought in our deliberations. So thanks again for your contribution. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. It's been
thank you.
It was great. Catch on. Bye.
Right. Can I just ask staff, has Jonathan Rutherford arrived, or should we skip that one completely?
No, we should skip. Faye White's next.
Faye White, thank you. So I invite Faye White to present her submission. Once again, 10 minutes time. If you could speak to 5 or 6 minutes and give us the opportunity for questions, that would be great. Over to you. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Ko Faye Aho, thank you for taking the time today to hear our submissions. I'm a student of Lincoln University and I currently live in New Brighton. And until recently, it's actually been more expensive for me to bus than to drive to uni. A situation where it's more expensive for a student to take a public bus in an era where local government claims to be taking meaningful action on climate change is disappointing. I acknowledge that you believe that option 1 is the most beneficial and that the modelling supports this, but I think that we need a combination of option 1 and option 2. I don't think that a combination should be ruled out at this stage. I'm going to cover 2 aspects, which are the cost and zoning. I'm speaking from personal experience of getting the bus, and I think that anyone making decisions or sharing opinions today about this would really benefit from getting the bus if they can and they don't do so already. So firstly, I'll cover cost. Although fare-free travel for students would have benefited me the most, I'll be doing my thesis from July and I'll only have 1 year left of uni and I'll mostly be working from home. This means that with only going for option 1, if I go anywhere with my partner or friends who are mostly not students and in their 30s, it will be cheaper to drive and we'll no longer have a cost incentive to get the bus. Owning a car does cost more than a few bus fares. However, a lack of transport linkages across Aotearoa outside the city makes not owning a car not really a practical option. Therefore, if my partner and I already share one car and it's cheaper to drive around the city than bus either alone or together, then that seems like the more financially feasible option, and I expect that other households will feel the same. The other issue with option 1 alone is that it doesn't account for the behaviour change that is needed from families and adults. On the bus, I noticed that it's mostly single people travelling, not families. And that is because a family cannot afford to get the bus. It's more expensive. So how can you instill behaviour change and set an example when a family's first priority is paying for their essentials? They'll take the cheaper option, which is driving. We really do need young people, though, in good habits and skills to get the bus. I commonly meet young people in this city who have never caught the bus, don't know how to, and they're afraid. And that's because their parents don't do it, which is crazy. Option 1 will work towards resolving this, but on its own, it won't solve our issues. Youths might develop good habits to get the bus, but if they don't see adults enacting that behaviour, then why would they bother to keep doing it, especially when the attraction to learn to drive is very appealing for that age group? I also noticed that there are no office workers on the bus, at least not on the routes that I take. Why is that? Again, option 1 doesn't make it cost attractive for adults. Option 2 with the flat fare overcomes this issue for adults and incentivises them to get the bus. This is not just about young people. Everybody needs to make the change. Adults need to set the example. We must lead and be the change that we're asking for. So please enable us to do this. You cannot just tell young people that you have given them a free bus and it is now up to them to make the change for their own future. This greatly exacerbates climate anxiety for young people. We need the bus to be enticing for adults and we need it to be affordable for young people. Therefore, option 2 with the flat fare is great, but we also need the combination of option 1, especially as you have recognised the significant reduction to emissions that it could make. Next, I move on to zones to demonstrate further the need of the combination of option 1 and 2. For the past year, I've been getting the bus at the extra cost to reduce my emissions. I get my partner to drop me out at Springs Road on his way to work to the workyard in Sockburn. Originally, I did this to reduce the cost, but it still falls into zone 1 and Lincoln into zone 2. And therefore, I still have to pay the extra cost of travelling to uni via Lincoln Township, even though it's effectively straight down a single road from where I get on. How can you justify that? Why would anyone want to get a bus that charges them more for going a route that they do not want to take? But I do because I want to reduce my emissions, yet the rest of the city free ride off my sacrifice. Therefore, the flat rate, which is effectively a zone removal, is critical if you want people who need to travel further to reduce their emissions. If the bus is made more affordable for everyone, then we should see significant change. The combination of option 1 and 2 allow this. It will be more affordable, if not free, for vulnerable groups, and it will be more affordable and appealing to those in our society that need to set the example. I can't see any benefit from implementing option 3 on its own. Implementing that would be a weak move. I can't believe that I'm spending my uni break when I have work and assignments to get done to try at a minimum to get a bus discount for students. I've lived in multiple cities across 5 countries and I've never paid such high costs for public transport. Please make the right decisions from this consultation. Please put the climate and our future first. Thank you for your time today. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Faye, for a provocative submission. Some really thought out challenges in there. And I guess if I might just, I ask a question, how do we fund, I guess, it in the totality? And I won't take any position. Is it or should it be to the ratepayer or should central government? Do you have a view of how we might fund if we do take those options and where the impost might lie?
I totally see that. And I did share the submissions for this with my local New Brighton community page, and the ratepayers were quite rightly up in arms about being expected to pay that cost. But at the end of the day, everybody's going to pay anyway. At the moment, I'm paying extra cost to get the bus, which is reducing emissions and congestion on our roads for car users. So I'm paying the extra rate at the moment. And if we don't do anything, the ratepayers are going to have to pay that in the future anyway, because their rates are going to increase to combat our issues with sea level rise and migrating away from our coastlines and managing issues that we're going to have in the environment. So everybody's going to pay in the long term. I do think rates will need to rise to combat this, and I do think that government will have a big role to play in that as well.
Thank you, Faye. A question from Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Just briefly, Chairman John, Faye, do you think we should be encouraging people by subsidising bus fares to live as far away from as far away as possible from their places of work and study, or should we be trying to have policies that try to encourage people to live closer to their areas of study and work so they don't have to travel in the first place?
Well, I think that that's a good point, but I don't think that's really practical. Like, if you're expecting people to do that, I mean, I live in New Brighton now because my partner is a homeowner in New Brighton. So moving and living in Lincoln would be the most ideal scenario for me, but it's not practical. So I imagine a lot of people here now probably do own homes and they're in an area of the city. If you get a new job, are you reasonably going to sell your home and move across the city just to try and travel less? I don't know if that's a feasible kind of way to approach it. Does that answer your question?
Well, I guess my question is really, yeah, I mean, it does answer my question, but I also wonder what your opinion on really whether, in fact, if you have a commitment to climate change, your role to play in climate change, whether, in fact, those decisions might be weighted differently if climate change is keeps you awake at night.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I do like if I have the option to live closer to where I'm working or studying, then I definitely will do. But I think that with choosing where you're going to live, there's so many factors involved in that, and I just don't know if you'd be able to prioritise it just on distance to where you're going to work or study, as I think that would change so many times in your life.
Thanks, Faye.
Thank you, Faye. Great submission and a great clarification and challenges sitting in there. So once again, thank you for the time and effort that you have put into submitting and coming online today. And we will give due thought to your conversation. Really great to have provocative submissions that provide us with challenges. So thank you again. We move on then to our next submitter. Thank you. Matthew Truman. Is Matthew online?
Yes, I am indeed.
Thank you very much. Then, the rules are 10 minutes to speak. So if you could speak to your submission and then provide us some time within that 10 minutes to ask questions. Over to you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa e whiwhi mai nei runga te kārango te kaupapa. So my name's Matt. I am both visually disabled and hearing impaired. So I'm speaking directly to the submission in line with the possibility of reducing fees for those total mobility holders. My background, legally blind, so I can't drive, rely on public transport and taxis. I'm a total mobility card holder. Experience, more than 10 years experience, both in the disability sector and in the mental health sector as well. I think the main key points that I want to make is the difficulty that arises. Well, firstly, over 24% of our population has a disability. Not too sure what the numbers of that are total mobility holders, but transport is a huge barrier to access education, access health system, and access employment as well. And even though we have that wonderful option of the total mobility card, if you're working 4 or 5 days a week to get a taxi, even from a small way away from your office, twice a day is rather costly. We know that those with disabilities work less hours than our colleagues with abilities, so therefore the money that we're getting in as well is less. So having that extra cost on top of the costs that are associated with a disability becomes a barrier to those with disabilities being productive members of our society, which we want. So when I read this the outline and of the annual plan and saw that as an option, I was buoyed by confidence that the council was looking to this and looking to promote a transport option for those with disabilities that is going to allow them to engage in education. It's going to further allow them to engage in the health system, and is going to further allow assist them to engage in employment and getting out there socialising. I think it's a great initiative. And from someone with lived experience, I wanted to come on and put a voice to that, a strong voice to support that, to assist our disability community to fully engage in our community, in our city. I remember I was in a marketing class when when the buses were being changed and the idea that a subsidy for those with a disability was taken away, and I remember the the person who was speaking to that said that we see those with disabilities as productive members of society, and therefore we don't think that they need a discount to access public transport. I thought that was quite a weak answer. We want to promote our disability to community to access all areas of our society, to ensure that we have diversity in our society, not only that we ensure that we're aligning with the human rights of that as well. So mainly lived experience, and want to support that proposal, that initiative to incentivise to remove the barriers of our disability community accessing public transport. Short and sweet.
Thank you, Matt. Love your enthusiasm and dynamism in promoting, I guess, those challenges of disability and the absolute desire and wish to be fully involved in society without barriers. So thank you for that. I have a number of questions. First from Councillor Southworth.
Kia ora, Matt. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned in your submission that cities such as Wellington already provide a discount for people with disabilities. Do you know how that's managed? Like, what is it, a total mobility card to access that, or do they have some other mechanism? Are you that familiar with the system there?
Yeah, I was in Wellington previously for 5 years, so it's aligned with their snapper. So you take the snapper card in and provide either your total mobility card or your blind foundation blind no vision card. And then they put on your snapper card a reduction in fare like they would with a child fare or a so that's how it's done there.
That's great, thank you.
I know that system doesn't exist in Christchurch yet, but I heard that there's ideas of moving towards that at some point.
Yeah, but it's broader than just total mobility there. That's great, thank you.
Yeah, and not held by the driver either. Yeah, the driver doesn't have to take that responsibility.
Thank you. Councillor Clearwater.
Sure, Matt, thank you very much for your submission. Matt, I just wondered if there's people, you mentioned that you made reference to people who have comorbidity or like more than one disability. And I'm just wondering if there's support for people like yourself to use public transport, and especially if council adopt this preferred option, as well as having the total mobility card available to you.
Both options are really important because there's certain times that public transport allows me ease of access to where I need to, but there's also times where in order to fully participate in both employment and health systems, to access a public system, public buses are going to take me another hour to walk to where I need to. So having those dual options is really important. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Councillor Farm.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you, Matt. We had a suggestion from someone else's submission as Generation Zero that we should extend the free aspect of option 1 to the support people of total mobility card holders. Do you have any thoughts on the extent to which that would be helpful?
Incredibly helpful. I don't have a support worker myself, but I've worked with people that do have support workers. They're often of the minimum income. If you are wanting to encourage those with disabilities who require the use of a support worker, if we're providing that for them for free as well, while they're with that person with a disability, while they're supporting them, then I think that's a great idea. And support that totally. Especially those people that are using support workers are using a support worker for a reason. There's a lot of anxiety if you've got a disability and you're accessing public transport or going to somewhere new. So the more we can encourage that and support that, the better.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands up for questions. Thank you again, Matt, for a very full and I guess invigorating submission that's looking at the positives and what can be achieved or potentially achieved into the future. We have a national ticketing project which may or may not come across the line, which would potentially provide some of those options and opportunities if we went that way in time. So thank you for your enthusiasm. Thank you for your submission, and I wish you well. And we will give due thought to your considerations as we deliberate. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks for your time and all the best.
Thank you very much. We now move on to Murray, Jamieson, Robert and Marjorie Manthei. Are they available? Yes, they are.
Yes.
And yes, I think, 10 or so minutes. If you could speak to your submission, and then the opportunity for questions would be great. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, all of you, for spending the time to hear us. My first submission I'd like to make on the behalf of the Victoria Neighbourhood Association. There's 181 members in the VNA, and it encompasses an area of Victoria Street, Billy Ave, and Durham, also Salisbury. So I am submitting on behalf of an organisation, the Victoria Neighbourhood Association, and they've asked me to speak on their behalf. Firstly, we're talking about the bus structure option, and they have, as a group, gone for option 2, which is a flat fare for adults and $1.20 for children across bus zones 1, 2 and 3. So I am reading this on behalf of the VNA, and I'll put it forward to you, then you can do your questions. Some VNA members preferred option 2, primarily because our highest priority is the reinstatement of the Central City shuttle. Option 2 is less expensive than option 1. So a combination of option 2 plus shuttle could work. This would provide the best service for the greatest number. However, as a group, we agreed to support option 1 because it caters for those with the greatest need and who may be the most likely to support public transport from the start. The VNA agrees that immediate incentives are needed to encourage more patronage, primarily to reduce emissions and congestion in the central city and the number of car parks. Option 1 plus the shuttle would achieve this. I've got comments on bus fares. The Victoria Neighbourhood Association, an active central city resident group with 181 financial members, strongly supported the central city shuttle from the beginning. We have advocated for its reintroduction or an equivalent since the CBD reopened after the earthquakes. In almost every consultation we've undertaken with the membership, regardless of the topic, support for the shuttle is high on the list. We are disappointed there is no mention of the shuttle in ECAN's proposal. It was an effective way of moving central city residents into, around and out of the CBD, and was used by many ARA students and visitors as well. Intensification of our central city will continue for many years. Unless there is an easy-to-use circular route connecting often used locations, congestion and emissions will continue to increase just as fast. If we want more people living in and visiting the central city, there must be an incentive to leave the shuttle. There must be an incentive to leave cars at home and or opt for the CBD rather than shopping malls. Bringing back the shuttle is a win-win for residents, visitors, businesses and the environment. One suggestion worth noting is adding a donation to the fare structure. That's for the shuttle. Some patrons would contribute a gold coin or more for every ride, and as long as it was not mandatory, which would, in brackets here, reduce the simplicity of the shuttle, the additional income would reduce the overall cost of the service. We heard about your consultation by word of mouth and that's why the V&A have put it. You wish to ask me questions on that one now, or carry on with the other?
I think carry on, Murray, and we'll have questions at the end.
Right, thank you. So I'm now speaking for Robert Manthei. And he is in the age category of over 65, and his option or his preferred bus fare structure would be option 1, a free fare for under 25 students, total mobility and community service card holders. The group being targeted are most likely to need financial assistance and are most likely to continue using buses over the long term, having seen how convenient and relatively cheap they can be. Any other comments on the bus fares? Well, an absolute necessity for within the 4 ABs is the return of the free or gold coin shuttle bus service. The city cannot continue to allow housing without on-site parking, without giving the inner city residents a low-cost option for getting around their neighbourhood. The shuttle would also encourage outlying suburban residents to leave their cars at home and rely on a free or low-cost transport around the inner city. Whatever the cost, it's worth doing for residents, the businesses, and the city at large, and most importantly, the environment. If the city can afford $50 million for a 5,000 unneeded and surely underutilised stadium seats, then an effective shuttle would be a bargain no matter the cost. It would be used every day by people from all groups, unlike the extra and horrendously expensive stadium seats. And I've heard that $1 million a year may cover for the bus. So therefore you'd have many years of, in comparison to the 50 million for the stadium seating. Is borrowing and repaying through general rates the right approach for this? And Robert says, I don't know, but he would support a levy to accelerate action in response to the change. Yes, he would. What current or future projects or activities would you like to see funded by such a levy? Here's it. Highlighted this: urgent. Save existing trees throughout Canterbury and within the city, and plant more, in brackets, natives, preferably absorb carbon over a much longer time frame period. Reduce the need for cars to come into the city and roam around the city. An obvious step to take is to provide a free or nearly free inner city shuttle 7 days a week. Put a levy on car ownership. First one free, second or more to be taxed using engine size to calculate a graduated annual payment. Require all new commercial and residential buildings to meet the highest eco-environmental standards. Stop building new roads that only encourage more cars. The continual suburban creep outwards must be stopped. It makes no sense to compromise inner city living by forcing unworkable density rules. And he says here, for example, the proposed enable 10 stories in inner city residential zones, and still allow developers to build on rural land under the guise of a city housing shortage. This is the type of city sprawl just compounds current environmental and infrastructure problems. It must stop. So Bob has said, further comments, bold steps must be taken, including, if necessary, things like carless days, a mileage tax on total kilometres driven each year, and so forth. We are beyond the discussion stage. That's Bob's submission. And I have Marjorie's, if you wish me to continue.
Yes, if we could. Is there a chance of summarising it rather than reading it verbatim?
Oh, sure. I have supplied a number of pages which basically summarises their feelings. Option 1, a free fair trial for the groups specified in the draft annual report. Option 2 is in their submission was an error. They made a mistake on that one. And they advocate the city shuttle to be returned. It's a win-win for everyone in the central city. So that's basically, but Marjorie's, am I allowed to read that?
Yes, yes.
I might be able to skim some. So Marjorie prefers free fare for under 25 students, total mobility and community service cars holder. And she says, we need to take specific actions that encourage as many people as possible to use public transport. Unless they get the habit, it will always be to do sometime activity. Once people experience the advantages of public transport, hopefully it will be their preferred mode of transport. It's possible that not enough people will take up the opportunity of free fares during the 2-year trial. However, requiring fares to be reintroduced at a higher rate. It might be a good idea to say that up front that the trial is to see if enough people will get on board for the scheme to continue. Other priorities for her and many of the neighbours in Central City is the return of the shuttle. The shuttle provides an easy for us to do errands in the CBD, shopping, travel to work, etc., go to the Polytech, and it makes multiple stops without worrying about parking or backtracking, all without a car. Marjorie was a regular patron and often with standing room only on the bus. Visitors to Christchurch use it, as did the Polytech students and those in sheltered workshops. The key to the shuttle's success and how it differs from standard bus routes were the loop, so you could get on and off wherever we wanted and make sure closer to the destination. It came regularly and often, so we didn't have to worry about bus schedules or which bus we took. And it was easily differentiated from other buses by the yellow colour and dedicated stops, and it was free. We've talked about the shuttle many times and more informally, and many of us would be happy to pay a nominal fee, although the simplicity of not having to pay was one of the attractions. Perhaps a donation may help. With future projects, she said, I leave the choice to the experts, but the bottom line is that we must do more than we currently are. We can't leave it to the individuals because that's too slow and uncoordinated. And many of us will only do what we have to. So it needs to be a directive, and she's been impressed with ECAN and CCC's initiatives on climate change, but there isn't enough follow through or urgency. So that's Marjorie's and Robert's and the V&A's.
Thank you, Murray. We've jammed a fair bit into a short time and caught some time up. So really appreciate the presentation that you have given on behalf of Robert, Marjorie, yourself, and the Victoria and Neighbourhood Association. We have some questions. First question, Councillor Edge.
Thanks for those submissions, Murray. And I'm just going to pick up on a theme that runs through all of them. My understanding is that the shuttle was a facility sponsored by the Christchurch City Council, mainly as a business promotion facility within the central city. Are you suggesting that Environment Canterbury should be looking at a shuttle kind of idea as part of our transportation system?
You're a large and powerful organisation, and I think it could be a share. I'm sure Christchurch City Council would welcome some input from central government or yourself, but I think this is an important thing. You guys are the leaders for the future, and what decisions you make, we live by for the next 30 to 50 years. So we're hoping to get great input and leadership from you. So perhaps you might consider this shuttle as an important part of cutting emissions, helping disabled people and enabling the city as a whole to get together. We need more people in the central city, and I believe we're going to get it with the new regs. But I do think, yes, a ratepayer or an ECAN and City Council involvement, I'm sure that would solve some of this.
Thanks, Murray.
Thank you very much. No further questions, so really appreciate the submissions you put in and that underlying theme of the shuttle running through that within the 4 avenues. And I think of time in Melbourne where you jump on that shuttle that would take you around the city as a tourist or anyone. So some really good thoughts and thinking in there. So thank you for the team that you represent.
Could I say one more thing?
Yes.
And support. I've just recently seen, I have a daughter staying with me from Sydney, and in Sydney at the moment, they've had a 12-day free bus or free transport. In the first week, it jumped 120% patronage. In the following week, it went 222%, especially in the weekends. So the free patronage option, I'm sure, would gather people and enable people to enjoy this facility. I've recently spoken with people with disabilities, and this is an important thing for them. I think as a society, we should be supporting people with disabilities. They're a great group of people and they do so much in the society. So I just think I should have added that point.
Thank you very much. That's a point that was made with previous speakers and through the submissions that we've had over the last couple of days. So once again, thank you for the conversation, some provocative thinking, and we give due thought as we deliberate. So thank you again. We now move on to Jack Cowie. 10 minutes, Jack, if you could speak to your submission and then some questions within that 10-minute frame, that would be great.
Kia ora tātou, everyone. So kia ora, I'll get straight into it. So public transport's a matter of personal and professional interest for me. A couple of years ago, I wrote my master's thesis on how public transport has changed around New Zealand. In this environment, Canterbury and Christchurch were national leaders, creating integrated, publicly controlled public transport in an era where other cities struggle to do the same. Public transport in Christchurch has obviously gone through a lot since then with the earthquakes and often a lack of central government support, and the challenge of turning some of this around is an ongoing one. I should also say I don't currently live in Christchurch, but I have a lot of family there and experience with Christchurch, and I've also got a very keen interest on the PT space anywhere in New Zealand. So I hope my written submission was legible. It was written quite quickly just on the form, and the version I got back on my email had all the line breaks removed, so it was just a wall of text. I really hope it didn't look that way to you because it will look totally deranged. Looking back at the way it came back, I don't see where one paragraph begins and the other ends. So I really hope you got a better version of that. So the point of my submission is that while technically I would pick option 2 over option 1, I think both are a little problematic and both have some good points. And I think it would be best to find a compromise between the two. So I've gone down too far. I'll just get where I'm at. So option 1 is too generous and who it gives free fares to. I feel a bit mean saying this, but I also think it's correct. The thing with fare affordability is it's really important that public transport is affordable, but affordability isn't magic. This is one of the things in public transport where there's a difference between what people say they value and what they'll actually value in reality with their mode choices, with how they get around the city. Free fares need to be targeted at those who it will make a big difference for. That is what option 1 does, but it's incredibly broad and I think it's too far. I support heavy generosity to your total mobility and community service card sort of folks in that sort of area. But for example, I think going all the way up to age 25 is excessive. And unless people have more specific needs than just being young. I said this in my submission. I think if you trialled very, very broad free fares for a year or two, you will get some decent results. But in the long term, it's going to be quite problematic. Because when you get this little revenue from public transport patronage, improved patronage is going to end up being a burden on your system rather than good news. So that's option 1. Option 2, I think this is far too generous in giving a flat fare structure too far out. Flat fare structures, which we can already view as existing for the vast majority of public transport use in Christchurch, given the size of Zone 1, these fare structures are reasonably justifiable. They can be a bit unfair in short distance journeys, like in inner suburbs, but over short distances, you do have highly affordable alternatives for most users, like walking and cycling, and we do want to encourage these things as well. But flat fares out to Leiston, flat fares out to Pegasus, that's too much for me. If you want to flatten fares a bit, you could just narrow down the differences between the fare zones. So what I'd advocate is compromise options 1 and 2. Free fares for those who benefit, but maybe narrow it down, especially maybe over 25s, under 25 is too generous, especially. That could be under 18, under 16, and I think you'll get plenty of benefits, and people will be willing to pay for good quality public transport. And flatten fares out a bit if you want, reduce the differences in costs between zones, but that doesn't mean we need flat fares all the way out to Leiston, because to me that's inequitable. People choose where they live. People who are travelling from Leiston should probably be paying a little more than people travelling 10 stops down Riccarton Road. That's all I've got. So I'm just happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jack. Do we have questions from any of our councillors? Oh, you stabbed me through the heart saying I should pay more from Leiston, of course. Any questions? Councillor Clearwater.
Thanks very much for your submission, Jack. When just now you've been referring to around the flat fares, you're suggesting, I think you said, that we should narrow down the differences between the zones. So by that, do you just mean that we have smaller increases, or could you just elaborate on what you mean there?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So just the jump from zone 1 to zone 2 can often, I don't think it's as bad in Christchurch as it is in like Wellington, but if you're crossing that zone border, it's still quite a jump in fare from one stop to the next stop even. And looking at that, I'm down in Dunedin. It used to be really severe stop, like one extra stop would be $2 extra. So you get off and walk. I don't think it's quite as bad, and those zone boundaries are kind of logical. You've got a river in the way or something, so you're not going to be quite walking 100 metres for an extra $2. But I think if you want to flatten fares, you can flatten them a bit without going all the way to the same for everyone.
Thanks very much, Jack.
Thanks, Jack. Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. Thanks. I was interested in the, well, just to give the reasoning behind the thinking behind the under 25s. It was about encouraging people where you're, often that sort of age from leaving high school through to 25. And yes, 25, there's a degree of arbitrary there. It's a time in life where there's quite a lot of changes going on, lots of different things happening, be it a lower income perhaps as well. And the thinking is that it gets people staying with public transport through enough of all that change that they become habituated to using public transport. And then the expectation would be that we get this shift in attitude, because Christchurch is quite different from many cities around the world, where there is a real, my sense, you can hear I'm British probably, is that quite a negative perspective of public transport. Very. And so the thinking was to get that younger people to connect, engage with the expectation that will then continue on. I just wonder, given your, you've described your background, whether you have any comments to make on that thinking and where we're, perhaps not seeing something that you're seeing.
Well, it's the classic problem with public transport in a lot of these New Zealand cities. Christchurch is a clear example where they say the loser cruise or whatever. I think the flip side is, if something's free up to the age of 25, you're almost not learning the value of it. And if you've got free up to the age of 25 and then you're paying suddenly, was it $2.50 fares or whatever they are, suddenly this is a real jump-off point for saying, oh, I'm too old for the bus. Got to get my car now. I think it would make it would make a lot of sense to have maybe extend the concessions half price, 60%, whatever it is, up to age 25. If you want to have that generosity for fair affordability for those young people, or it could be more targeted at students or whatever, however you want to approach it. But if there was some continuity, because I think if you, even stepping back under 18, if you're got, the other example I always think of is like school buses rather than fare affordability. But with school buses, I always took a public bus to my school, Shirley, just because that was the best bus for me. And I feel that me taking the public bus, because I was probably involved with the system, I learned how to take public transport. And the kids who had a special school bus, they wouldn't have been confident in engaging with the system as it existed. So I think there's a lot of value in people actually learning that they can be part of a system, and paying fares is part of being an adult, and being a teenager, being a young adult, is the slow transition from being a child and having things given to you because that's what it's like as a child, to being an adult and having to take some responsibility. So if we had some continuity, very cheap fare, it could be free up to 14, cheap fares up to 18, a bit of a discount up to 25, and then full fares after that. I think that would create more continuity. And I hate to say it, but some of the resources could go to other things in public transport. Although of course the way these things work, often you have the money from NZTA or you don't have the money from NZTA. But I think some continuity and teaching people to actually engage with the adult system rather than just giving. I think there's value in that. I know it's kind of controversial, and everyone wants to be free fares. Let's be really let's be really complete about this. But I think there are downsides, and there are other uses for public resources, even though public transport's really valuable.
Thanks, Jack.
That's helpful.
Great.
Thanks for that answer. Thank you.
Great, well thought out submission and conversation that provoked some thinking that we will certainly have at the front of our minds as we deliberate. So once again, thanks for the time you've put into the submission and turning up today. So wonderful. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Good luck with your work.
Thank you. We now move to our last submitter of the day, Mike Davidson. We've caught up quite a bit of time, not quite in front, but all yours, Mike. 3 minutes, I think it was. And you can put your mic on. Oh, yeah.
Is it not on?
It is now.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui, kia koutou, ko Mike Davidson, aho. Just to start with, I'm not speaking on behalf of Council or my role as the chair of the Council's Urban Development and Transport Committee. This is a personal submission. Hopefully I'll leave quite a bit of time for questions, so I'll try and get through my points pretty quickly, and I want to focus on public transport, but it'd be remiss of me not to mention the fact that it's really important that you don't cut biodiversity projects, especially the Meruhu Rauko. I think it's a step backwards if you start to cut biodiversity and at a time when there's an ecological crisis in front of us. But I really want to focus my oral submission on public transport. And I congratulate you for going out with quite an ambitious and bold proposal. And I do support the free fare trial, targeted free fare. I was on the hearings panel for the public regional public transport plan, and we heard from a lot of different demographics that fare was a barrier to them. We at that point were looking at lifting the child rate for up to 19 or up to 21 and 25. They were the options, and we went with 19, and obviously your council this term has actually implemented that, which is really good to see. But what came through very clearly was there were a lot of people that found fare as a barrier, and they were families and lower income people and students in general. So I believe you're targeting the right people. The previous submitter, I don't disagree with him. Is 25 the right age? That's a good question to ask yourselves. But I believe you need to look at what is the age, but also incorporate lower income people and families, how you get families, and that's having the 3 children in there. But one of the things I think is really important is while you're looking, you have different options. I think personally, I would reckon that you should do a free fare plus a flat fare. So remove the current zoning system and just have a flat fare for adults. I'm not going to say whether that should be $2 or $2.50. There's just something a little bit wrong with the fact that if you jump in a bus, you may not go far, but you cross a line, imaginary line, then suddenly you have to pay, this second fare, which is not quite right. And then hopefully if you go to a tag on, tag off model, you can actually look to address that and look to do more distance pricing and potentially do some free zones. I think there's some really good opportunities in that space if you change the structure of how you do your fare system as well. But currently, as it stands, I would support ECAN looking to do the trial on the targeted free fare and also a flat adult fare with no zonings in place. But I think the other thing that's really important, and I assume you're all very aware of this, that fare is just the one barrier, and there's many components that's going to make public transport really good in Christchurch, Greater Christchurch as well. So we also need to ensure that reliability, routes, and frequency are in the mix as well, and ECAN can't do that by themselves, and obviously even with the councils, it's really you need central government's help. They need to invest, and that's not just through Waka Kotahi, but actually an investment from central government itself. I think that's really important, and I think that you guys are in the right place with approved plans to actually get some serious funding, because I think we all know the importance of lowering emissions, and we all know where, if you look at the emissions profile in Christchurch, that it's actually transport that have to play the heavy lifter. They have to be the heavy lifter, and public transport's a really important part of that. But anyhow, I'm probably preaching to the converted. So I'll end there and take questions if there's time.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, plenty of time for questions. Councillor Clearwater.
Thanks very much for your submission, Mike. And also, while I'm thanking you, thanks so much for all the work that you've done and led on the Christchurch City Council transport plan. Mike, prior to you coming online with us, we had submissions around the previous shuttle bus that moved around the city before the earthquakes, and there was a suggestion from a submitter that in fact that it should be reinstated, and that he suggested that it be co-funded by Christchurch City Council and ECAN. So I know you're not speaking for Christchurch City Council, but I'm just wondering what your own personal view around that. Probably especially as we know that there is a gap on that west side of the town, Mike, in terms of bus routes.
Look, if ECAN are willing to co-fund this Central City Shuttle, I'm sure City Council will be very open to that conversation. Look, there's a place for it, and I believe, is it through public transport's another question. If you're going to spend money on public transport, is that the best investment? But actually, it does create really good accessibility around the central city. So I think there's a place, and I think that if you want to have a conversation, that Christchurch City Council will be willing to have that conversation with returning that inner city shuttle.
Thanks very much, Mike.
Councillor Pauling.
Kia ora, Mike. Tēnei te mihi kia koe, mo tō kōrero kia mātou I tēnei ata. Tēnā koe, thank you so much for your submission. My question's about the climate levy and your comments there about that. And it's a similar question to Phil's, actually, around the joint nature of that, but maybe what's your thoughts on having a joint climate levy across TAs and regional council, either within Greater Christchurch or the whole region, in fact?
Thanks, Craig. Look, I think it's a really good question, and I guess it's a definite conversation that we need to have with the public. It seems it was a little bit from left field, a little bit, that climate levy proposal, and especially when you start mentioning cycling, which is really the TA's responsibility. And I think therein lies the point that we need to have a conversation together to work out what is the best approach that we take, so we can actually, I guess, just get one levy across Christchurch, Greater Christchurch, the region, to best meet the challenges that we're going to have moving forward, because it's probably not right for ECAN to levy people to improve a cycling network when really it should be the City Council doing that. So I think it's I think it's great that you're actually having the conversation, but I think we need to do that together as well when we and then have a conversation with the public. I guess when we sort of know what the best use of a levy looks like and what we could do with it is as well. So I think there's many things that we cross boundaries together and we need to work together on to get better outcomes for our communities.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. There appear to be no other questions. I certainly appreciate the idea of where those cross boundaries sit and where our actual responsibilities lie and that conversation, so that we ensure we don't double up where we don't need to be. So I think that is a conversation for the future. So if there are no further questions, thank you, Mike, for your submission, the time you've put in. Always appreciate all folk that take that time to put their thoughts into words and then come online. So we've finished this session for the day. We've caught up some considerable time. Christina, what time are we due back for the next session?
We're breaking until 1:05.
1:05. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your contribution, councillors and those submitters that are still online. See you at 1:05.
Kia ora anō koutou, hoki mai ki te hui o te mahere o te tau o te kaunihere tau o ki Waitaha, ko Craig Pauling aho. So kia ora koutou, welcome back. Welcome back to the annual plan hearings for Environment Canterbury. I'm Craig Pauling, going to be chairing this session. And so we got our first submitter, Anil Sharma, online, and his submission is on page 108 in our papers. So Anil, if you're there, you can turn your camera on and turn your mic on too, I suppose, if you're back. Wait.
Yep, one minute. Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. So you've got a 10-minute slot. You can either speak for the whole 10 minutes, or if you like, speak for a bit shorter than that, and then we'll have time to ask you questions if you like. So yeah, the floor is yours. Where you go.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me a chance to express myself, what I'm thinking about the plans, and I'm really thankful for that. For this, I already submitted my plans, and you can see it on online submission. I have a few questions, like I'm sharing one PPT here, which I presented. Can you see the PPT?
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, so I listed down all the quick topics over here to cover everything in a short and simple way. So my idea and plan with the metro is like bringing something which connect us from generation to generation. So I says connecting a generation here. So we have a few fare structure already discussed in like option 1, option 2, and option 3. So I'm directly to the topic, the customer and the consumer on these options are different. Like if you see the customer, they are the rate payers who pay the rates. But are they going to use the services as a free? No, they're not. Who is the consumer? All about like a uni student, under 25, all about people. But how many of them are actually a customer and a consumer? Really less. So what happens if we adopt this structure? We'll invite more bogans, like, when something is free, there are people who exploit the system. So those kind of people, and in the long run, the cash flow of metro system going to be a negative and discourage. So this is the one way to discourage young one to use a newly designed bike lane. And due to the negative cash flow, we don't have enough money to invest in a new development, new investment like electric buses and other things. So we solely depend on a government funding for the future. So second option is a $2 flat fare. So here my concern is like a consumer and the customer is here the same. Like I'm paying it, I'm using it. So I'm the same one. So that's good. But like what's the burden we getting? We're giving the burden on a ratepayer because this is a concession. So not enough to motivate the young consumer. $2 still not enough because they're not earning the money. System will run under the losses and more burden on a rates player. System will lack the investment, as I said, like if we do something free or concession, we more need to depend on a government funding. And in future, we might need to ask government to do more funding or more investment to improve the services. But here, this is 3 option and will not improve the current system on a long run. So what my view on this one? So what is the base? So we need to divide the current budget based on like a fixed cost versus variable cost. Or either we can do the break-even point or the variable cost. So break-even point, like suppose the last year, the break-even point was something like a 300,000. I'm just guessing. So we need to divide those amount with the number of household in the Canterbury, like a 300,000 divided by how many household? 3,000. And those are the burden on a ratepayer. So what's the benefit after doing this? So our bus system will secure the break-even point. Like, okay, this is the cost to run the system, and break-even point will be secure from the this way. So this is the one way. So fixed cost, variable cost is equal to profit. So the fixed cost we get it from the ratepayer. So all the ratepayer get the metro card to use for 4 people, up to 4 people, 2 adults and 1 children for a free. So because they are ratepayer, they getting the burden for like a break-even point to achieve the break-even point. But how to achieve how to get the variable cost recovered from the system? So we can do it from the international student or international tourist, and non-resident who's not resident to the Christchurch, they pay the like a normal fare, like a other way. And one of the best things I'm here focusing on to like a Netflix like a services, like to charge them based on the subscription, not based on the trip. Like what the Netflix do, they doesn't charge anyone based on a content. They charge based on a weekly subscription. So if we start adopting the subscription things, like same like a gym, like if you go like a gym, not going to charge for per visit, they charge you for weekly. So every week, whether you visit or not, they're going to charge you the same. So we need to adopt this new consumer trend, like where the subscription is a part of the life. So people gonna switchly like say, okay, I'm happy to pay $24.99 a week for unlimited use, but how many gonna use it unlimited? No one. But we need a funding to run this one. And this is the right way. If someone paying annually, we give them a 10% discount, and the vouchers are available like a 2° Vodafone from the airports. The vouchers are in a $5, $2 or $10, so on. So that way we can make our bus system completely a cash free, no cash on a bus. So like if you're waiting on a bus stand and you see the dairy, you get the tickets and you have a ride on it. So that's in short, I'm explaining everything. So this tax tickets are claimable against the tax at the year end. So that motivate the more people use the bus system. And there is no cash on a bus, so the system will run safely even in the night. There is more safety to the drivers. And the voucher we're selling to the supermarket and dairies, they get a 60% commission, 60 cents commission from that. MSD allowed to sell some like a giveaway, some free metro card to the beneficiary. And that way we can help directly the people, not the everyone, directly the people who actually need it, who actually needed the system for a free. And we can replace the metro plastic card with the Apple Pay and Google Play to minimize the plastic and to reduce the cost. And yeah. And why subscription? I already say subscription is a new generation way of paying the things. And people not count as a like, okay, how many trip I'm going to use a week? They don't count that way. They count, okay, is it $24.99 a week, unlimited? Oh, cool, I'm gonna pay for it. So that way we can have a pool, like we're generating the pool of fund, like we're going to have a fund to run the bus system really smoothly. And the money we're saving from this system, we're gonna invest in like a better buses, like electric buses, hydrogen buses. So as we getting we're not going to depend on a government in a long run, but we're going to be profitable in a long run. In another way, we're making it a profitable by giving a free who actually need it. Because we're making a free here. No one actually need the free. Like some people don't need it. Still we're offering them. But how many people actually need and they get it? So that's the target area. So I'm moving to the next one, and that's all. Short and simple and really quick. I did my master in finance. If you give me a chance to share the balance sheet of the metro, I can recalculate everything and do some happy to help with the volunteer things to help you with how we can achieve the profitability and like a new way of generation. This is the new way. We need to think something different way to get the people on board. Like nowadays, it's become a status. Like who use the bus is become like a status thing. So we need to change that perspective how people think it. Like we can say like this is the hero. He traveled in a bus and he saved this much of carbon by traveling a bus. So we need to change the advertise the way we do. So that might help like in the long run. And that's all. And yeah.
That's an awesome. Thanks for taking the time for putting together a presentation, and thanks for your innovative ideas. I'm just going to see if there's any questions for you from our councillors.
Yep.
Is there any questions that anyone has? Lan, Councillor Farm has a question for you.
Yep.
There you go, Lan.
Yeah, thank you so much for your submission, Anil. That's really cool thinking and something very different for us to think about. My question is around the sort of general who pays aspect of the buses, and because I'm not sure if you're aware, elsewhere in our annual plan we talk about the potential for a climate levy, and again thinking a bit differently about how we fund these things for the future. Do you have any thoughts? Because I think in terms of what you're talking about here, it's essentially like a user pays model, right, with the subscription. Do you think in the time of climate change where we need to address emissions and reduce emissions on the whole, that there is a case for the whole of the Canterbury region, not just the actual users of the buses, to contribute to paying for public transport? Or what do you have any thoughts on that?
We can do like a more research on it, how we can particularly solve this issue, but like this is the one way of idea. If we want to do something, we can more do the investigation, we get a more deep into it and explore the more idea how we can make it better. But this is the one way right now as to present in front of you and to show you that this is the one way we can do it, right? So if we says, okay, out of all the councillors says, no, this is looks like a really good idea, let's explore more about it, we dig more into it, and then we can start digging and we find something better way to do it. So that's how we start the things. So this is something to start with.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
You're good, thank you.
I've got one more question that I'll allow from Councillor Clearwater.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, Anil. I just wondered how your subscription idea or concept might work for older people, say, who don't have access to the internet, probably a good proportion of our population.
Yeah, I think subscription is more like is not based on the internet. Like if you see how many subscription you paying, like a Sky TV or other things, is not depend on the internet. Like once you subscribe it, you don't need an internet to access it. Like a metro card we using on a bus, we don't need an internet to use the metro card. It just work. So most of the time, I don't think so is solely depend on the internet. But yeah, as a city council, I see that most of the places, they're now offering a free Wi-Fi. So that's another way to improve the current infrastructure. And generation is changing. So we more depend on new generation now. And thanks to the older generation who give a current infrastructure and hand it over to us to make it a little bit better.
Thanks,
Kia ora, Anil.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hey, that's all the time we've got for your session, but I just want to thank you again for your really thoughtful and innovative ideas. Maybe something that we can explore for sure going forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora.
So our next speaker we had on the list was Nancy. I don't know if Nancy's arrived, Treya, or if we're going straight to Malcolm.
If we can go to Malcolm and Annabelle, that would be great.
Okay, kia ora, Malcolm and Annabelle. Welcome to our session. I'm just going to, first of all, I think we've got Councillor Southworth who wants to just declare a conflict.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Pauling. So yes, just to say I'm a committee member of the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River Network, so I'll step back from this part of the conversation. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Southworth. So Malcolm and Annabelle, if you want to jump on line, we've got a 10-minute slot for you guys, and you can either speak for that whole time or you can speak for part of that time and leave some time for questions if you want to do that. So if you're on, turn your camera on and your microphone on, and the floor is yours.
Cool. Can you go for it, Annabelle?
Oh, we might need to stop sharing the screen. Anil, if you're still there, could you stop sharing your screen? Hopefully that will make it better. Cool, there we go. Okay, away you go, Malcolm and Annabelle.
Okay, kia ora. Thank you, Craig, and thank you everyone for listening. I know you've had a few days of online Zoom, so we'll be brief. But yeah, no, thank you for the opportunity for us to present to the hearing. And Malcolm has got a presentation which he will share on the screen, and we'll talk to that.
I'm sharing it now. Has it come through?
Not yet.
It hasn't come up yet. You want to try it again, maybe? There's another option, I suppose. You could quickly email to our staff and they could put it up, but yeah.
No, that's not it.
Oh, well, that might be your screen. So here it is. Yeah, great. I can see it now.
Okay. Okay, kia ora. So you know me, I'm Annabelle Hasselman, and Malcolm. Malcolm, you'd like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Malcolm Long. I'm the secretary of the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River Network.
Okay, so many of you know who we are. So we're the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River Network, and we're a community-based urban catchment group. And so the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River Network has become a voice for the river. And we advocate for and promote the regeneration and the health of the Maui of the river, and we connect with and support the communities within the river catchment. Our first point is really, we just want to thank the ECAN and staff for a really readable plan. It was like really engaging graphically and easy to read. I've read a few ECAN plans and submitted on them, and I actually found this one really good to follow. So that's a great tribute to your communications as well.
We're not going to talk about everything that we've put in our submission, but just picking out the highlights. And one of those is the funding for the climate change response. We really feel that, obviously climate change response is going to be a core task for ECAN into the future. And for that reason, it really ought to be funded from within the operational budgets, which obviously will have to increase to match that need. If it's a separate levy, it's likely to become trapped. It's more visible, but it doesn't mean that you're building climate change into your core business. So we feel that the community obviously needs to be aware of the cost of climate change effects, but it needs to be through your operational budgets. In land and water, obviously rural rivers have been the focus for the last period of time, but we feel that urban rivers now need to get to the focus of the regional council. So the urban rivers are some of our most polluted, and I think cities are now, the residents of cities are now starting to turn to their rivers and say, hey, we want to be able to do things about it. And for the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River, particularly sediment is the issue. And particularly from the Kashmir Valley and the Port Hills, there are other contaminants, of course, but sediment is the big one that we want ECAN to continue turning its attention to, and particularly involving the community in that of solutions. The community can really be a big mover and pusher and developer of solutions if it's involved. And for that reason, it's particularly important that the zone committee is supported by ECAN, particularly financially, particularly perhaps increasing some of the caps for the funding that they have available for community involvement.
So obviously we're in a biodiversity crisis, and so much so in the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River catchment, and we're seeking funding for weed management plan for the Ōpāwaho Heathcote River system. And at the moment, the City Council and ECAN sort of have different areas of responsibility, and so we really want the two agencies, along with community, to get together and to develop a weed management plan for the river and its banks. A lot of the species within the catchment, yellow flag iris, hagging sedge, sweet canary grass, and reed canary grass, are not listed in the Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan, but these are new and emerging weeds, and if we don't take action now, they will be a huge problem. So we're really seeking the ECAN and City Council to come together and to work to develop a weed management plan.
Under the Regional and Strategic Leadership banner, we really support the provision of contestable funds for community groups, to support community groups in their action. And we'll, of course, be looking to this fund to assist in our Headwater Springs project, which we are getting off the ground with a first stage this year. This is going to be an important project going forward. We're also supporting an increase in the number of enviro schools, and we would look forward very much to the launch of the idea of a people's panel for early engagement on environmental topics. I think involvement of the community is the big thing that's going forward with in the environment.
And lastly, we just really want to have a vote of appreciation. Like, we want to note appreciation for all the work that you, the councillors and the staff do for the Environment Canterbury do to protect and improve the environment. And also working, we have access to the staff and ECAN, and we just really value that input and the relationship that we have. And often your work is undervalued, but it's not undervalued by us. So we really look forward to working together into the future. So thank you.
Oh, tēnā kōrua. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thanks for highlighting some of those key areas for us in the biodiversity space and in the water management space. Thank you so much. And of course, I like that little point there about the people's panels as well. That's been something that's come up previously as well. Got some questions there. Chair Healey has a question for you guys. There you go.
Yes, I want to thank you both sincerely for coming in. It's fantastic to hear from you, and I love the work that you do, and I've been connected with you previously in many different ways, primarily through working at the City Council, but as a community member, it's really important that we do work with the community. So congratulations for suggesting a community panel. I've wondered how you've given it, have you given it any more thought, and how do you think it might work, a citizens panel?
We haven't given it, we haven't had time to give it a lot of thought, but it does fit in with our belief that the community has within itself the resources to contribute to solutions. So however it's established, whether it's been by invitation or by nomination, it's got a lot of potential.
Thank you. We'll give it some more thought.
Kia ora, Malcolm. Just wondering if you could stop sharing your screen, because seeing one of these freaky enough too. So, thank you. We've got a question from Councillor Clearwater.
You're Annabelle and Malcolm. Annabelle, you've heard this question before, but I'm going to keep asking it till I kind of get it sorted. You referred to the concern about the sedimentation coming into Ōpāwaho, particularly from the Kashmir stream, and you referred to the Port Hills and the runoff there. So one of the concerns, of course, is that currently the Christchurch City plan allows building to quite high, well, very high levels are all on the Port Hills. And I know that Annabelle has made that made a submission already to City Council through the Zone Committee, but I'm just wondering if the Ōpāwaho River Network might also remind City Council that, in fact, if we're going to stop the sedimentation, that we need to change the city plan.
We are doing that, and we have done that.
Oh, thank you very much, Malcolm. I'm not surprised. Thank you so much for all your work.
Thanks, Phil. So I don't think there's any other questions. So, hey, thanks again for your presentation, your submission to us. And as other councillors have said, thanks so much for the work that you do for the Ōpāwaho and the community in that area. So just want to say a big thanks.
No problem.
Great.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Matthew Morrison. If Matthew's there, is that right, Patricia? He's online? Oh, no.
Not at the moment, but we do have Kate, who's a little early, but we could do her now.
I think we'll go to Kate if you're there, Kate. You want to turn your microphone and your camera on, and you've got 10 minutes if you're there, Kate. Maybe she's gone, had a little break for a while. Can you still see her, Patricia?
I can see her in the list, but she might have gone for a cold drink or something. We've just got someone else who's joined.
I think Nicholas joined, is it?
No, I've got Josh. I'm just double checking. I think it's the school strike for climate Christchurch. So it may be Josh and Nicholas together.
So shall we move on to them?
Yep, that'll be great.
So Josh, if you're there, you can turn your...
Sure, it's just me today.
Oh, hey, kia ora, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Thanks a lot, welcome along. And basically you got 10 minutes to a 10-minute slot. You can present. We've all read the submissions that have come through to us. So you can highlight your submission. If you want to take a shorter time than 10 minutes, that'll leave some time for questions. So the floor is yours, away you go.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the opportunity. It's great that ECAN's decided to consider making bus fares free. As some of you are probably aware, emissions are the majority of Christchurch's emissions. So we need to think of ways that we can encourage youth, more particularly with your policy, but just make public transport a viable alternative that's appealable. I've heard multiple people say that they think public transport was like not the cool kids club. It's like, it's something you do when you're young. Once you get a car, you get all that freedom. But for me, public transport's lovely. I think it's much more freedom than having a car. It's definitely cheaper. And I think for youth, it's the only way we can get around, because Christchurch is just a big sprawling city. You're never going to be able to get anywhere really effectively if you're, under 16 and a half, you can't drive. You're going out with your friends, you have to be like 17 and a half, maybe 18, depending on when you get your license to go out with your friends. So it's actually, for youth, the bus is one of the only ways we can get around. And it's really helpful to have that good public resource that you can rely on, not having to drive a car. Cars are expensive. It's like $1,000 and you've got to maintain it and all of that. It's $1.50 for a child if they have the bus card, It's super cheap to and affordable for many low-income families, for many youth. I work a part-time job. I make about, less than $200 a week. I bus everywhere. I don't think it is much more economical for me to bus all the way out to work in Hornby. It's quite far from my house in Hornby, so I can't really bike out there, but I can use a bus. I couldn't really do that in some other smaller town in New Zealand. Like the way we're connected here in Christchurch with buses is amazing because it's just a sprawling city. Yes, for me, it's really helpful. Many other youth getting around. School buses. I think a lot of people from my school use this buses, or the dedicated school bus we have to get to school. So, getting around to those places, they're really important. Getting to work, getting to school. It's a great and easy way to have that opportunity, have that option. yeah, well, of course, you guys are rolling out your electric buses, so you know, just getting to that very low carbon emission from the buses. It was already quite low pooling, but carpooling of like 10, 20 other people, but it's getting lower and lower every day, and it would be much nicer to have less of our stretch taken up by cars too, because you know, you've got probably a bus takes up the space of 3 or 4 cars in the road, and you've got probably setting for 50 plus people in there or something like that. Like having our streets reclaimed for cyclists, people to enjoy, noise pollution. I live on a mainish street. It's quite noisy sometimes. And, you know, having that opportunity to reclaim for a better, cleaner future, have a greener future would be really nice. And I think your proposal here to have it for under 25 university students who, you know, I've talked to some university students, they're always on the edge of their money. So if they can have a guarantee that they have, you know, transport, they can get them maybe to work, then back to uni, maybe out to town to spend time with their friends, you know, it's an amazing thing that we have for them. I'm open for questions.
Kia ora, Josh. Hey, thanks so much for putting that together. And thanks for the work that your organisation does as well. That's really great to have you here. We've got a question from Councillor Farm.
Yeah, kia ora, Josh. Thanks so much for your submission and for the work of School Strike for Climate. My question is around the bus fares and your support for option 1.
Yep.
A lot of submissions that we're getting are concerned about the costs associated with this proposal and putting that on people at this time when they're struggling with various living costs.
Yeah.
Do you have any comments in response to that in terms of being a young person today and your thoughts about what the future might hold for you?
Oh, well, I think, to my memory, ratepayers are the ones that will get an increase of money towards it. So, you know, many youth who are facing the housing crisis, I don't think the majority of us are going to be landlords anytime soon. So we're not directly having that cost paid to us economically. But there's other things that are other economic opportunities. You know, it's having free buses. $1.50 doesn't sound that much, but not a lot of people use Metro cards, right? So what is it, like $2.50 something per trip for children without bus cards? So, you know, that's $5. Maybe you got 2 or 3 children. That's like $15 a day to get to school and back. You know, that's quite a lot of money. You know, for a low-income family, they're living on the edge, and with the living crisis, you know, petrol, what is it now, like $3 a litre? You've got to have some alternatives to really expensive, you know, well, with petrol at $3, it's getting quite expensive. So you need that alternative of public transport, and having that so you can have a nice, reliable thing. Because I think most people view the bus as being lesser, but I feel like with the uptake you've seen in other cities and all over the world that have decided to scrap fares, I think if we made it seems weird that you're making it free, that you get more, that it gets better. But you know, having that as a viewed as a public good, when a lot of people use it, you have to invest in it, and having it free for, you know, Gould hard users, I think the mobility users under 25s, you know, these are people that are need that economic help. So cutting their transport costs, even by it's $3 a day, it's going to help them.
Well, thanks for that, Josh.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Just got one more question come in from Councillor Mackay.
Hi, Josh. You just mentioned, I think I heard you correctly, that Metro cards weren't used that frequently.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that is, and what can we actually really do to encourage it? Because that's one of the levers that has been pulled about increasing the cash rate for the cash fare. So just interested in your thoughts around that.
I think because to my knowledge, there's only really a few places you can get them. You can get them from by Metro Mart, by Riccarton Mall. You can get them in the Central Exchange and get them in libraries. So there isn't like a very wide availability. I don't know if you guys are like online ordering where you can like sign up online and then get one sent to you. Do you?
I'm not a bus user, so I'm rural.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I feel like it's not really a really easy thing to get. There's a lot of effort to get the card, and I feel like most people don't really put the effort in. But yeah, that's one of the biggest things. I think some people just view it easier to just like have the cash. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, no, that's great. I mean, I think it has been acknowledged that the accessibility of those cards and getting those cards is something that we could look to address. So thank you.
Hey, kia ora, Josh. Thanks again for your submission. Our time's up with you, but thanks again for taking the time to come and speak to us. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Next up, we've got Kate Day, and that's on page 129 of our agenda. I think you've just arrived, Kate. If you want to turn your camera on, there you go. Welcome along. You've got a 10-minute slot, so you can either speak for the whole 10 minutes or you can speak for shorter than that and allow some time for questions. So up to you. We've read your submission, so you can highlight things you want to highlight and then do that. So time's yours. Kia ora. There you go.
Kia ora. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, it's really great to be able to speak to you from Wellington. Probably don't have many submitters from here or, you know, poking their noses into Canterbury politics. But yeah, I just wanted to offer my perspective as someone who grew up in Christchurch and lived there, you know, most of 25 years, yet never kind of got into the buses. And I've been reflecting on why that was, because I really support your proposal to offer free fares for those groups. I think it's just an awesome idea, which really would have helped me. Because so when I look back on my my childhood and university years in Christchurch, throughout that time I lived very, very close to a bus stop, 5 minutes walk probably, in multiple directions, in Burnside and then in Riccarton, even close to the Orbiter route. But the only bus route I ever remember using was just down the road to Riccarton Mall, never explored further than that. And I think the reason was just that I kind of just never had a kind of a reset that initiated me to the bus service. And I think what you're proposing would offer that kind of a reset for young people and for the groups that qualify for it. Just a chance to go, hang on a minute, this is being offered to me for free. Let's make the most of it. Let's explore. Let's see where I can go without that barrier. And cost was a big barrier for me, in high school and in university. So I think that would have made the difference to just get me to explore and see what the bus system had to offer. In contrast, when I moved to Wellington, just coming to a new place, I have got into using the buses and now I'm a regular bus user here. So I just want to encourage you to proceed with that. I would offer just one suggestion, that you extend it slightly further for total mobility card holders to also include the people that accompany them, which I think is what happens in Hamilton. And I think that would just, for those people, remove one further barrier that could be really helpful for them. So that's all I wanted to say. Wholeheartedly support it, and I reckon awesome work. Go for it.
Hey, kia ora, Kate. Thanks so much for taking the time to give back to your city that you used to live in. It's awesome. And we have a couple of questions for you. First, from Chair Jenny Hui. So where you go, Jenny? Good.
Showing how incompetent I am, I can't even turn it on. I just love that you made this submission, and I love that you took the time as a young person who used to grew up in the city, and you've bothered to do this. I think it's absolutely fabulous, and it's one of the reasons why we do this. So And I'm very interested in the history. I know I'm not supposed to be making a speech, but this is something we should look at when we're trying to do things new. You know, you grew up here and you never went on the buses, yet when I grew up here, a rather long time ago in the 70s, I used the buses all the time, or my push bike, and so did everybody, and I lived quite a way out. So it's very interesting, so we have to grapple with this. So I'm just wondering what actually motivated you to actually bother to come and make a submission about this and feel so passionately about it. What do you know what that is? Could you tell us?
Yeah, so I'm part of the Free Fares campaign here. So we're just so excited to see, and actually in Wellington, quite jealous of how progressive, you know, how much progress there seems to be. Yeah, in your part of the country, and just it's really, really exciting because it's that, you know, downwards trend in fares is where we must go as a country to address the climate, the climate situation. And so this is sort of, you're at the forefront of that and doing, leading the way we all need to go. So I'm hoping that Wellington can follow suit.
You're muted again, Jenny.
I wanted to know if you want to make a comment about how easy our plan was to follow when you made your submission.
Oh, I actually did it at the 11th hour. And so I submitted by email because I couldn't figure out the online thing, but I also have, I can't remember when I did it. I have a newborn who's 5 weeks old. Was it before or after that?
Oh, well, look, that's even more congratulations. Good on you. And I'll stop asking you questions now. I know that. Bye.
See you.
Hey, we've got Councillor Southworth. It's got a question for you.
Kia ora, thank you. And actually, given that you've just mentioned you're part of the Wellington or the national group that's got the under 25 angle to it as well, I'll ask you 2 questions if that's okay and allowed. So my first question was going to be around, we had an earlier submitter who felt that the part of the problem with children not using the bus is that their parents don't demonstrate and take them on the bus, and that therefore it was important to look at changing the general fares so that adult, a couple going in with their children, it was an affordable family rate, and that was what was key to getting children engaging more with the bus. And I wonder what your thinking was around that. So really saying, and he also then spoke about the under 25s and felt that under 25s was too generous, that there wasn't really a good rationale for why under 25, why not under 19 say for free and then use some of the, distribute to then reducing the fare cost for others so that family as a collective with the adults who aren't in any of those 3 categories could get. So could you elaborate a bit on, I've sort of rolled 2 questions into one there.
So that I'll go backwards. So that the rationale for under 25s as opposed to under 19s actually came in the Free Fares campaign came from the advice of an academic who'd done some research in Christchurch. And that was basically, she found that there were people who were out of tertiary study. Sorry, they never entered tertiary study. They were working, but on relatively low wage jobs, reliant on public transport, were actually very, faced a lot of barriers to transport and were paying really high costs, and often were excluded from tertiary study because of the cost of study and transport. So she felt it was inequitable to exclude people of tertiary age who were in work. And so that's why we went up to 25. As for the parents, so I would support free fares full stop, including parents. But I think under 25s and children is a good place to start, because if you've got multiple children, that's a big part of the cost for a family. If the family's on a low income and they are eligible for a community services card, then that catches, there's some rationale there. It's a starting point. Yeah.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks, Vicky. We've got one more question from Councillor Clearwater.
Thanks, Kate. A number of submitters have said to us around either the targeted free fare or that in fact, while people will say, "Yep, that's great, I'll vote for that," many of them are very unlikely to actually change their behaviour and use the bus. So I'm just wondering, as an advocate for free fares or fare free, what you might say to that.
I mean, just personally, I think there is value in the reset that I talked about not having as a young person growing up in Christchurch. And I will be interested to see figures from what the government's done recently. It's not a good time to look at data because you've got the COVID factor looming large. But just the fact whether, I guess, can we see any impact there?
Thank you, Kate. That's helpful. And part of our travel demand management program will have a whole educational thrust as well, and that's part of our public transport futures. But thank you for the concept of the reset.
Yeah, I think as well, it's just it's only part of the picture. You know, there's many factors that influence these choices. So, but it's one barrier removed.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks again, Kate, for your submission and taking the time to contribute back to Ōtautahi, to Christchurch, and good luck with your work in Pōneke and Wellington as well. Kia ora.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
So next up, I think we've got, is it Michael? Is he there? I think we've got Michael from the Ashburton River Rating Liaison Committee with us. So if you're there, Michael, yep, there you go. You're turning your camera on and your mic on. So welcome, Michael. We've got 10 minutes for your slot. Actually, can't see you at the moment. But that's okay. We can probably hear you. You got 10 minutes there, but you can choose to speak for all that time or a shorter time if you want us to answer some questions or ask questions. So the floor is yours if you want to go for it.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've got maps or not, but they will be supplied. So yeah, the main thing is about Bland's Reach, which is a section east of Thompson's Track on the North Branch, which is after.
Michael, would you like us to bring a map up? Would you? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, Lee Griffiths was making sure that there was one there for somebody.
Yeah, we have one up on screen now, so that's great. There you go.
Your technology is a lot greater than mine. Yeah, so there's Thompson's Track. You can see that. Wakelands Road is this one here, I think, through there. And the river broke out. Can you see my mouse? No.
No, we can't.
No, you won't because I'm not sharing. The river broke out just below O'Shea's Creek.
Okay.
Where the stock bank allows the creek to come in, and the river broke out through there, and caused devastation there, of course, and further down. Some of the land, that's Wakelands Road crossing there, some of the land below Wakelands Road is owned by the council and leased by the farmer. And the wee bit above it, a narrow strip, you can see the line of trees, a straight line of trees. That piece of land is owned by the farmer, and there's a proposal at the moment. The stock bank needs repaired, which would cost around 300,000. There is a proposal at the moment, and the council have been in negotiations with the landowner to purchase that land. And looking at funding, instead of spending 300,000 now, the council could spend 3 million buying the land, but that would be financed partly through saving the 300,000 and also through the reserves on the Ashburton River, the rating group. The council hold reserves, and going forward and through a targeted rate through the river ratepayers going forward instead of coming from the general fund, which I think I put in my submission. So that's the main proposal at the moment. I'd like to commend, along with everything else, the staff who've been involved in the flood repairs, and not only in organising the work but also liaising with the landowners and other people, of course, and disseminating information, what they've been up to, where it's going, how the money's been spent, where it's been targeted, and what they've been achieving. So the staff have done a tremendous job. and they're amazingly dedicated at what they do, so that's great. And other than that, most of my stuff in my submission, so I'd welcome questions and discussion, really.
Yeah, hey, thank you, Michael. We have one question already from Councillor Ian McKenzie. So where you go again?
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Thanks, Michael, for your written submission, which was really good, and your comments just now. The position of the Ashburton River Liaison Committee, can you clarify that in terms of their preference for, how you came to the position of supporting the $3 million expenditure to buy the land and take back the leasehold land, as opposed to the short-term gap of fixing the $300,000 in the existing stop bank.
Yeah, I think part of it goes back to the original construction of the stop banks, which you can see in the red lines on the map all the way up the riverside. And the North Branch comes off Mount Hutt and round the back of Mount Hutt, so both sides of Mount Hutt. And if any of you have been skiing up there, you know there's plenty of rocks and stones. And the river shifts around about between 80 and 100,000 cubic metres, I think, of rock every year downstream, rock and stone and shingle and whatever. And the river's reasonably steep until it gets to Thompson's Track, and then it flattens out. When the stop banks were first constructed, in this flat bit, they left quite a narrow band between the stop banks, and the idea of that was that the water would speed up and go through. It's been partially successful, but shingle has built up, and so therefore there's the river needs more space.
So you're proposing to effectively to allow the river to breathe, to widen out in that section from below O'Shea's Creek to where the map starts talking about Ashburton, isn't it?
Yeah, effectively to where the O'Shea Creek comes in, and or where the B is in Ashburton Staveley Road, just below that, and where the other stop bank allows water to come back into the river.
And can you just also talk about the urgency of why this needs to be done, why you think this needs to be done now rather than it can wait until we can find.
I think there's an opportunity now, because the farmer concerned obviously has been severely impacted by the floods, and he wants to make sure that his own business is resilient for the future, but also it protects those further downstream. So you could say it's selfish in some ways because it protects him, but also it's a community thing because it protects those further down too.
Thanks, Michael.
Kia ora, Ian. Kia ora, Michael. Is there any other questions that people have? Councillor Edge. There you
go. Thanks, Michael. It's a bit difficult on the plan. We've got to actually understand what's being proposed. But it sounds really good that there's a bit of an understanding that confining our rivers through the stop bank system is not going to work. It's not working now, and we do need to allow our rivers to breathe. So that's really good. I'm just looking at this issue that you've got, and it's obviously the O'Shea Creek, where the breakout may have occurred on that north side. Is that correct?
Just below that, and where that bend is, the river went straight through.
Right. It just looks to me from the aerial and the topographical information that's showing there that there is some sinuous kind of river system close to Methven Highway. So look, one of the things that we're looking at is in the Braided River Revival Project is to look more at the longer term and the historical placement of the river. Where did it go? Where is it likely to go under more severe and more frequent situations? So is that something that your committee is looking at doing in the future, broadening its horizon, if you like?
Yeah, there's all sorts of things. So we've built up, I suppose you probably know a lot more about it than I do, but we've built up, historically, we've built up, the river's ended up the way it is historically, and decisions have been made, there's been titles there, the rivers have moved, titles are in the wrong place, There's conflict between, or not conflict, but confusion, but well, not confusion necessarily either, but there's LENZ and there's various other government departments that have got ownership of riverbeds, and sometimes the river's not where the riverbed is, of course, either, because it's moved over time. So it's a very complicated issue. And I think, yeah, at times, of course, the river has moved out, and further down nearer Ashburton, it has historically, I think, gone out through Racecourse Road, which is right at the north side of Ashburton. So we do need some sort of protection, particularly for townships.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks, Grant.
Thanks.
I don't have any other questions, Michael, but is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, so obviously, I mean, it was a devastating flood with record amounts of rainfall recorded, particularly around Mount Somers area, and between Mount Somers and Mount Hutt really was the most severe area. I don't know yet. So we talk about more frequent floods. This was an extreme event, and I don't know, going forward, you can't say we're going to have more extreme events. We may have more flooding, but the other thing, of course, is having had multiple breakouts, is that the stop banks and repairs that the council have put in place, the whole system is quite vulnerable because it hasn't settled properly. So it's vulnerable for another 3 or 4 or 5 years. So we do need to keep a very close eye on what's happening.
Yeah, and look, I agree, and thanks for your comments earlier on about the collaborative work with the staff and the committee, your radio district. So that sounds good, and I mean, I take the point that things haven't stabilised, so that is going to require a bit of work, but hopefully that is there. You working together with our staff, and that is happening. So thanks so much, Michael.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Thanks for the work you do and looking after the rivers down there. So kia ora.
Okay, cheers. Thank you very much.
And if we can, we'll stop sharing that screen if we can, Juliet. Thank you. Have we got Mary? Has Mary arrived yet? Is that who's up next? And I should have said that these are all in the supplementary papers too, everybody. So Michael's was on page 3, if you didn't know, and this one is meant to be page 14, but yeah.
Mary has moved to later in the afternoon, so if Kate Spencer is available.
Oh yeah, Kate, are you there, Kate? Oh, no mai hoki mai koutou. Welcome back to this session of the annual plan hearings. Next up, we've got Kate Spencer. Thanks so much, Kate, for coming along. We've got a 10-minute slot for you, and so you can either speak for that whole time if you like, but we have read what you've sent through, or you can speak for a shorter time and allow some time for questions. So the floor is yours. Welcome along, and thanks for speaking to us today. Kia ora. You're muted. Just unmute, and then you're away.
I muted something, but I guess not the right one. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm not going to speak to my submission. I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about my reasons. I believe people don't use the bus and bike so much. So I've been using the, I let go of my car in 2012. And I use, I walk, ride my bike, and use the bus myself. I usually ride my bike or walk because the buses can be unreliable. They sometimes miss a whole section, you have to wait. And in my case, I go to Rangiora on the bus, so that's another hour to wait if you miss one or it doesn't show up. The other thing about the buses is, of course, they take a windy route, and so they generally add an hour to your commute. So one suggestion I would make is that the bus routes were more spoke-like and had orbiter and shuttle to get you to the places in between, so that, you know, every 15 minutes, you know, it's only going to be about 15 minutes to get your connecting bus. And yeah, rather than a winding snake-like bus that, you know, takes an hour and a half to get to New Brighton or whatever. I have to say that riding a bike in Christchurch is quite a dangerous thing. It's really scary. I love riding my bike. I do it pretty much every day, but every time I do it, I'm aware that I'm really at risk of drivers that aren't aware of how bikes move, and who are frankly angry because the bikes are coming off the road and then onto the road, and every street is confusing because they've done renovations to part of a street or not. So I mean, one of the places I find particularly difficult is right in front of Ecan, where there's an island, and then there's a piece of concrete that's just floating out in the middle of the road that is more likely to trip a pedestrian than keep a car from hitting them. So I would love more consultation about how to go forward with bike lanes, but clear marking would be really helpful. So either I'm sure the green asphalt must be expensive because it rarely continues for an entire block, but you know, that green asphalt makes it very clear wherever you are that you are in a bus lane. The problem now is it shows that a bike lane, sorry. It shows you're in the bike lane as you enter the street, but if you park or you're walking across the street, you have no awareness there's a bike, you know, that a bike might be coming. And so pedestrians and cars are constantly pulling into the bike lane, and they don't even know it's there. I think most people, you know, are courteous, and they actually perhaps wait at the wrong time, or you know, so my pitch is really that the first thing it could do, which I hope wouldn't be very expensive, I imagine wouldn't be very expensive, is to, you know, when you do what you did when the road code was changed. So inform people through flyers and their rates and in the libraries and perhaps on television of road safety, and for the bike riders as well as the cars. So I would suggest that you give bikes right of way. People are annoyed that they come too fast, and you know, that's something that they should be informed of, that they should go according to the traffic, and that they should make noise so that people can hear them coming. So something I do when I've got a group of people that are walking in front of me with their backs to me, they're walking in the same direction with a family and a dog off the leash or on the leash stretched across the pathway, is to just say, coming through on your right, you know, so they don't even think about it, they just move. As opposed to even a bell or feeling annoyed that there's a bus coming through on what they consider to be a walking path, because they haven't seen a bike symbol for blocks. So basically information on how to ride a bike safely, and I think giving bikes priority would be my main pitch here, where I feel people would ride bikes more if they felt safe. And it's a lot of fun to ride a bike in the city. You interact with people, and the weather's, you know, you're in the weather. It's fantastic, but it's really, frankly, scary. And I do it all over the city, and there really isn't, aside from the dedicated paths that have been put in, it's pretty, the haphazard way it's being sort of implemented here, and then next block not. So you're in a bike lane and it disappears, you know. That's the kind of thing that happens within a block of getting on a bike. And there are also lots of creative corners, which are really, you know, quite terrifying, when nobody in the six you know, road intersection or 6 directional intersection knows what's happening here, because they have never seen an intersection like this before. So I would like to say something about the buses, which is, in terms of the submission or the proposal. I'm not really. I think that a discount would be great and a good incentive, but I don't think it's going to increase people using the bus. So I think you need an incentive that's a little bit sexier, like a coupon, like save your bus tokens and you can get a free hot pool if you have 10 tokens or 5 tokens, 5 receipts, let's say. I'd also advocate for maybe allowing groups to ride together. So I loved hearing about, the care for disabled people being able to get a free ride. And I think that I see school kids often shouting each other because one friend can't afford the ride and they want to go somewhere. So I would say that's embarrassing for them, and it's a disincentive. So I would say perhaps school kids can bring a friend for free, or groups of kids can ride together, and that would encourage them. Maybe also if you said you have to sit together, if you're going to go as one fare, for instance, you have to sit together, because what they do is often spread out and use all the seats. So riding on the bus and actually seeing how you want to encourage people to behave. You probably can hear that I'm from New York, and they had a very simple campaign in the subways, which was just kindness. Give your seat to an elderly person or a pregnant woman. Don't spread your legs. It just basic, very simple things that people within weeks started doing because it was a suggestion and they felt a little silly not doing it when it was right on the wall over them. You know what I mean? And it changed the behavior on the subway. I'm talking about less than 10 years ago, dramatically, just with a campaign that, so I'm sorry, I'm a little all over the place because I wrote a submission, but I'm pitching it.
Oh, good, Kate. That's fine.
So just wanted to say one more thing about incentives. So a short-term time frame is an incentive. So if you said, okay, the bus is going to be free on the weekend for everybody for this month, or we're going to trial the giving it to different age groups for this month, and if you use it and if we see it's successful, we'll continue. So people have the incentive because it's only for a month. They better use it, and try it, and also that they're voting with their feet, for instance, because then you're not roping yourself into a plan where you're actually losing money and nobody's actually using it that wouldn't have anyway. So you're giving a discount to people that already used it, but not increasing usage with a discount, I'd say. They need an incentive to go and try it. So I think in my submission, I put, preferential seating, for instance. That would give people a higher esteem for using the bus. So, people who can present a bus ticket can be in the front of a free concert for the council. Wouldn't cost anything to, except for maybe somebody there looking at their ticket stubs. Like an area saved for people who took the bus. Just as one suggestion that doesn't cost anything, and I think would raise, people go, well, how come they got to sit there? Oh, they took a bus? Okay, maybe I'll do that next time, I could do that too. It's equal opportunity to take the bus. So I think that covers everything that I wanted to say, if you have any questions.
Yeah. Hey, kia ora, Kate. Thanks a lot for your great ideas. There are lots of great little things I wrote down. The sexier incentives was quite a good one. So just one thing I'd really encourage you to, I don't know if you know, but it's the city council that does all the cycle lanes and not us. But obviously we try to work together as much as we can. But I think it'd be really great if you did a submission to the city council as well. I know that takes time, but it'd be a good idea because they're more directly in control of those things that you talked about in terms of biker education and road safety education as well. So just encouraging you to do that.
Is the submissions for them not closed already?
They might have, but you could always do a deputation or something to their council. There is ways that you could get the council. You just got to contact the city council and go from there. But I'm sure they'd have opportunities where you could do that. We have a question from Councillor Southworth, so I'll let Vicky ask a question.
Thank you. So thank you, Kate, for that. And yeah, it's interesting to, and I was going to pick up on what Councillor Pauling's just mentioned, that actually the bike lanes are City Council. And of course, it seems completely arbitrary that we have these networks that need to integrate that are run by different organisations. And so it's really important that we work out how to actually make them all work together. Like you, I'm a keen cyclist as well as a bus user. And I'm just interested to know how you find that connection between cycle lanes, if there's sufficient bike parking where you can cycle to a bus stop, or do you take the bus on the bike, and how do you find all of that? Like, does that combination of things work for you, or are there aspects to that cycling biking combination that don't work? And also, do you think if say you had free access to the bus, do you think you'd then end up just not taking the bike at all, or would you continue as a cyclist anyway? And how would that affect your cycling if you were had that access, say, to a free fare?
I take the bus when I'm going only one direction. So I have never put my bike on a bus. I'd like to. I think it's a great idea, and I've never had the guts to try it. So I think, for example, a weekend where you say put your bike on the bus, and the bus drivers will be happy to instruct you or whatever, to encourage people to try it. That would probably cause a lot more people to use it. I love the idea. I watch people do it with interest. And I guess if I really needed to do something where I was taking my bike, like I've thought about taking my bike to Rangiora, but actually I haven't really had the incentive to do, a reason to do that. So, but if it was free to do it this weekend and someone would help you, I would do it just for the sake of trying it, so that I could do it again and feel comfortable knowing how. Free fare might encourage me to go certain hours, but I can afford the bus. So that's not a reason to take the bus for me. But if it was free and off peak on the weekend or during the week, I would probably adjust my schedule just to take advantage of that, perhaps. I am aware that the City Council does the bike lanes, but I thought maybe you can lobby in discussions, or just be aware that I think that's really more the reason people don't use the bus and bikeways is their fear, whether it's of catching COVID or whatever, that they're not in the habit at the moment. And it is heartbreaking to watch empty buses go by every 15 minutes. I live in Latimer Square, so during the pandemic, it was quite heartbreaking to see all those admissions for no passengers, So I think I heard someone else do a submission about maybe using a smaller vehicle occasionally, and I think that's a really good suggestion for those routes that aren't being used or being used during certain hours, to have a smaller bus, a mini bus maybe, when there's going to be one or two passengers or none.
Kia ora, thanks, Kate. Is that you got any other questions, Vicky?
Could I if I just add a really tiny quick comment, which is that I can vividly remember the first day I drove or took my bike up to the bus stop to put it on the front of the bus, and I can remember still the anxiety that I was feeling, that you might hold that whole bus up while you try and figure out how to do this thing. And fortunately for me, someone who knew how to do it, one of the passengers came and helped. But there has been a suggestion from one of our other suburbs, Littleton, of interested in helping people understand how to use it, and suggesting having a bus come out and just have an hour or two with a public event, actually demonstrating Britain like enabling bus. So, and there is actually a rack at the bus station where you can go and test it out on the wall of the bus station and just see how that works. So that might be useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just add a little teeny bit there? Or we have enough time?
Yeah, happy for you to do that.
I think that's a great idea at a public event or something, so people can see that suggestion, even if they're not don't have a bike or whatever. They might see somebody else doing it, and it's just good public awareness. But I do think that trying things for the first time. So especially with kids and perhaps elderly people, you know, they're vulnerable to feeling like they're imposing or embarrassment. And I know from I work with artists, and I know that I've learned over the years that embarrassment is the top deterrent, that people will cross the road or not go to an event because they're afraid they might be embarrassed. It's quite a big obstacle. So, you know, anything that you could do that would make it more user-friendly and more fashionable, definitely. I was just picturing like, I don't know, so there's the bike, they're drinking and riding a bike, you know, that group that it's like a higher thing where a party goes out and they're drinking and pedaling for the little bus thing. That is it's an eye-catching, entertaining thing. I'm not crazy about it, but it's a good example of something that people see people having fun. And, you know, you're kind of thinking, how do you get that thing? Or where do you get that? Where do you get on that? And who are those people? And how come they're having so much fun? You know what I mean? I think creating events around it would be, or just having it at an existing event would be quite useful. Yeah.
Kia ora, Kate. Thanks so much. Thanks, Vicky, for your questions. Hey, and thanks again, Kate, for your great ideas and for sharing those views. It's great to hear from someone who's a big user of the bike lanes and has used the buses as well. So thanks so much. That's really helped. So I think that's it for our session now. We're going to have a break until 3 p.m. and Councillor Edge is going to be your chair for the next session. So we'll see you back at 3 o'clock.
Draft annual plan 2022-23 hearing session 4, and that's on page 130 of our agenda papers. And it also lists on that page the people who will be participating in this session 4. We'll now go to hear from Peter Tuffley from the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association, and he's also got a personal submission as well. So fire away, Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Peter, yes, I can. Peter, just to let you know too, you have 10 minutes for each of your submissions. And perhaps you want to summarise your submissions over sort of 5-6 minutes so that we have time for questions. But that's up to you. But yeah, we're looking at about 10 minutes per session. That would be great.
Thank you very much. So first, on behalf of the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association, in normal circumstances, we would be not merely sympathetic to the aims of this draft plan, we would be enthusiastic about much of what it contains. What tempers our enthusiasm is the likelihood of increasingly inflationary circumstances developing during the life of the proposed plan. It's good that the draft plan makes reference to inflation as an issue and acknowledges the need to find ways of absorbing costs. However, we note that it seems to have been written before the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, and unlike Christchurch City Council's draft plan, makes no reference to the possible impact of that conflict on the global economic environment, an impact which has yet to make itself felt, but which is forecast is likely to be unprecedented in force and scale. Concern about the effect a possible doubling of New Zealand's current rate of inflation could have on prices and living costs is what chiefly covers our response to this draft plan. In particular, we think that much greater emphasis needs to be placed on absorbing costs rather than passing them on to ratepayers, for some of whom even a slight rate increase could be the last straw. The draft plan's proposed approach to funding the necessary flood protection repair work is a prime example of cost absorption, i.e. borrowing and then repaying through general rates over the next 10 years, this is an approach that in our view calls for much wider application. The offer of free public transport deserves to be widely welcomed in inflationary times, since it carries with it a direct benefit to people in the possibility of some reduction in living costs. However, we also see this as an area in which the principle of absorbing costs should be applied by funding the additional cost in the same way as proposed for flooding recovery work, borrowing now and repaying over the life of the LTP. As regards the proposed climate change response levy, we certainly see benefits in conducting public education and stimulating ideas on the theme of responding to climate change. However, we think that the optics of proposing a levy for this purpose, in addition to next year's rates, would not be good at this time, and we strongly advise that it be deferred to await hopefully better circumstances. Lastly, we think that the same principle of cost absorption should apply to the DAP as a whole. This was what we advocated in our response to the original long-term plan, when we called for a greater use of borrowing in order to reduce the initial rating peaks and spread the rate revenue requirement more evenly through the 10-year term of the long-term plan. We still think that should be done in respect of the already burdensome 18.8% increase proposed in the LTP, and we say the same about the further proposed increase to 24.1%, which we regard as wholly unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks very much. I wonder if we take some questions from councillors.
Yeah.
Any questions from councillors? No, there's no questions. Councillor Southworth.
Thanks. Kia ora, Peter. I just was going to ask, so obviously we have targeted our concessions to groups that do struggle financially. And we just had the under 25 was explained by an earlier campaigner who's been working on the national campaign for concessions for free fares for a group, and said and explained the under 25s often do include low income people as a group. Now you mentioned gold card holders as a group that you would like to see accessing public transport for free through the whole day, because at the moment, of course, you do get they're free, but only between 9 and 3 off peak. And I just wondered whether, because we do have community service card holders accessing free transport with this proposal, so I understand that actually many people who are now on pensions would have also access to would be eligible for a community service card. And I just wondered if you're aware of what sort of proportion of
Just frozen a wee bit, Vicky.
Category and would. Sorry, I just dropped out. Did you catch the end of that? So I'm just thinking, so if you're a gold card holder and also a community service card holder, or have total mobility disability type card, then you would have access to that free.
Well, not all gold card holders have community service cards. I don't, for example. And I doubt whether I'm the only person in Christchurch in that position.
No, but I think it's aiming at looking at people who are on low income. And so I'm just wondering if low income retirees would have access to that free, whether you feel like that's acceptable, or whether it should be a blanket in your view to all gold card holders, regardless of income, should all have access to free fares. That's really what my question. If you could just elaborate on that, please.
I think all gold card holders, regardless of income, I think. I mean, it won't be a large number of people. Whatever.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. Chair Huey.
Good afternoon, Peter. It's Jenny Huey here. How are you?
Hello, how are you? Yeah.
I'm good to see you, and thank you for taking up the time to come and make a submission. I'm interested to ask you about the members thought that there might be merit in the green levy, and I'm just wondering that you thought it might be a good thing to have some more discussions with the community about. Did you have any ideas about how we might fund a green levy in another way besides just asking citizens for payments, given the increase in rates? So have you got any ideas about that?
Well, I think, you know, doing some sort of community workshops to generate ideas about responding to climate change would be a good start. But I just think in the circumstances that are about to hit us, and we haven't really seen the worst yet, I think even the optics of talking about a levy on top of rates are just awful at the moment. Quite apart from the money involved, just the optics are really bad, especially in an election year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. I can't see anyone else. Peter, would you like to go through your personal submission?
Yes, indeed. I'll be happy to do that. A slight change of tone, I'm afraid. And I apologise in advance if from time to time I sound like a disgruntled old Tory. I am not one, but I'm rather pessimistic. Okay, here goes. I was a Labour councillor in mid-1970s Britain at a time when inflation was climbing well into double-digit percentage levels, and we had a Labour government exhorting councils to tighten their belts, as citizens were having to do, and prune expenditure down to all but inescapable commitments. And that phrase, inescapable commitments, became a mantra in one government circular after another. Having lived and worked as a councillor through times like that, I really find it offensive that at a time when the prospect of double-digit inflation and a seriously hard times for many ratepayers is again a reality, ECAN is not only proposing to raise in my view, already unjustifiably large percentage rate increase to create an even bigger spike, but is even mentioning the possibility of a levy in addition to next year's rate increase. This draft plan appears to have been written on a planet other than the one we're living on now. I've been reading ECAN plans for many years, but never have I seen such an ostrich-like document as this year's DAP, though I'm not sure whether it's head in the sand or head in the clouds. The only excuse I can think of for it is that it was written before Mr. Putin's forces invaded Ukraine, and that none of its authors envisaged that possibility or even in its inevitable inflationary impact, which, you know, with New Zealand's inflation rate at nearly 7% already, has yet to be felt. This is just not a time when any council should be imposing extra burdens on its ratepayers, however small. This draft plan makes a sorry contrast with that of Christchurch City Council, which is proposing reductions in capital expenditure as well as a reduced rate increase. It's not enough just to make a passing reference to inflation and the need to reduce expenditure and absorb costs. Appropriate action is needed too, and this draft plan seems woefully lacking in that respect. My submission referred to how, in the 2020 COVID crisis, Christchurch City Council scrapped its initial draft plan and drafted an emergency annual plan that made extensive savings. The submission I wrote for the BNA on that occasion is dated 23 June, and yet Christchurch City Council completed consultation on the updated draft plan within the statutory timeframe. So there's still time for ECAN to do likewise now. And that is what I think the council should do. If it can't, then I still think ECAN should take a pruning knife to the present draft and eliminate commitments that are not inescapable or do not bring clear benefits to ratepayers that clearly outweigh the cost, just as the bus fare proposals do. And that it should seek to reduce the impact on ratepayers of how expenditure is funded. Borrowing now and repaying through the rates over the life of the LTP is an obvious overall cost absorbing option, which I would urge the council to adopt as it proposes in the case of flood protection and repair work. Among inescapable commitments, I would include monitoring and regulation of agricultural activities in the interest of freshwater quality, however many whinging farmers you might get as a result. The proposed climate change response levy I would describe as an idea whose time has come and gone, hopefully only temporarily. In all likelihood, in the inflationary times that lie ahead, climate change in the eyes of many, if not all ratepayers, is likely to seem a relatively remote threat in comparison with the more immediate struggle to make ends meet. And certainly not a cause for which they will welcome having even more money taken from their pockets. Sadly, I would suggest that it should not merely be put on ice, but buried deep at the back of the freezer for at least the next year. So my concluding message to ECAN in summary is prune expenditure where you reasonably can and where you can't borrow rather than add to the present rates burden. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter, for that advice. Yes, questions from advice. I was thinking of the ice is melting as fast as we, anyway. Councillor Farm has a question.
Yeah, thank you for both of your submissions, Peter. And I wanted to ask you a question on your personal submission, and particularly in regard to the costs, which you so clearly outlined, and particularly the concerns around inflation and people's cost of living. I just noticed in the break that the government came out with their adaptation plan, which basically signals that if we don't take any action on these things, particularly reducing emissions, that that the cost, if we do nothing, that is actually the highest cost option than doing something now. And I'm noting that you're also encouraging us around more borrowing. And I just wonder whether you have concerns about the younger and future generations bearing those costs as opposed to them being born now.
Well, on the first of those points, I think the government is living in cloud cuckoo land. We are in all probability heading for inflation, the like of which has not been seen in a generation. And I would suggest respectfully that is a much more pressing and urgent threat than anything in the area of climate change. Climate change action can wait for a year or two, but inflation is going to be here and now, and it's going to be really heavy. And a third of the whole world's supply of grains is going to disappear this year. That's going to drive prices of food sky high, for one thing. There's a whole range of areas, cost inflation, commodity-driven price inflation is going to hit us like nothing has hit us in decades. And that's the most immediate threat in my view. Forget about anything else, a couple of years.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor Clearwater, I missed you before. Do you still want to ask a question for clarification?
Okay, Grant, I think Lan has asked my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Peter, for your words and for the efforts of the Neighbourhood Association. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for making a submission, and thanks very much for taking the time to go into council and speak to us today.
Thank you very much.
So we'll consider your submission when we deliberate later in May. Thank you.
I'll help you out. Hold on.
We now go to our next submitter, Mayor Neil Brown from the Ashburton District Council, and accompanied by Chief Executive Hamish Rayek. Welcome, Neil, and thanks very much for your submission. You have 10 minutes, so take your submission as being read, but if you want to paraphrase it or summarise it, the key points, and then we can open up that to questions from councillors. So just fire away.
Sounds good. I'll summarise what you've got in front of you. And good afternoon, and Madam Chair and councillors, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to present your annual plan. Rates revenue increase. Council notes that the long-term plan indicated revenue increase in year 2 of 18.8%, but it's showing a revenue increase of 24, which is 5.3% or 5.5 million. For the Ashburton District, this means an increase, a dollar amount of $230 for a rural rated property and $38 for an urban rated property. Council's commented in previous submissions about activities which would be more appropriately funded by the UAGC. Environment Canterbury currently uses 9.8% of its rate revenue through the UAGC, where the limit is up to 30%, the statutory limit. So we would like to see you increase and use that opportunity more than what you do. Water and land. The council supports Environment Canterbury's role in freshwater management for the region, and the council thanks and supports the involvement and the urgent action needed to restore and preserve the Ashburton Lakes at Ōpāwaho. We support that work, and to support that work, council is currently developing a 30-year plan for Lake Camp and Lake Clearwater. That represents the views of iwi, the community and the council, and we are 3/4 way through that, developing that plan. And we encourage Environment Canterbury to continue their work in the Ashburton Lakes as a priority. Biodiversity. Council has employed a biodiversity officer now, and we see that as looking forward as enhancing the role with Environment Canterbury. We also note the plan for Braided River revival and supports the role in coordinating a regional alliance for reviving the Braided Rivers, and council looks forward to receiving further details of this plan. These rivers are in our district, so we'd like to be involved in developing that. Climate change. Council notes that the plan includes finalising the scope of the regional river strategy and a review of the gravel management strategy. And the May 21 floods highlight that strategic management of gravel in the rivers is critical. And we let that work continue as a priority so the actions can be progressed urgently. The plan also looks at completing a review of the River Rating District, committee structure, membership and funding. And we see what works well with the current arrangements. And we also like to see that these committees have the appropriate local knowledge and skill sets on them, and use the principle of no taxation without representation. We also request that Environment Canterbury investigate extending a new rating area, or extending the rating area for Dry Creek, which is in the Methven area. We believe it does not go far enough. There's an area of Dry Creek which has no rating and no management. So we would work with you to look at extending that area. Public transport, thanks for the $5,005 for our community vehicle trust, and also the funding of $35,000 for our total mobility. Thank you for that. Regional and strategic leadership. we support the ongoing secretariat and executive support for regional forums. Part 2 of the topics, flood recovery and protection. We support using the use of borrowing to fund the flood recovery of capital nature, and believes it is an appropriate use of funding tools that are available to council. We also look at whether recovery capital investment should be funded over a shorter time frame to avoid potential overlaps of loans. And we also acknowledge the amount of $7.5 million from the government's co-funding to the estimated 20 million for the flood recovery. We also support the preferred option in the consultation document, which is option 1, redistribute rates in the Ashburton River Hakaturi Rating District to better reflect the benefits received from flood protection. Those being asked to pay for this benefit who have not previously had to pay should. And we also should be communicated directly by Environment Canterbury so the community understands the work. And also in future long-term plans, you could also extend that out to the Riccarton River Rating District as well. Funding for action in response to climate change. Council seeks a deeper understanding of the climate change action plan before committing to support the levy. And with that levy, is the money used for developing the plan or developing climate change initiatives? Not sure on that, so some clarification. And it's council's position that the climate change action plan in co-design with the community should determine the actions. Council would support the use of the UAGC to fund these actions, given the collective benefit of tackling climate change as a region. And this work benefits everybody, so people benefit, so the people should pay, hence the UAGC. Council thanks Environment Opportunity for this opportunity to provide this submission and open for questions.
Thanks, Neil. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks, Hamish. Just two quick brief questions. One is in terms of gravel management. There are other submitters who are submitting that we shouldn't be taking gravel out of rivers, and that where we do, we should be charging a substantial royalty to help fund environmental restoration. Have you got a view as to how we should handle what's the priority in terms of gravel management? Is it getting it out of the river, or is it making money from it? I've got a second question about Dry Creek.
No, get the gravel out of the rivers. One of the reasons that we had trouble with flooding of the farmland was gravel had been building up. The Rating River districts had been asking ECAN to incentivise people to take gravel out of the river to lower the riverbed level back down to where it should be, because rivers naturally move gravel and naturally build up. We're trying to keep this river in its unnatural path, as in guide it to where we want it to go, not where it wants to go. So we need to remove the gravel for that. And the River Rating District, before the floods, was asking for the council to incentivise contractors to take the gravel out. If you want to make money out of gravel, fine, but the main one is get the gravel out, and they won't pay for it. You'll need to incentivise them. Thanks.
And just briefly, you want to extend the Dry Creek Rating District. I understood quite a lot of the landowners were opposed to that. Have you got up-to-date information to suggest that they're now in favour?
Some landowners are always opposed to paying extra in rates. We found with the floods, some are paying for the Dry Creek management and others are not. Everyone benefits, everyone should pay, and it's a discussion you need to have. You'll always get some who won't want to contribute, but I think the majority will contribute now after that flood event.
Thanks, Neil.
Thanks, Ian. Councillor Clearwater.
Thanks, Neil and Hamish, for your submission. Just in reference to the climate change levy part, Neil, just to let you know, our understanding was really seeking ideas and initiatives from people at this stage, but certainly take on board your point about the community being involved and being able to discuss it. So I guess it was a first step in the conversation, and other councils will be welcome to join us in the future. Neil, I also though wanted to ask you about your references to the universal annual general charge, which we know what that means. But I'm just wondering, in fact, and I agree with you that in terms of some of the project work, including the river work, that it's important that the community understand what that work is about. I'm not so sure that the community have a good understanding about the impact of, or the meaning of, a universal annual general charge. I'm just wondering if you agree that in fact there are always pluses and minuses to different taxes or different rates, and this would be an example. And perhaps in fact, you know, whether we should also have that conversation with our community so we're clear, so people are clear on what they're paying by way of their rates.
I think it's a good opportunity to have a discussion with the community. In the UAGC, Ashburton, we use them quite a bit. An example is our library. It's funded through Universal Annual General Charge, because it doesn't matter whether you own a little house in Ashburton worth 100,000 or a farm worth $10 million, you can still only use the library by the number of people that go into it, the number of people in your household. So it's a people thing, and the UAGC is a people thing. Yeah, it's not the value of your property that determines how often you can use the library. This is one example. Climate change might get into that as well. Are we looking after the land or are we looking after the people? Could be a combination.
Thanks, Neil. Happy to have that further conversation.
Yep. Thanks, Phil. Councillor Farr?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, mine was along a similar line, touching on the UAGC. Because I'm noting in your submission the concern in drawing our attention to the cost of living crisis in low income households, but then also encouraging the use of more UAGC, which moves the rating burden from wealthier, higher value properties to lower value properties. So I guess I'd just ask, you know, which do you think we should have more consideration, give more consideration to?
Yeah, Councillor Farmer, it's a balancing act. The fact that a property is worth, let's pick on a farm worth $10 million, they've probably got a $7 million debt on it. So their asset is probably $3 million, which employs half a dozen people, etc., and will pay many UAGCs in Ashburton District anyway on the number of houses they have. So, yep, it's a balancing act, and we struggle the same as you. Or I shouldn't say we struggle. We try and balance it the same for affordability to what a property is worth, and try and point our decisions around what benefits the people and what benefits the property, and use that analogy for determining what the percentages would be.
Thank you.
I can't see any more questions. Neil, thank you very much for your submission. It's really good, and it's really clearly laid out under those various headings and things. And from me, that biodiversity section, it's really good to see that Council's got a new biodiversity officer, and that braided river work. It does have to be collaborative between a whole group of people, so it's really good, and it'll be really exciting having lots of discussions with the community about all those sorts of things, including that climate change stuff perhaps next year. Yeah, so thank you very much, and we'll now move on to the next submitter. Thanks, Neil. Our next submitter is Juliet. Is Frank Hill online or in the?
We have Mayor Marie Black from the Huroneri District Council.
Okay, so we'll take Mayor Marie Black. Welcome, Marie. How are you? Yeah, you're muted.
So just realised. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for allowing me some time to speak with our good friends at Environment Canterbury. I will make the assumption that you have read our submission and understand the context of that. Of course, when I consider the main factors in our submission on behalf of the Huroneri District Council, it will be no surprise to any of you around the table as decision makers, but of course the new bus fare structure it will not have any effect, either negative or positive, to Hiranui, given that public transport services, primarily you're talking about the Greater Canterbury Partnership. However, within the Hiranui district, we're very grateful for the, I think we've got 4 community vehicles trusts that are a partnership with Environment Canterbury and our communities, and we value that as an opportunity to provide a dignified means of transport in the absence of public transport. So I'll leave that one as far as that aspect of our submission goes. When we talk about flood protection and recovery, given that the Hiranui District Council ratepayers will not pay or do not pay a flood protection targeted rate, therefore again will have little impact by the proposed rating distribution options as proposed in this annual plan. We do have a strong belief that those affected should be heard and considered through your submission process, and I guess that those who benefit will pay for that as an option in a general context. We considered at depth the support for a levy in regard to climate change, and certainly there is a high level of support for that. We as a district are currently working through with our coastal communities and are acutely aware of the impacts. We do support action in response to climate change, but currently believe that in the proposed plan there is little or no clarity of the detail, and therefore would perhaps consider it difficult to support without a clear understanding of what that levy might be purposed for, and do consider that the impacts of the economic effects with COVID-19 and such like must be considered in that point. But we do, what we have experienced through our coastal community discussions in regard to climate change is the absolute criticality of community and voice and involvement, and it certainly has been one of the strengths of our outcomes. So if a levy was proposed and was to be targeted on different areas, the importance of that community voice coming through is critical. And I guess the final point that I would just make at this stage is not too dissimilar to what I've just heard from Ashburton District Council, and looking at the proposed rating table attached in the document, that we do have concerns that the owners of high capital value properties and the strategy for Environment Canterbury to adopt a low uniform annual general charge does place an additional burden on those higher property value properties. We are challenged, like all councils, in striking that balance and the social construct of that rating. But there is probably a little scope for Environment Canterbury to consider the UAGC at a higher level to manage that burden. And just before I close there, I guess that there is an aside that we've just appointed a land and water coordinator in the Hiranui district, is working closely with Environment Canterbury to join some really critical dots around biodiversity and land and water management, and that is a start of a new journey for us. So we're pleased with the appointment and some early endorsement of that program. So with that, I'm happy to receive questions if there is any. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. We've got a question from Ian McKenzie.
Thank you, Grant. Marie, would your district, would the Hiranui district, support the climate change levy if it was targeted specifically towards public transport in Greater Christchurch?
Look, I think the levy around the climate change, I think there is certainly a principled support of a levy, but what we're finding at the moment when we considered the proposal is that the lack of clarity of actually how that funding would be used, and we would be seeking a little bit more clarity before we supported it in its entirety.
But if it was targeted for public transport in Christchurch, would you support it?
It wouldn't be affected by Hiranui if it was a targeted rate, though. Actually,
no, as a general levy across all of the region to support public transport in Christchurch to mitigate the effects of greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, now I'm with you. No, we probably wouldn't support that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Marie.
Thanks, Ian. Councillor Farm.
Thanks for your submission, Murray. And really great to hear the moves that Hiranui are taking in terms of the land and water and biodiversity space. That's excellent. My question was just on that topic. Point 32, you refer to ECAN's role in protecting the environment as like a core role. And it talks about how, other organisations in this sort of economic time of hardship are having to cut things, but that Environment Canterbury can show real leadership and offer enduring funding so that the good work's not lost. Are you just referring to the things that we already have in the annual plan, or are you suggesting that we show leadership by increasing funding, or how should I interpret that aspect of the submission?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, at this point, I would suggest that we would be looking to secure what we've currently got available to us, not growing it, and particularly under the economic climate, I guess, and the extra pressure that our ratepayers are needing to endure given the inflationary costs. And so I guess from consideration, our council would prefer to continue to do what we're doing well, rather than extending that too much into the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Councillor Clearwater.
Look, thanks for your submission, Murray. Look, I was just going to comment around the climate change levy, just to let you know that it was for really floating, asking for ideas, as I indicated to Neil earlier. But like an example of some of the really good ideas that I think you should know about was one that came through was that there should be support for smaller councils to prepare their climate strategies, and that would include sharing staff and that kind of thing. There have also been suggestions that pertain to city, like electric buses, but it certainly the field is wide open. But thank you for considering in principle.
Fine, thank you.
Thanks, Phil. I can't see any more questions. But yes, just getting back, Murray, to the climate change thing, it was really just, doesn't sound like a good idea. And from your perspective, if there's some agreement that it is a good idea to sort of scope that a little bit more, then the idea of having more community conversations to explore what exactly do we mean by it. What are the priorities that communities see, regionally as well as locally? Do you see that that's a good idea, that we come together as a community, as a group of communities later on to actually explore that a wee bit more?
Certainly. I mean, you can't do one without the other. So you look at a local perspective, but intrinsically it is linked to a regional perspective as well. So, you can't approach these things with silo thinking. So there does need to be some linkage of information or intel. But I suppose what we have read into the proposal is it didn't feel as if there was enough understanding to actually support it from a fiscal perspective.
Yeah, it's too early days. And I particularly like, you've written some things, item 27, there are some things that are concerning the future for Huranui. Sea level rise, some of their communities, infrastructure issues, things like that. So, I mean, they're important things going forward. So look, Murray, thank you very much for your submission. And it's really appreciated, and it's easy to read. And obviously, council will deliberate in May and consider all the things that have been said. So thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thanks. Juliet, who's in the ready to come on board now?
We have Mary O'Connor, who's available now.
Mary O'Connor. So she's standing in for somebody called Todd.
No, Mary moved her submission from a prior time frame.
Oh, okay. What time frame was that, Mary?
Grant, she was in my session. It's page 14 of the supplementary papers. If people
page 114.
No, page 14 of the supplementary papers that we were sent.
Okay, I've got it. So if Mary's online, then is Mary there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hi, Mary. Would you like to share your screen, or?
Yes, and I'd like to point out that it wasn't me that changed the time. This was the time. 3:24 was the time I was always given.
Okay,
I'd like
that's
to talk
fine.
about...
Well, Mary, thanks very much for coming along this afternoon. And we have 10 minutes. And so you could talk for 5 or 6 minutes, and then we can have some questions after that.
Yep.
So look, you fire away.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk about the buses, and I'll just open this window. Sorry, I'm not up with so much with the technology. Yep, okay. There's 2 ways to get income for buses, and really by increasing bus usage, we increase the fare income, and that's to me is in preference to increasing the rates. But please consider these examples which result in discouraged patronage. Now, this was when there was the Bram-Selwyn Street works for about 3 months, and this is my clearest bus stop, which, as you can see, was not obvious that this bus stop was not in use. And all that there was this little scrappy piece of paper, I call it. I estimate it to be 23 centimetres by 18 centimetres. And it was just stuck on actually the other side of the shelter, but someone moved it in front of the timetable, I guess, so it would be more likely to be seen. But it's very hard to follow. It's not obvious that there's any temporary bus stops. It's not obvious that down Antiguous Street, where the 120 stops are, that the 60 will stop. And really, it just feels like it didn't give any information. At the top here is what's I've enlarged down here, and just R and L rather than turning right and turning left, so that you could perhaps follow this map, which has no, because I've written in blue over the streets, you don't know which street they're really going down, and the rest of the map pretty quickly faded out of sight. Also, the bus timetable is behind Perspex, and it's twice as long as the twice as long as the bus stop timetable information. So this notice could have been put below the timetable.
Mary, we're only seeing slide 1 on the screen. We do see the little side slides, but only slide 1.
Only slide 1. Oh, sorry, I've got them all here. Anyone know how I can? You're just saying.
Could you try clicking on the 2?
Yeah, can you see the second one now?
Yep.
Yep. Sorry, I'll have to do it that way because I was doing it full screen, but it doesn't seem to be moving on. So as you can see, this is all that indicated at that bus stop that the bus wasn't stopping there. And it was further complicated by the fact that the 60 bus in the other direction was going the normal route. So there was quite a few people who I had to tell them, who were sitting at the bus stop, that no, the bus isn't going to stop here, it's on diversion. And there was a temporary bus stop. I'm sorry, it's a bit hard to see, but all that's there is a bus stop sign, a few cones, and a sandbag to hold them in place. Nothing that says which bus stop is going to stop there. There were 2 buses using Bledsoe Ave on diversion, the 60 and the 120. And it just seemed like it was easily missed because there was no indication at bus stops that weren't in use that where the temporary one was. I'd like to see in this photo that when bus stops are no longer in use for some reason, even temporarily, that a sleeve, something like this, is placed over top of the sign as here or here, so that it's obvious that, well, more obvious when it's bright yellow like that, that there won't be any buses stopping. Now, I did an email conversation. I'm sorry, it's a bit wordy here, but it's basically asking whether or not the bus is going to stop both the 60 and the 120 at the temporary bus stop. But I'm told that only the temporary bus stop is only for the 120 bus, not the 60, even though both of them are going down that street. But fortunately, the bus drivers would stop if they were a 60 bus and let you on.
Mary,
so I then...
Mary, can I interrupt? Just conscious of time. Okay. I mean, the general thrust of what you're saying is that if we need to improve some of these issues,
yes, and they required my full name and address for a complaint to the bus company. I don't know why. This one here, I'd just like to point out that Environment Canterbury came back and sort of said it's not our fault, it's Christchurch City Council's. There seems to be no join up between the bodies that are controlling the buses. And the same happened recently for 5 nights, but in this case, you know, it was the same. And then we got this one when temporary weekday timetables, but no indication at the bus stops as to which buses wouldn't be running. That's all I wanted to say about buses. I just wanted to say invasive plant species. I just think you could have the general public, like the SNAP Send Solve that Christchurch City Council has, to indicate to ECAN where they've spotted invasive species, and a leaflet with the rates account of the obvious ones that are a problem, and a photo of them would also help. Thank you. Sorry, it was just that I'm not.
It's okay, Mary. We get the general gist of your frustration. at coordination. There doesn't appear to be any, or does any councillors have any questions? Doesn't appear to be any questions. So Mary, thank you very much for taking the time to make a submission and gather your presentation together. It's very useful, and I'm sure we can provide the information to staff for a bit of coordination on those construction kind of changes to the service. So thank you very much.
That would be good, and more coordination between the bus company, Christchurch City Council and ECAN, I think would be a big improvement.
Right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Good, thanks, Mary.
Right,
we're now going to move on to Kees Vos. Is Kees in the chat room?
Yes. Hello.
Hi,
Can you
Kees.
hear me?
How are you?
Good.
Welcome. I'm just going to ask Mary could Mary take down her presentation.
Okay. Closed it. No, sorry.
Just remove the shared bit, Mary. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thanks very much, Kees. We've got we're allowing 10 minutes for you, and you can speak for maybe 5 or 6 minutes, and then we can ask some questions. So fire ahead.
Right. I don't really have much of a talk plan, but I just kind of wanted to give a gist of who I am, and just as a person who kind of uses the buses, and I can speak for, I suppose, my friends who are kind of in a similar situation as me. So I'm a 21-year-old living in the city centre, just opposite the arts centre. So I get a beautiful view of your office every single day. But yeah, I work in cybersecurity, so not sure if that's relevant, but yeah, I work in IT, and I just kind of like to bring up the fact that yes, I do use the bus like more often than most. I really like the service. As you know, as it can't be perfect, but it is what it is, and it gets me to places where I need to go. And I suppose with the removal of fares, it just would be a big help for both locals and I suppose the incoming tourists when that pops around as well. Because I'd assume that actually having, I suppose, a Metro card would be a bit of a barrier for a lot of people. Even for like locals, it's like, oh, I have to go get a card if I actually want to use it or use cash. I know, for a couple of people that's been a little bit of a barrier, the fact of just getting a card itself. What else? So I've actually ditched my car, to be honest, because just living in the city centre, I can pretty much get everywhere I need to within my, I suppose, circle of friends and family that I visit or establishments. So I've pretty much just used my bike, the bus now, which is great. If I can't actually be happier getting rid of the car. Even groceries I thought would be a challenge, but actually isn't. Just go more frequently, and nothing wrong with using your bike a bit more. I just think the free fares would just be an awesome thing for a modern city. I think we're being the first I suppose city in New Zealand to have, as far as I know, free public transportation would be like a huge move into the future as a cool and upcoming city. I know quite a few of the townhouses that are popping up over on like the western side of the city centre. Oh, sorry, eastern actually. That would be like an excellent opportunity for people to just actually ditch their car entirely, and if they can just use the buses. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect for everybody and everyone's circumstances to just ditch their car, but for people who do want very central city living, I think we should definitely have that opportunity, give them that opportunity where it is viable, because it definitely is for a lot of people, I think. I just pretty much just wanted to say, like, I think it's a great idea. Any questions?
Thanks, Kees. Any Councillor Farm?
Yeah, kia ora, Kees. Thanks so much for your submission and for tuning up today to speak to us.
No worries.
I just wanted to ask you about, it was your last comment you made in your submission about taking this all really seriously and sort of doing what's right. I'm taking from what you've said so far in the gist of your submission in terms of being supportive of option 1 and free fares and that kind of thing, that you're alluding to like climate change and taking action and that kind of thing. But I just wanted to clarify that and whether you had any other thoughts about encouraging us to make those kind of decisions or not.
Absolutely. I mean, in my head, that kind of goes without saying, the fact that as a city, we should be obviously moving towards lower carbon emissions. And just if you look at any other city that what we consider like really developed, they all have incredible public transport infrastructure, and probably actually much lower carbon emission rates than, for example, if you look at a American city with really piss poor public transport. So yes, but yes, that is obviously a big point and factor of having public transport being free.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Kees. Thanks, Lan. Can't see any more questions, but yeah, thank you very much for taking the trouble to make a submission and to be heard today, Kees. It's very much appreciated. I like your story, and I like the idea that we could be a city with a point of difference. Surely absolutely. That's a good marketing thing for our city. So thank you very much. Much appreciated. All the best.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye. Juliet, our next speaker, who's next in the waiting room?
We've just got Chris Ford, who's from the Disabled Persons Assembly, and he's just joined us online.
Thank you. Just to let councillors know too that Nikki Stoinek from Forest and Bird is presenting tomorrow, not today. Hi, Chris. Welcome. You're next. Can you hear me? It's frozen a wee bit. Can you? I can.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Chris, we're giving people 10 minutes. So if you want to speak for 5 or 6 minutes, and then councillors might have some questions. So thank you very much.
That'll be good. Thank you very much, Councillor Edge, and kia ora tātou to councillors and to councillors Pauling, Lumfan, and also Chair Huey. Thank you. I'd just like to begin by stating thank you for accepting our submission on behalf of DPA. I'd just like to state that very quickly, 2 things. One is the fact that we would like to see movement towards free transport on public transport, all public transport platforms, it is, for everyone across the board, and that includes disabled people. I think that the government's moves, and indeed your main recommendation in this annual plan, is moving in that direction. It is absolutely moving in that direction, and we wish to commend the council itself for doing this. I think we think it's a fantastic move. We would like to see it adopted nationwide, as a matter of fact. But I think beginning at least in Ōtautahi Christchurch, that would be fantastic as well. Secondly, is around, as we said in our submission, which was fairly brief anyway, the fact that we would like to see climate change responsiveness programs aimed at disabled people, at helping disabled people within our disability community in Christchurch adapt to climate change and to enable disabled people to make that effective transition through the best advice possible, through having hui and other dialogue between ECAN and the disability community, and also gaining our perspective as well on the issues that we're facing from a disability lens, a disability perspective around climate change. For example, there is the potential, there are the issues around, for example, in low-lying areas, particularly exposed coastal areas, there may need to be obviously managed retreat at the very worst. So we as the disability community need to potentially think about preparing for that, what it will mean, because it is very difficult, for example, for disabled people such as myself who experiences mobility impairment to access to get housing, any type of accessible housing that is. So that's going to be one issue that would have to be addressed if there was to be managed retreat in any part of Canterbury. But I see that from the other proposals contained in the annual plan document that you're aiming to address at least some of those issues in terms of, for example, flood management and response. And that's another area too where disabled people would benefit from having that involvement and indeed advice, because we are one of the most impacted groups when it comes to addressing our civil defence needs. We're often last in any sort of emergency response. We've seen that in the COVID outbreak, and in particular with the recent Omicron outbreak. The health sector has, in particular, the public health sector has come under some criticism, and that's been contained in a report by the Human Rights Commission about the slow response to the disability community's concerns during Omicron. So that sort of thing is replicated again when it comes to natural emergencies, and that was indeed the case when Christchurch experienced its earthquakes about 10 years ago, a decade ago. So really, with climate change now very much upon us, and with more natural disasters and emergencies probably about to occur, we need to be a part of that response and part of that planning and part of that education and responsiveness as well on the part of council. So that's all we have to say. By the way, I'm very sorry for being slightly late. Secondly is that my colleague Ingrid Robertson, who is our Christchurch-based kaituitui or community networker, was not able to be here today. She sends her apologies and is able, excuse me, excuse me, and is able to be reached out to alongside myself on any aspect of this submission and the planning process going forward. So now I would like to turn back to the chair and hopefully take any questions that people have.
Thanks very much, Chris. Councillor Southworth has a question for you.
Thank you for the presentation. So a question I've asked a couple of people who are talking about disability issues in previous submissions, where it has been flagged that the total mobility scheme is such that actually if you have a total mobility card, there's every possibility that you actually can't physically use the bus, and therefore it's sort of like an offer that isn't really an offer at all. Can you give your opinion on that, and whether there are other schemes or ways of classifying people who should fall within this free targeted fare category who struggle to use the bus? Would be helpful to get thoughts on that.
Yes, people who aren't eligible for, who aren't able to access a bus should preferably be on the total mobility scheme. Actually, they should be eligible for that. And as this is being recorded, I'd just like to note for anyone listening or watching or whatever, that there are agencies, disability support agencies are able to conduct that assessment, and that's available for people. But however, it has to be done on a very simple assessment basis, but that should be the case. Ideally, though, I think that, as I said at the outset, that that anybody, be they disabled or not, should be able to access public transport for free, whether that's on a bus, whether that's in a modified mobility taxi, wherever and whatever. I think that that's quite important to ensure that there is equity of access across all platforms.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. Thanks.
Thanks, Vicky. Councillor Claire Waters has a question.
Thank you for your submission, Chris. I just wanted to ask you about your recommendation there in relation to the climate change levy. So I know that what you're asking for is that if the levy is put in a future year, that it be done in a fair and progressive way, and that the greatest rates should fall on businesses or industries and less on residential ratepayers who are on lower or fixed incomes. So by that, Chris, I presume you would mean that any levy would be by way, for example, of a general rate, so that in fact it would depend on the capital value of the property. Is that where you are coming from with that recommendation?
More or less, Councillor, yes. I think that the dynamics would need to be worked through in that case. But in general, I'm also very aware too that there are a lot of low-income pensioners and so forth who still are homeowners, who develop age-related impairments, become disabled due to age-related conditions, and so therefore they would pay a disproportionate amount, firstly in rates and secondly in disability related living costs as well. So that has to be thought about too. But in general, yes, I think it has to come out of general rates rather than, or be levied on the most pollution producing industries like farming and any other sort of traditional smokestack industries, so that that burden is fair and it is just. Well, it shouldn't be seen as a burden. It's rather, should I correct myself here, it should be seen as a means of spreading the load fairly and justly. And it's nice to see you too, Phil.
Well, same, Chris. And look, thank you very much for your comments, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Chair Huey.
Yes. Hello, Chris. Good to see you, and thanks for making the submission. I was going to ask you about what Phil asked you too, so that's good. I'm glad you've made that point. But I just want to say that a comment and then a question. Congratulations on still including the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Disabled People in your submission.
Thank you.
Having
Yes.
worked in human rights for many years previously, I'm wondering if you feel that there's a more embedding of the UN Convention these days, or is it still a matter of disabled people advocating very strongly wherever they can? Have you got a comment about that?
I think it's more a matter of disabled people advocating wherever we can, but also there's been some embedding, but not enough. And that includes across every local authority in the country, and I think that that also applies at the central government level too. But that shouldn't let anybody off their UN CRPD obligations, and indeed any obligations under other international human rights instruments, such as, for example, a Universal Declaration of the Rights of the Child, Indigenous rights, so forth. And I think that that's quite important too. I think that councils, just as much as central government, local government as much as central government, have an obligation to uphold the human rights of all the people who live in their communities. And I think that that is just as important for ECAN as it is for any other government entity.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for allowing us to hear that message.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jenny. Well, thank you, Chris. There are no further questions from you. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks for putting it together. And thanks very much for coming along and presenting it to us. And it's very useful information, and we'll take that on board.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edge. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Bye-bye.
Right. We have our next submitter is Adam Curry. Hi, Adam. How are you?
Kia ora, how are you?
Good. Adam, we're giving submitters 10 minutes to present, 5 or 6 minutes for your presentation or summary, and then that'll give us a time for councillors to ask some questions. So look, proceed and just fire away.
Kia ora, great, sounds good. Kia ora koutou, ko Adam toka ingoa, toko whānau tēpu ko Clan McLaren, no Loch Lomond, I Kotirana. My name's Adam. I come from Redcliffs. Live on the rock at the end of when you drive down the what do you call it? The causeway, at the end of the causeway by Redcliffe School. And I've grown up there, and I moved actually to Nelson for a year. And when I moved to Nelson, our house was invaded by the sea in a storm. And I did not carry my neighbour down the road. I'd carry my neighbour down the road, and as the waves knocked him over in his living room, and he had cerebral palsy, and and it hit me then that climate change is here and is now and is happening and is bad and all these things. And I moved back to Redcliffe after that, as you can imagine, and we were obviously lucky to be able to relocate and everything with the resources that we had. But we know climate change is happening, and we know that it's as urgent as possible that we do something, and Environment Canterbury has a massive role to play. I'm going to speak firstly about free fares and the fares ask, and then I'm going to focus a little bit as well on other things that are not necessarily there at the moment, but we need to be there, such as cutting synthetic fertiliser, which you've heard from as well. So first wanted to speak in favour of the fare ask. It's really awesome that ECAN's doing this. I'm speaking to the submission obviously as behalf of myself, but I'm very involved with the Free Fares National campaign. And while we know that ultimately we want central funding, we really need to cut fares as soon as possible. People, I got a bus from the airport the other day, and I think it cost me something like $8. And it's just, next time I'm probably, I'll probably take the car and get someone to pick me up and drive all the way there and drive all the way back, right, at the cost of that. So, so it's just, free fares for all, we know will do so much. We know and it helps people get around the cities, makes our cities flourish. We know that it enables people who wouldn't be able to go around. We know if you look at the Gould card, for example, we know that we've already had it's made 50% of people over 65 use public transport more often, and now 52% said it was now never true that they still prefer to take the car because of the Super Gold card. And 2 million journeys were made by car over this Gold card's first year. So we know it works. We know Christchurch, it would be perfect for Christchurch, and we know that free fares as soon as possible would make a massive difference. I just want to talk all that and really Mihi the work that I know that some councils are doing to really push this through. I also just wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of cutting synthetic nitrogen fertiliser. So, a lot of these topics are talking about climate change, but we know that New Zealand's biggest emitter, and particularly in the Canterbury region, is intensive dairy. I lived on a dairy farm for a bit as well. But we know that it is giving us a lot of economic stuff, but it's also killing us, right? I was watching John Campbell interview on TV on breakfast the other day, and 3/4 of samples in Canterbury, of water samples on people on bore water, right? So people on bore water, inside the ECANS region, 3/4 are above the cancer limit. This is 40 people are dying nationally a year because of nitrates in drinking water, right? And we don't know exactly how many of those are Canterbury, but these are real lives. Real people are dying because of ECAN's failure to ban synthetic nitrogen fertilizer in the region, right? There's obviously the small cap that's not doing enough and isn't doing that much, but any synthetic nitrogen fertilizer is taking, it takes 2 decades before the real impacts of the fertilizer hitting the soil is actually felt, in our people and in our drinking water, and a lot of the times in the climate as well. So, you know, this is happening now. There's such a lag time. Everything we do now is already, almost already too late. So we need to do as much as we can now. You know, so there is no place for synthetic nitrogen fertilizer, right? We can farm with less cows just as profitably. You know, yeah, I'm sure you've heard lots of this, but synthetic nitrogen fertilizer itself causes more than twice the emissions of domestic aviation in New Zealand. And you know, and then of course it enables intensive dairy in Canterbury, which causes itself massive emissions through methane and nitrous oxide, etc. And I think, you know, and perhaps most important of all is the fact that it's killing these people through cancer. As I said, 3/4 of the bore water in Canterbury is above the limit that has been causing cancer. 3/4, you know, and I've talked to some of these people, and obviously you can't decide exactly who has bowel cancer, exactly went back to exactly nitrate level, and nitrate was the certain cause. But you know, you talk to these people down these roads, they all say, yeah, everyone's got cancer down our road, you know, and the science is there, the lived experience is there, and it's also not just cancer. We know that 1/3 of the water, bore water in Canterbury samples that were above or equal to preterm birth risk. It was 5 milligrams per litre. You know, and preterm birth doesn't sound as bad as cancer, but it's pretty bloody terrible. I had a friend who had a preterm birth. You know, it's like starving the baby of oxygen. It's really bad. So, you know, synthetic nitrogen fertilizer really is killing us. And free fares is awesome, and the other initiatives are awesome. But until ECAN really takes action on synthetic fertilizer, you know, the elephant in the room is there, and we're missing it. And it's not an easy job. It's a hard job. We need support to farmers. You can't just say, farmers, you stop now, you know, without any support. But we have to be stopping cutting synthetic fertilizer. There's no other way. I don't know how much time I have, so I'll open to any questions. Kia ora. Councillor Edge, I think you're on mute.
Can't hear you, Grant.
Are you on mute, Grant? It's Jenny here. I think you're on mute.
Should be in the middle. There should be a button in the middle of your screen, bottom middle.
Oh, can't you get it to turn on? Do you need me to?
No, my mouse is going all over the place. Sorry. Yes. Okay, Adam. So, councillors, any questions of Adam? It doesn't appear to be. Oh, Councillor Farm, you've got a question.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you for your submission, Adam. I wanted to pick up on your comments around cutting synthetic nitrogen. Can we interpret those comments in terms of, because I'm just trying to recall the synthetic nitrogen fertilizer submissions, and it was about to do with the climate levy and how we might levy the use of synthetic nitrogen. Is that how we should interpret your comments around that, towards something like a climate levy, where we would, for example, the concept is for every kg or something that you use of the fertilizer, then you would pay an amount which would go towards climate initiatives and reduce the use? Or, and I note that you're saying over time, and not just a sort of blanket ban, but do you want to expand a bit on that?
Kia ora, Councillor Pham. Yeah, I think there are several obviously policy instruments that need to be done, but I think the most immediate and urgent one of the most immediate and urgent ones, I think, is that some kind of levy in that. I think something that's instigated as soon as possible, because, you know, we need a total ban, and we need eventually to totally phase out synthetic fertilizer, but that's not going to happen tomorrow. And so we need to, you know, reduce the quantity as much as possible. And I think a levy is a really effective way to do that. It'll provide that revenue stream to invest in other things, you know, that we know are great for our climate, and also some things can be great for our farmers as well. And I think that, yeah, I think the most urgent thing totally is the levy. And I also note that the council is not, the climate levy is not, so the council is not considering it until in this financial year, which I think is a real shame. You know, obviously if it is still possible in this financial year, that, you know, this is really urgent, that would be really ideal. But if it is the next financial year, it needs to be particularly more ambitious to make up for this delay. So yeah, I do support that, Kia ora.
Well, thanks for that.
Thanks, Lan. There's no more questions, Adam. So look, thank you very much for your passionate talk to us about the buses and the fertilizer. So thank you very much for taking the trouble to prepare a submission and come and present before us today. So your notes will be taken on board when we have our deliberations. So thank you very much.
Kia ora, look forward to seeing the amendments.
Councillors, at this stage, there's no other submitters online. We only had 2 to go. Do we want to take a break for a bit? What's your feeling, Juliet?
We haven't heard. That's okay. We haven't heard from those who haven't attended, so we are due to take a break at 4:30 anyway.
Yeah.
And they were to be online prior to now. So if you would like, we can either take a 5-minute break, and if they're not here, we can adjourn, or we can adjourn now and come back for our session 5.
Okay. Well, I think we'll adjourn now.
All right, well, no mai haere mai, welcome to this 5th session of the day. My name is Lan Farm, and I will be chairing this session. I'm one of the councillors with Environment Canterbury. For those who are following us on the agenda, we will start at page 421. And this will be the submission of Brian Sandel. Thanks for joining us, Brian.
Thank you.
Now, Brian, how we're doing it is you have 10 minutes, although I will note if no one else is turning up, then you might have a bit longer than that. But you don't need to read your submission if you just want to summarise it, and then we'll have some time for questions from councillors. But they'll just be limited to clarifying points in your submission. So over to you, Brian.
Thanks. Well, the lead article in New Zealand Listener, 26th of March, ventures to address common medical treatments that may be doing more harm than good. And a 16th of March piece in the British Medical Journal discussed whether evidence-based medicine has been corrupted by corporate interests, failed regulation and commercialisation of academia. So I put to you the difficult task of being awake to any such influences on matters ECAN may have a say in. I shan't spell them all out as I go through this, but importantly at the moment, biodiversity space may be hard to fight for. Getting more people to use buses has probably been assisted by ECAN's enabling of next bus on one's cell phone. Fair changes may help, but what has stood in the way of helping with coordination of ride sharing by such as gokama.com on one's cell phone? I presented that possibility in 2011 to the ECAN Regional Transport Plan process under Rex Williams, and so such possibilities became listed in the reviewed plan. That should not only reduce private car use, but also help with transport at other times and to more places than from where ECAN buses run. And I suggest these possibilities, so opened up, be part of a new look at the regional policy being formed as people have to move from floodwaters, from rivers or rising sea levels. ECAN is currently planning for flood repair, but ought to look at whether the repairs may soon be flooded out again, meaning alternatives should be considered. Not only moving away, but also, of course, biodiverse planting in river catchment areas. Regional policy has to be approved by central government. I ask ECAN to put to central government somebody speaking to me? To central government.
You're fine to keep going. It was just another guest.
Yes.
Welcome, Robert.
I see, thank you.
Robert,
Yes.
if you're able to, and if you can hear me, would you mind turning off your camera just till it's time for your submission, which is coming up soon? But see how you go with that, and no problems if you can't. We're just listening to Brian at the moment. So sorry for the interruption, Brian. You can continue.
Thanks. Well, I ask ECAN to put to central government the special nature of Canterbury's needs and possibilities. In Christchurch, many people must move from rising sea levels. ECAN is responsible for biodiversity oversight. What have been its thoughts as it signed up with district councils to new settlement areas with limited garden and biodiversity space? And what is ECAN saying to central government and district councils about extensive subdividing of existing sections? I note tonight, 6:30 p.m, CCC has a forum about preserving some character areas from densification, but I believe a lot of biodiversity will still be lost as people move to new densely subdivided sections to avoid sea flooding. I asked in the 29th of March question and answer section for this process, could ECAN consider changing the regional plan, well, I should have said regional policy statement, to allow subdivision of rural land down to 0.2 hectare alongside some existing rural roads, which would give residential possibility and a chance for people to be biodiversity stewards when robots take over many jobs. Housing per section could be just for one family, and the countryside would start to show a checkerboard-like pattern of 0.1 hectare bush lots covering half of each section. In answering me, Craig Pauling referred to the Green Dot program, and he liked the idea of plots spread out across the plains. But my suggestion is not for that spread. Canterbury has a large plains area, and regional plans protect large parcels of it for farming. And biodiversity has gone to the cities, I think. But as I said in my included submission to the Working Group on Coastal Adaptation Framework and Coastal Hazards District Plan Change, the flood-displaced residents could be accommodated on a much smaller portion of dairy farmland that is currently being lost year by year. And they could be accommodated close to the city in range of ride sharing. Some of them may still want to drive to Green Dot areas but they will be living right by their own biodiverse areas. This is not urban sprawl like dense building of houses on the former Burwood Market Gardens land. It is adding biodiversity value, the currency for the future, I think. What are people going to occupy themselves with as artificial intelligence and robots soon take over so many jobs? People like caring for plants. In 2003, gardening had been a main choice of recreation for 60% of correspondents and walking 72% in a Sport and Recreation Commission survey. I think my plan is better for people and environment, but not immediately for commercial interests. Thanks for reading it, including about cow biodiverse diet helping climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Brian, and thanks for so concisely summarising a lot of what's in your submission. I really appreciate that. Do we have any questions from councillors? I have a question myself, which I'll launch into. It was around your, I think, really good idea about encouraging us in our regional policy statement with the subdivisions and then requiring the biodiversity aspects of that to be part of it as well. Are you aware that we are currently in a planning phase where we are looking at an integrated planning framework, which includes our regional policy statement, our land and water regional plan, and our coastal plan, essentially all together?
But how much area is going to be available for biodiversity compared to what people have had with their gardens?
Yeah, I'm not sure because we haven't, like, the plan is in process of development. It hasn't been formed up yet, but I think your ideas could contribute to that process. I've just had another question pop up from Chair Healey. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Brian, for coming in and making a submission to us. I'm very interested in what you're putting forward in terms of greening the future and certainly providing bush area or land so that people can care for biodiversity areas. I'm wondering, have you had any responses from where you've been advocating this to previously? Have you got much traction for that idea or not? Because we might be able to assist with that, and I think that might be why you're submitting.
Yes, that would be very good. I did originally present this sort of idea to Bob Parker and the Greater Christchurch Urban Densification Strategy, and but nothing's come up of it. I sort of feel that there is a great economic stumbling block there because of the dairy farming is bringing in a lot of money, and 95% of the product is exported. So it's quite a lot of our overseas earnings. But I think it is decreasing, as I've put in my submission. There is a decrease happening, and I think this would be a little amount extra. And I think that what we would gain by having more biodiverse areas, not just the green dots, but ones close to the city, we could really make Christchurch into the garden city in a very big way. And that's my thoughts on that.
Well, it's very good that you've shared it with us. So maybe there's some other people around the table who advocate really strongly for biodiversity who'll be able to take this idea forward, or a variation of it. So we really appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Healey. And then we've just got time for one more question from Councillor Clearwater.
Thank you, Brian. And my question really follows Jenny Huey's comments, because around the greening the future, but you refer to in your written submission, Brian, that increased drought in the future is going to make irrigation difficult, and that we should really be starting now to plant trees for shelter against the drying winds. I just wonder if you might expand on that a little.
Yes, well, of course, the Selwyn Plantation Board, one of the things they did was they set up a big plantations, because the Canterbury soil had been blowing out to sea, and so they stopped that. And then the dairy farmers have come in and taken those down. They have stopped water blowing away, the soil blowing away by watering, but is that going to continue? And I think it's important that we are looking at other forms of shelter now, especially trees which have biodiverse value, and some of them initially may be exotic trees. I think I remember seeing a submission from Tony Razis saying that he was putting in some in his big section, which wouldn't apply. I mean, his one was back in the days where you could only subdivide down to 10 hectares or something like that. I'm not quite sure of the figure, but I'm asking for much smaller amounts. His one, he thought that natives can grow up under the exotics. So, but it'd be great to start with the exotics too. And I see some of the green dot areas, of course, doing that. But really getting a policy which enables us to divide land down to much smaller plots, because well, the farming land is cheaper, so it shouldn't cost so much to buy as city land. So the whole thought about the economics of that has to be taken into account. But definitely, I think the sheltering of Christchurch that is happening can be taken into account for the future, which we don't really know what's going to happen in terms of climate.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Well, thank you so much for your submission, Brian, and thanks so much for taking the time to actually come and speak to it. It really makes it come alive much more for us. You're welcome to stay on for the rest of the session if you'd like to, but we'll bid you farewell for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, well, welcome to those who have joined us. Next up, we have Robert Johnston, who flashed up before, so I think he's here. And we're likely going to be following Robert with Melissa, who I think is also online. Now, Robert, if you attempt to turn on your camera and microphone again, you seem to successfully do that when you entered, so hopefully you're able to do so again.
How's
that?
Great.
Oh, that's great. We can see you. We can only really see the top of your head, but
yes.
If you can move, oh yeah, that's great.
Well, I'm not sure that that's a good idea.
No, that's great. Thank you. Well, welcome, Robert. And I'm just going to make sure councillors are on the right page. So Robert's submission is on page 385. Now, Robert, we've got 10 minutes for your submission today, and it's up to you how you use it, but we'd recommend maybe summarising some key points from your submission for about 5 minutes, and that leaves lots of time for questions. And so over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll summarise them. I think that the first point I wanted to make was on the question of the 24% rate increase. Your 10-year plan had a similar figure, which you actually pulled that back to about 12%, which was still too high, but it was acceptable. My view is that 24% for this first year of this annual plan, or this year's annual plan, is still much too high. And my memory goes back a decade when Waimak put their rates up 110% over 4 years, and ECAN put their rates up 60% over those same 4 years. And that was about a decade ago. But I think it's got to be sustainable, and I don't believe that that level of increase is sustainable or supportable or affordable. So that's the first point. Paying for the flood repair damage, 20 millions, 7.5 of which from the government, and the rest across the ratepayers. Well, I'd support that if you can spread that burden over the whole of the region, Kaikoura to Kurau, and perhaps lengthen it out a year so as it doesn't all impact on 2 years. On filling the rating gaps, it's the top of my second page, point 3. Now, we know there are 59 river rating areas in Canterbury. One of them is more recent than the other 58, but there are 3 gaps. And I just about lost count of the number of times that I've implored the regional council to fill the rating gap so far as the midsection of the Ashley is concerned, and then you can also include in that the Ōkuku and the Selwyn, or part of the Selwyn. We had enormous problems here with the end of May floods in this region of the Ashley, and also the Ōkuku, and you'll be familiar with them. Our family have spent or lost about $400,000 worth of land or river works, which have over the last few decades. And I don't believe that it's fair and right and reasonable that we've been left high and dry. Now, I know that, as I said in my submission, I know there are some working going on behind the scenes, but I'd really like that to get progressed. The key point here is that there must be a partnership between the ratepayers and ECAN and central government. And I've said it many times that ECAN should be knocking on the government's door to reinstate the vote, soil and water that they had for those decades of the 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s. It didn't matter what colour of the government it was. They regularly supplied a body of money which was then distributed to the various catchment boards throughout New Zealand. It was a wonderful scheme, and it was a partnership between central government and the local bodies. So that needs to be reinstated. Future funding options, ask for your thoughts. Is borrowing the right approach? Yes, but only one of many options. I've said to you before on what I think the best rating option is, the best option for providing sufficient revenue to take care of these problems. It's consistent central government funding. And to do that, you'll have to get the agreement of all the regional authorities throughout New Zealand. We can't rely on spasmodic and ad hoc funding from the incumbent government. It's got to be something better than that. We've had ad hoc funding for Edgecombe, for the Manawatu floods, Fran Joseph, Tolaga Bay twice, Ashburton, but not the forgotten Ashley. That got shovel-ready money for Braided River. And I hope that's successful, but it's not the answer to the floods. Response to climate change, my view there was that we don't really know, and you haven't provided us with what that money might be spent for or with. So that's not an easy question to answer. But I would be very modest in what you put in place for a permanent revenue stream for climate change. But I'm happy to answer questions. But the key points that I want to make are the river rating, the absence of for this part of the Ashley and the Ōkuku, and the mechanism that that needs to happen to achieve that. And if necessary, the half the Waimak district, for example, is already rated under your WEC scheme, Waimak Air Cust, to protect Christchurch. And I can't see that it's unfair that the whole of the rest of the Waimak district, up to when it starts to morph into getting close to the Huranui area, might be a different catchment there. But there needs to be a thorough review of that to embrace everybody, because I find it quite distasteful, really, that we're left on our own. We've lost a lot of land, at least 400,000, could be approaching 500,000 over the years. So thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Robert, and thanks for being so consistently engaged with these processes. Whenever we go out to the community, we're hearing from you each time, so we really appreciate that. I'll just go to questions now. We'll start with Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, thanks, Lan. Thanks, Robert, for your submission, as usual. How widespread is the support for, I mean, we're working on an Ashley River review. How widespread support is there for implementing a catchment-wide rating district on the Karakia River, Ashley River? Robert.
Councillor, I can't give you an accurate answer to that question. I haven't canvassed the district because I don't know what's in mind. But I'm quite sure, I'm positive that if you came up with a ECAN/Waimak jointly came up with a proposal to rate the rest of the Waimak district, I think it would be well received.
Thanks, Robert. I note that the Waimak District Council supported pretty much everything you've said, so they seem to be on side. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you. Now, I know retired Mayor David Ayres is firmly the view that the whole of the district should be rated. He's told me many times.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Robert. We'll just head for one last question from Councillor Edge.
Oh, hi, Robert. With climate change and increasing frequency of storm events, it's obviously going to be a problem for the nation to actually pay for things as well. But I'm just going back to the zone work where we identified 2 freshwater management units. One of them was the Ashley Rakahuri, and the other one was the Northern Waimakariri tributaries. So they are 2, I suppose, if you like, separate water bodies, and as separate catchments, if you like, that it does make sense for those 2 main catchments to take a share of the responsibility of the management of the Ashley Rakahuri in terms of the Ashley Rakahuri Water Management Unit. Is that something that you think is a viable option and a sensible, logical way of proceeding?
In part, it could be, Councillor. It depends on how far you wish to extend your tentacles, because if you're talking about biodiversity, that's fine. If you're talking about river management and flood protection, well, that's not a part of the zone. That's been debated many times before you joined the zone. So your zone that you were deputy chair of, they wiped their hands of river management and focused on biodiversity.
I suppose what I'm thinking, Robert, is you take the whole catchment, which is not only the rivers, but also the landmass that contributes to the runoff to those rivers. That's my interpretation of what a catchment means. It's not the river. Is that different from your view?
No, that your definition of the catchment's correct, but I don't know. I don't understand what your expectation is, that what the zone program could help.
Oh no, I'm really just saying that the zone identified two areas within the zipper, if you like, and one of them was the Rakahuri, and so that's the land mass and all the water that takes place within those catchments, and that's the area that you could potentially rate. That's what I'm suggesting.
Oh, if that's your question, yes, exactly. It's the Ashley catchment area.
Yep.
The other area is your Waimakariri cust, which is already rated under the WEC scheme.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. And Robert, thank you so much for your submission today. And just for a parting note, you mentioned a lot in your submission about the central government funding, and you may not be aware, but Chair Healey has been leading with the regional councils across the country bid to central government for 150 million per year over the next 10 years. So that's the kind of approach that we're absolutely making and are very serious about, and are hoping that government responds in turn. So I hope that that provides you some comfort that we are absolutely in that space and looking to work together.
Councillor, I'm absolutely delighted to hear that, and wish Chair Healey all the best in her endeavours to secure that.
We should send you some
amount of money.
We should send you some information about it so you can read up about it a bit more. But thank you so much for joining us this evening. I really appreciate it.
Hey, Lan, just wanted to jump in. And lastly, Robert, Ian didn't mention, but we also have a catchment subcommittee now as a formal committee of council. And that's one of the jobs that Ian and Yayan, who are the co-chairs of that, are looking at, the river rating reviews and all that. So we've got a committee set up to specifically look at that. That's why Ian's question was pertinent before. So just wanted you to know that too.
And I might say that when you came to see me early on in the term, you helped convince me that that is absolutely necessary, even though you didn't know you did that. So thank you very much for coming to tell me your story.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Now you're welcome to
best news I've had for a decade or more.
Oh, great. Well, you're welcome to stay with us, but I will ask you to just pop your camera off.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. Now we will move to our next submitter, Melissa Graham. Melissa, are you online?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, great. Thank you. Now Melissa's submission is found at page 390. And Melissa, you might have heard the spiel previously, so you've got 10 minutes and it's up to you how you use it. But if you sort of summarize your submission or are a bit shorter, then we've got plenty of time for questions. So welcome, and over to you.
Yeah, okay. Hi, my name's Melissa. Yeah, I've just got a little speech here about the bus fares. When I saw the 3 options laid out for the citizens to choose from, I liked the targeted fare-free best, but I would take it further than that. I'd argue that we should have fare-free travel for everyone. The benefit of fare-free travel for those specified in option 1 is clear. These are people who are more likely to be struggling financially, and removing the cost of travel gives them one less expense to have to factor into their lives. However, the ECAN website also examines the effect each option will have on CO2 emissions, which will be a result of citizens switching their main mode of transport from cars to buses. This is a huge factor to consider, especially because New Zealand is not really pulling its weight when it comes to reducing and reversing the effects of climate change. I found on transport.govt.nz there are some data on modes of travel by age group from 2011 to 2014. For 15 to 24-year-olds, 36% drive as their main mode of travel, while 10% use public transport. So for 15 to 24-year-olds, you'll find that they're about 3.6 times more likely to drive than to use public transport. But if we compare it to just one age bracket up from this, we've got 25 to 34-year-olds, where 64% drive as their main mode of transport and only 3% use public transport. So this means that 25 to 34-year-olds are around 21 times more likely to drive than to use public transport. Christchurch has been designed to reward car users because we made it the easiest and the fastest way to get around. To combat this, we have to provide an incentive to make the switch to public transport. If bus fares are free for everyone, then we'll actually be including the biggest car users into the equation. Only by making buses free for all will we truly be making the greatest effort towards reducing CO2 emissions and the effects of climate change. That's all I got.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your submission, Melissa. Now I'll just open it up to other councillors for questions. Councillor Clearwater.
Melissa, thank you so much for your deputation and your submission and talking with us. I just since you have clearly looked at the whole topic of free buses carefully, you're probably aware that overseas studies show that while free buses worked really well initially, that overall, long term, it wasn't a sustainable proposition, that the condition of the buses deteriorated, the funding didn't continue to go into the services from the various governments or cities. So I'm just wondering if you could perhaps comment on that in relation to other information you have read or studied too.
Yeah, I had heard a little bit about that, and I'm not totally sure how to focus on that fully, but something I had been thinking about was even if engagement doesn't increase, I guess you could see the flip side to that would be that the people who are using the buses wouldn't be paying for the buses anymore, and the idea of paying through rates instead of paying every time you use the bus means that in a sense people might feel like, oh well, I've kind of already paid for the bus, so I might as well make the best of it. That's kind of my thing.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. And I just have one more question in relation to that. We had a really interesting submission earlier today from someone who was suggesting that we have more like a subscription service for the bus fares, like you could pay like monthly or by the week, and look more at like incentives as part of that as well. Do you think that kind of thinking has a place, or do you think the free aspect itself is a real kind of attention grabber? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I would definitely lean more towards the free, just because I have an aversion to the idea of subscription, because it kind of feels a bit like you're trapping yourself into something, and it suddenly makes you feel like you have a duty to start using the bus and you need to do it in order to be saving money. And I think that just adds a bit of pressure to people's lives that is not necessary.
Yeah, thanks. No, that's a really helpful comment on that. Thank you for that. Well, really appreciate you taking the time to make the submission and especially taking the time to turn up and actually speak to it. So we really, really appreciate that. Thank you. So next, we don't have any submitters on. So we're going to take a 5-minute adjournment just to 5:40 to see if either Sandy or Kirsten join us at that point. So thank you, everyone. Again, no one's popped up, Patray, I don't think.
No, that's correct.
Great. Okay. Well, let's close this, bring this meeting to a close then. Thank you so much, councillors, for your time today, all the staff that are supporting us and have joined us. And I do want to say, yeah, a special thanks to staff for bringing everyone together and running this. It's a really tricky job, especially online, and you're doing great. The next meeting where we pick up submissions again is tomorrow, 28th of, what are we in? April at 10 a.m. And I will pass now to Councillor Mackay to close us for the day.
You're Alan. I'll do a nui here. Anuia, 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 kiti uru, tapu, nui aitane, kia wātia, kia mama, tinaka, ti tinana, ti wairua, iti ara takata. Ki oi ara I rongo, whakairia aki ki ringa. Ki tina, haumie, huie, taikia.
Hi, Kia. Kia ora, and thanks so much everyone for today, and good luck.